FBI running into each other.
Oh, Funny Business is in a world of hurt. Just bunt the last one.
SCK have been pushing so hard, so fast, and they wouldn't try and get a revive, but he's scared of grenades.
Smoke being played right now, going for the pink tickle tank.
Into friendly fire, so really good hold, but now they are going to have to deal with LG, and look at the aggression from LG.
Oh yeah, they're in a lot of trouble here. LG and Funny Business are going to be coming from the other side. Rello and Kickstar just peeking that beautifully as Snakers will go down. 11
Sonics are in such a terrible position right now. They are pinched in the worst way. They opt into going more to the east. They've got shotguns in hand. They just roam around. H1 connects with one. They're looking around. He knows where the other one goes for the spray. H1 is the key to success right now.
They're going to try to go for this hill on the north side. 4N already here, but they're just going for the drive. You can hear the spray coming through.
You'll have to get used to it, cause how did I lose? This what I do, and I am not new to it. I'm on a roll now, showing no signs that I slow down. This is the moment it goes down, yeah, this is the battle, the showdown. So who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? I'm feeling good, you looking exhausted. I'll take your limits and I go beyond it. Yeah, there is a list of the greatest of all time, and I'm trying to be on it. I came here to conquer, I ain't gonna stop until I am iconic. Bring it on, bring it on. I'm taking on all of my enemies. I got the power, the energy. I'm the greatest celebrity. Bring it on, bring it on. This is my time and my legacy. When they talk about legends, I bet you they mention me. So you better bow down.
every single point at the end of this is going to matter.
Every point matters.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh,
What?
Driving around that angle. Party's already moved down. Worked once last time's got to work again. Nades going out. Doesn't bounce inside the compound, but it's at least going to be scary. Hey, guess what? FFC was what's going on. They're going to come in. Hey, the Grenade King is back. Lands a big one. Now,
This shouldn't take too terribly long. And yep, now Talaj has been taken down by Mime. And this is all academic at this point as Tig pulls up. We'll find one.
Seed swap by Tiggleton. Alo now with the opportunity, but that's 2 members down immediately for SDK. Vegas also down to the knock.
Oh boy, you can see Sonic's turn immediately around too. I thought who it was that they knocked. And Penta now suddenly the last one up. He'll find Mime and maybe try to go and get the flush here, get the point at least, but the seed swap comes through, and there it is. So Tokyo Magican can stay in their compound. They can deal with Elevate, but Yahoo really up against it right now as Luminosity is just choking the life out of them. Trying to push in with throwables. Easy LG win if they can finish these guys off cleanly.
Oh, the last time we saw these 2 teams fight in a somewhat even fight 3-on-3, it was Yahoo coming out on top, but it looks like LG this time are absolutely not going to let that happen. Complete domination on their side of the circle and now pushing it. Look how far they've also pushed out to make sure that Yahoo is taken care of.
But as you said, Snaker's hitting the big shot when it matters.
Yep. And again, just these smokes to deny vision are so difficult to deal with. And now here comes the push. Reload drives in. That's another knock for them onto Gats. And just systematic destruction, man.
Sonics hopping in the vehicles. They're making the sin down, trying to move into a defended position right up next to Snakers. He's just going to crest up. He's going to go down. Mime in the back finds the angle. The other 3 for LG need to make it happen. Tiggleton is going to go down from Rello. Now LG is starting to find the angles that they need to work with.
Things are kind of falling apart in all the chaos, in all the utility, but the revive just still come up. A great grenade coming up from Flood. Knocks 2. It is all onto H-Win right now.
Can he make another one? Moving forward, grenades are going to flush out. Goes for the spray to 1. The hero effort isn't going to come up. LG 17 kills with a massive game.
안녕하세요. 펍지 배틀그라운드 총괄 PD 장태석입니다. 2017년 펍지의 첫 출시 후 벌써 6년이 지났습니다. 함께 해주신 플레이어 여러분에게 감사드리고 펍지를 대표해 6팀의 이야기를 소개합니다.
It's been 6 years. I just wanted to personally thank you for helping make PUBG what it is today. Your insight, your passion, your headshots, they all come together. And we've made a cool game together. And I cannot wait to show you what the next year is going to bring and beyond.
배틀그라운드의 즐거움을 더하기 위해 매달 맵, 피처, 모드 등의 새로운 콘텐츠를 업데이트하고 있습니다. PUBG 모드는 특히 기억에 남네요. 커뮤니티에서는 펍지는 만우절 모드 개발에 진심이라고 이야기하시는데 저희의 노력을 알아주시니 감사합니다. 앞으로도 새로운 업데이트로 더욱 즐거운 게임을 선보일 예정이며 만우절 이벤트도 기대해주세요.
매년 배틀그라운드 출시 기념일마다 플레이어분들에게 감사의 마음을 전하고자 다양한 이벤트와 보상을 준비하고 있습니다. 작년에는 펍지 레거시를 살린 노란 트레이닝 슈트를 이벤트 리워드로 선보였으며 이번에는 그 슈트를 미래지향적으로 해석한 스킨을 특별 보급 이벤트로 제공할 예정입니다. 이 이벤트는 6주년 업데이트 기간에만 받을 수 있으니 꼭 참여해보세요.
We would like to express our sincere gratitude to all of you for playing PUBG Battlegrounds with us over the past 6 years. We want you to know that we always listen to your feedback, discuss it internally, and make every effort to incorporate it into the game. We look forward to creating new experiences together in the future.
익숙하지만 새로운 그리고 다음이 기대되는 순간으로 표현하고 싶습니다. 여러분들에게 익숙한 삼뚱맨을 새로운 방법으로 표현하여 신선함을 더하고 그 안에 6년가의 추억과 감사의 마음을 담아냈습니다. 이 메시지가 여러분에게 꼭 전해졌으면 좋겠습니다.
지난 6년을 돌이켜보면 게임 시장뿐만 아니라 플레이어들의 플레이 성향 등 많은 것이 변화하고 있음을 느낍니다. 우리는 계속해서 펍지의 오리지널리티와 코어를 유지할 것이며 필요한 것에서는 적극적이고 긍정적인 변화를 만들어 나갈 것입니다. PUBG의 6주년, 앞으로의 6년, 그리고 66년 후도 잘 부탁드립니다. 그때가 되면 게임도 그리고 우리도 좀 더 나이를 먹겠지만 여전히 서바이버로서 치열하게 전장을 누비고 있기를 기대해 봅니다.
Welcome to the PUBG EMEA Championship for spring. We are on day number 2 of our grand finals. And of course, you've joined us to watch the best region in the world battle it out in our favorite game. My name is Tech Girl. I am going to be your host. I know that the American broadcast team likes to sit in the chat and watch, so I hope that you enjoyed that. I'm going to start the show with that every single day. Joining me on the desk, we have Saga and Avenger. I had to take a little jab because we do have the best region in the world. We have the global champs here.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? Because the global champions are the last in the lobby, right? So we have 15 teams that are better
Then the global champs, best region in the world.
And the Americas region, there's basically just 2 teams competing about the first place, right? The rest of the lobby is like half the points.
I like all the salt we're throwing in the wounds. This is a good time for me. This is exactly how I wanted to start the show. Saga, you have a good day yesterday. We got you here. We're all together, and maybe add a little burn to the NA team if you like.
Yeah, it's been a really great day of games here. To be fair, we've got one team that's so separated from the top, but that just means that the average is higher, you know. So it's not the best burn, but you know, statistically, numbers-wise, a lot of the teams who we expected to do pretty well didn't quite live up to expectations, but you know, the region as a whole, we can still say.
Do you know why Saga didn't have a decent burn? Because
No.
he doesn't even watch the NA broadcasts.
You fell asleep.
Listen, it was
Okay,
like 2 a.m.
stop. We're going to behave now. I'm reining it all in. This has been fun. I've enjoyed this, but let's talk seriously now. Lots of teams that are going to be playing today, lots of big names, fan favorites as well. They're up on your screen right now, and it is the who's who of PUBG, really. With
The who's who.
I knew you were going to do it. I knew as I said it was coming. Incredible teams. We've got to see them in day 1. They have 2 more days to play Avenger, and for some of them, they are going to have to drastically do something different today.
Yeah, honestly, there's just a few teams yesterday we saw that were performing at level or above level. And that's a huge surprise to many. And we saw it. I mean, I saw so many fun pictures, memes, you know, even turning the leaderboard upside down. See, it's the best region in the world. The Navi's in the top. Oh, never mind. All these things are super fun. And it's just a testament to how hard it can be to be playing against all these teams here. And it just comes down to how good is your weekend and your 3 days going to be. And often, as we've seen so many times before, it comes down to the last day. It comes down to the last game. So getting a good start is super, super important here in this case here. And Howl have obviously put themselves in there. Ascent, though, yesterday, Brexco with an insane individual performance. Of course, Chris as well. 1K club and everything. It's just it was really fun to see. And some crazy games, also some crazy circle endings with endings we have not seen in a very long time.
I want to jump into all of this. I want to talk about all of it. But before we do that, maybe you've just joined us and you weren't watching yesterday. Where were you? So we're going to do a quick recap so we can get you up to speed.
Let's see who gets the bet of this one. Oh.
Awesome house.
3-3 pushing. One close very. Dante trying to salvage it, but I don't think it's going to happen. He's down. And a knock on his own. One guy. No. We have Exalt here. Burning and gone. Using the tree as cover here. Nade actually goes out towards him. Try and go for the flash, please. The map. The teams in the meantime. Left, right. No one's going to shoot me.
I'm on the roof for this task.
Nice.
Yours too, guys. Very low.
That was nice, guys. In the meantime, Ruin, that's the easiest double peak of your life. 3v1 teams, what can you do? Not a whole lot. Alasa is going to try and drive over from this position. T-Bone is... Okay, that got it. What am I watching? Here comes full speed forward. 1 down, 2 down, 3 down. I think Sailor's just waiting for Ruin to peek on over. That's exactly what happens. Ooh.
Saga, lots of fun was had yesterday, but also lots of heartache, especially for any fan of the global champions or even the European champions, because they're both sitting on the other side of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I do have to say, it was a nice day for the national champions, UK from Nations Cup, hearing T-Bone in the highlights. Nice, guys, let's go, mate. Yeah, it's really good. Love getting that accent in there whenever we get the opportunity. Foot in particular, in the very final game, had a lot of kills as well. Actually, somewhat overshadowed by Ace, and I've got to say, with the Woo as well, had a very solid couple of final games too. But it did fall a little bit short underneath Ace and just what they were able to do in the final couple of games, which was, of course, far beyond the expectations of what we were hoping to see from a couple of teams who have lifted trophies quite recently in the past that really haven't lived up to their hype.
What was going wrong for those teams, the ones that we expected to perform on day number 1?
just a terrible set of 5 games, or just one good game. Usually we come in here, you can have 1 or maybe 2 bad games, and the other ones you're fragging out, or you're doing well, or you're winning chicken dinners, and they just didn't do it. It was very dominant, and we saw obviously one team that was constantly in top 4, and other teams that was only in there once, or not at all.
Let's take a look now at your leaderboard just to catch you up on exactly what it looks like after day number 1. And of course, Avenger made the joke earlier, but your global champs, we need to turn the leaderboard upside down. On the other side, though, I mean, this is what was surprising to me. Those top 4 teams, not necessarily the teams people would have expected to see in the top 4 after day number 1, but exciting nonetheless, because it's really going to shake up the competition.
It's definitely not the expected top 4, and certainly probably not what a lot of people were looking at as the PGS slot contenders for the end of all this. A lot of those teams do actually find themselves in the bottom 8, but we really can't undersell how dominant Howl have been. But it also kind of begs the question again of where has it gone wrong for Na'Vi? Because you look at some of the circles, you look at some of the positions they've found themselves, and you think, okay, maybe they've had a rough couple of times. Some of the circle shifts were not favorable to a lot of the teams, but let's not forget that on Miramar, Na'Vi and Howl loot spot is right next to one another, so can you really put it all down to the circle look, or is it just a little bit of not living up to their individual expectations mechanically?
Are we not being too nice on Na'Vi? I mean, the bottom line is...
I was gonna go hard now.
Go.
Okay, are you ready? That's what you wanted to do?
That's what I wanted to do.
Absolute slaughter. Yeah, first of all, Na'Vi, like, Howl is more than 20 times better. 20 times better in 5 games in terms of points. And also, I thought M-Force was bad when they had 5 points in the first day of upper bracket. Now when Na'Vi comes in here, let me show you what's bad. 3 points in 1 day of the grand finals. It's even worse. It's super, super rough. And it's just not acceptable to what we know that these guys are. And we've been seeing a lot of talk. I've talked with a lot of people, and they're all saying, like, you have the highest highs and the lowest lows, and it's just been beaten by our PGC world champions to have 3 points in 1 day. That is just, it's so far-fetched to me that it's happening. But then again, they can come in and they can drop 60, 70 points today. They can take a lot of stuff that they've seen from the last games, and they can apply that to today and just frag out, win games. Their macro was decent. They just didn't win a lot of fights.
It wasn't just them, though. Foot Esports, they finished in the top of the upper bracket during our playoffs. They looked incredible. This new roster, we spoke a lot about it. Super powerful roster. Unbeatable. He comes here, not really anything happening there.
It has been a pretty rough time for Foot as well. They did have some outlier performances with a good performance towards the end in terms of the kills, but going out in 13th place with 12 kills, you'll accept it. But in game number 1, it was a 3rd place with a few kills on the board.
I would do that every game, by the way. Go out 13 with 12, every game.
You will take that every single time. What it seems to be the strange scenario about a lot of the teams that had expectations, question mark as well as another team that this applies to, is the way that they're coming in, they're playing the games in the way that they typically would anyway. So teams like question mark playing quite heavily on the edge, looking for opportunistic spots to third party and take positions. Foot as well, lurking and taking up a whole lot of space towards the edge or towards the center of the zone, whatever it may be, and looking for picks and using that individual ability. It's just the rest of the lobby seems to be capitalizing on that. You've got teams like Sarvum, teams like Howl, to an extent even as well. Ding, another team that has been sort of edge barbarians recently all the way through the playoffs, just killing everyone on the edge. They've been finding central positions, and it comes down to the gatekeeping that just doesn't allow teams like Foot, like question mark, like BBL to get access to the zone. And M-Force as well has been another one. You've already brought up. They had a pretty successful day 1 by comparison to what they've done recently in the playoffs, and a lot of that comes down to quite the same thing too.
I swear that Ding, they kind of relived the whole round of 16 no placement points, and then they're like, that's not happening. We're going to have to go much harder for the central. Also, what we've seen in a lot of tournaments in general recently is that in the very beginning of the tournament, the first few days, is that it's going to be very edge heavy. And if you can take advantage of that and say, okay, we're going to play super center heavy in that first couple of days or the first day, and then see how it is, then you can kind of turn it around, because later in the stages, we see a lot of pushing towards the center. We see a lot of center crashes. We see a lot of contesting of those teams that are playing those 2-2 splits. So that's what I'm really hoping to see, that they're taking all this information that they have gotten from these 5 games we had yesterday, and they're going to apply it to their style today. Both thing, I would love to see them continue to play this center-heavy strat. It worked out quite well for them. We saw it in the first Miramar game as well, how well they're able to scout and continue to be center in the circle.
There's a certain teams here, and I mean, this is actually a conversation we had at the end of the broadcast yesterday. We're going to wrap it back to that, the mental game that comes into play. The likes of Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, FaZe, I can make the list. These are experienced players. Might be new rosters for some of them, but very experienced. They come in today, they know that the job has to be done. Whereas maybe the lesser known teams come in on a bit too much of a high. Does it completely change up today? Is it going to be a different lobby to what we saw?
This is very much where you lean into that veteran experience that they have available in the rosters. Even, a team the likes of Polish Power, who they didn't have a completely awful day one, but only 3 placement points across the 5 games, weren't quite having the same longevity that you would hope to see from them. This is where having that experience, the ability to reset mentally comes in, and you would really expect a team like Na'Vi to be able to bounce back from a pretty rough position where, a lot of things went wrong. Not all of it was entirely their fault. They got griefed by DA twice, but part of that was just themselves having a rough start to the day, having a little less confidence, taking less powerful controls and less being able to hold out DA from making 4-man crashes into compounds. So hopefully they've had a time to discuss that and be able to show up a little bit more.
And Na'Vi also has almost 0 circles in the important shifts. 3, 4, and 5 in the circles that they had almost no luck in that. There was always where they had to move, and if you constantly have to move, if you're constantly chasing circles, then you're just in this position where we're never able to set up and start fighting teams, start trying to get points. You're always trying to scout for information and get into the circle where you can start these fights.
But we've seen Na'Vi in these situations before, and they handle it very differently, and there's been times where they've been able to turn it around. But yesterday it just felt like, someone hadn't turned
today they
the
have to turn
switch
it
on.
around. Yeah, it was just the power button was just completely off most of the yesterday, and it was super rough for them.
It has to be the most egregious example of Na'Vi. Maybe they got a little tilted. It was game 4. They crash salve them in a compound. They separate the team completely. They get the opening knock, and they have 2 individual 2v1s in 2 individual buildings. They clean up the first, and somehow CCI Next kills 2 members of Na'Vi by himself. That is not something that you would expect to happen.
It should
against
never
Na'Vi.
happen.
It should never be possible, even if he is Stevie Wonder blind in there. But it really doesn't matter. For a team like Na'Vi, they should be able to trade effectively, and there was just something slightly mechanically off, so hopefully some fine-tuning has been done.
Let's move away from the bottom of the leaderboard now and move to the top. A team that placed in the top 4 every single game yesterday. A howling success of a day 1 for them. I did that for Avenger, but I hated every single moment of it. Howl,
did they do it?
What a performance they put on yesterday, and they have just cemented themselves into such a good spot for the rest of the competition.
Yeah, and in general, in a case where they got the same amount of points that PUBG Esports had in the upper bracket on day 1, 71 points. And obviously Ruin and the guys, they had some amazing rotations. They also had a lot of circles go their way in situations where they needed it to, but they got the most of it all the time. They scouted well, they rotated well, and they won so many fights. And they won so many 1v1s, and they had so many knocks where it's just like, how did we see that happen? Ruin, you yourself, of course, Saga, it's on he's a fantasy team enjoyer for you. And
a fantasy team captain today.
He swapped captain. Yeah, he's popping off, and we saw even on the BBL and the knockup where Topi was absolutely stoked to see him get such an easy 2-piece on BBL. It should not be happening, but he's just so quick. 19 years of age, super young talent.
This is PUBG though, and the thing is, in PUBG, especially over a 3-day competition, luck changes. You don't always get the opportunity.
Right.
They had a really good day yesterday. Can they continue to do this the whole way through the tournament?
It's something that, once again, we expect teams to be able to be a little more bold, as some teams are starting off a little more cautious, a little more passive at the very beginning. Howl very much took advantage of that. I mean, we look at the game that was eventually won by Exalt, holding down a compound. 8 minutes into the game, Howl sends it into the dip, and they're playing there to get another top 3 on the board on a wrangle.
Oh, here you go.
Slow walking up on hilltops multiple times, catching people completely off guard. It's perhaps just not respecting the teams that are coming in from the lower level qualifiers, the MEA 4th, 5th place coming into the lower bracket. But it's also the way that they're making plays like this that we will go a little bit more in depth. It looks ridiculous, but I promise that was a game-winning play potentially for Howl, because there was so much chaos going on in some of these Phase 3, Phase 4 shifts. And yet every time they seem to just be able to scout out the perfect response.
Yeah, exactly.
We're moving into day number 2. This is their opportunity now. What is it? What is it that they have been doing? I don't know what happened to my voice. It's a magical moment there.
Too excited.
Too excited. Yay. What is it that they have to do to continue this going? Because the teams that we know are now fighting for points are going to change up their strategies.
Sure.
So what does Howl have to do?
Well, don't fix it if it ain't broken, right? So try to continue to do what they did yesterday. We saw a lot of slow rotations. We saw a lot of kind of passive waiting, a lot of information gathering for them to then move later in the circles. Yes, it worked out in terms of the circles got in their direction, but still, they're winning the fights. And you don't have to worry too much about circles. If you can get into it, just grab onto an edge of one of the circles, 3 and 4, and then fight your way, and then it's fine. And with the amount of confidence that they have built up for today, by being this far in the lead, that amount of confidence is going to win them a lot of fights just by that. They're going to have so much belief in themselves.
Yeah, I think there's something very much to be said that separates Battle Royale genre to other shooter games is that while, positioning is very good and there's a lot that you can say about team play and utility, all in all, what it's doing is increasing your chances of winning the next gunfight. And when you've got a man like Ruin doubling the amount of damage dealt to enemies than he takes, you're going to be winning a heck of a lot of gunfights, and that absolutely has gone in their favor in just about every single game so far too.
You've both spoken a lot about Howl's rotations yesterday, their positioning, so show us, what was it that was working for them?
Yeah, so one of them that was working really well for them was where they had to kind of fight or scout their way in. One of them is, we're going to show this one here. I'll just point out where they are here. We'll make a little circle just so you can see, everyone can see that. It's beautiful. We're going to play it. They're in the southwest circle. This is the zone that ends on the northern side, North Georgia Pole. And they're in a situation where they are, in a rough spot, if you may say. You see the circle pop. They're southwest and they have to rotate, and they do it, maybe we can do it a little bit faster here. Don't do it. No, that doesn't work. We'll just let it play and we'll talk about it. They're rotating in from the southwest side and they're moving into this spot here just under the west side of Everest because they see Twisted Minds move and they take kind of a backfill spot where they're still inside the circle. They have the information that they're kind of safe there, and then they can gather because they're on an elevated ground. They can gather a lot of information by scouting around. No matter where the next circle goes, they can kind of drive there, and they'll have the information to do so. And they've set themselves up quite nicely for that. It's actually a longer clip here, so you can talk a little bit as well, Zara.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of scouting, it's a little bit of knowing the lobby, because Twisted Mind does very often play on the western edge of the Everest position, and with Polish power up on top, it's limiting their ability to push further up the mountain, so they're kind of stuck in that area. And just as the very millisecond that they try to push a little further, take a little more control, get some higher elevation of their own, that's when Howl makes their move and comes in. And what turns out to be a very fortunate, favorable position as the zone sideswipes just about everyone.
This was crazy, by the way.
It 100% was. Nobody was expecting this. Even teams that were sort of taking their chances and hedging their bets a little bit were already creeping towards the southern side of the river. You see Ascend was hovering very close. You see the likes of Wu holding onto the cube compound, Ding coming across early to set up a bit of a bridge camp, and it makes it more or less impossible for any of the remaining teams on the south to get across those bridges. So Howl has got to find a way to get across that bridge.
Another thing that's super interesting in this circle here now that we're breaking it down a little bit, obviously it's only the Wu and Ding that was ready for the northern one. The ascent was quick. They knew that the northern compound was free, so they went there. But this is circle 3, so the water here, it's going to go away from water, and it's extremely hard to predict whether it goes north or south. Like, it's literally a coin toss. Unless you've played exactly this circle before and you know this is going to go north for guarantee, then it's just super hard to predict here. And that's why the play that Howl did was super smart. They're basically putting themselves on the middle of the coin, and then no matter where it turns, we're just going to stick to it. So they're sending it to the bridge, where they're playing under the bridge for some time, and they end up getting a super favorable position from being southwest in the old circle. Like, it's very unlikely, but they make it work, and they make it work as a 3-man. And that's what's impressive, right? They get out of the kind of troll under the bridge situation. They get knocks, they get kills, and they get, I believe it was a 3rd place.
Yeah, and we've seen something quite similar to this as well. If you think back to the upper bracket, one of the very early games where Foot did something very similar. It's not the sexiest PUBG. They're hiding under a bridge for the vast majority of the game. But when it comes down to the end game positioning, everyone else is dead by this point. You've got the likes of BBL making rotations across the North Shore of the bridge and Foot following them. They're fighting over there. Whole lot of death happening to the southern side of the zone. Foot's just avoiding it all under the bridge. And as soon as that just basically opens the opportunity that they can focus on the kill feed. So as soon as they hear the gunshots to the south stop and they see that all the players are gone on the southern side of the field, then they can make their move out, start taking the space in the way that they've been so successful in doing. And that's just, once again, how they make it into the top 4 every single time.
What I really wanted to do there was watching you both on the drawing board together, the teamwork. I wanted to end the segment by going, and now hug. But I won't do that. Instead, I'm going to let you hear from the coach from Howl. Our Turkish broadcast team had a chance to chat to him. Let's hear what he had to say.
Scofield oyundan 1,5 ay uzak kaldığı için tamamıyla bizim başta ne yaptıysak iletişim açısından, oyun açısından tamamıyla çalıştığımız her şeyin yeniden çalışmak zorunda kaldık. İletişimimiz kötüleşiyor. Sonuçta 1,5 ay o oyuncuyla oynamıyorsunuz. İletişime çok fazla önem verdik. Taktikleri yeniden göz önünde bulundurduk. Daha fazla çalıştık. Fazla mesai yaptık diyebilirim. Oyundaki planlarımızı yeniden oturtup daha iyi hale getirdik ve şu anda bu performansı sergiliyoruz.
Gayet güzel bir soru. Açıkçası şöyle söyleyeyim, takım olarak iletişime gerçekten çok önem verdik. İletişim ve oyun planlarımızı çok göz önünde bulundurarak diğer takımların analizlerini de ortaya koyduk. Bu sayede bize gerçekten çok güzel veriler ortaya çıktı. Bunları kullandık ve hala kullanmaya devam ediyoruz. Bunları nasıl daha verimli kullanabileceğimiz yöntemleri üzerine gittiğimiz için bizim için daha verimli bir süreç oldu. Açıkçası diğer takımları da göz önünde bulundursak gerçekten çok zor bir grup aşamasındayız. Yani çok zor bir finaldeyiz. Bu finalde de başarılı olduğumuzu düşünüyorum ve inşallah bu şekilde devam ederiz.
Lobide en büyük tehdit gördüğümüz takım bence Twisted Minds. Bu Twisted Minds'ın da sebebi şu, oyuna çok fazla hakimler ve çok uzun süredir beraber oynuyorlar. Kadro değişikliği çok uzun zamandır olmadı ve yapabildiklerinde, oynadıklarındaki her zaman oynayabiliyorlar ve her yer oynayabiliyorlar. En tehlikeli takımlardan bir tanesi diyebilirim açıkçası. Apokalip geldikten sonra oyun planımızda ultra şeyler değişmedi. Herhangi bir ultra bir şey değişmedi ama kendi bilgilerini bize katarak oyunlarımızı tamamıyla daha fazla geliştirmeye yönelik çalıştı. Yani bize bir şeyi empoze etmedi. Bizim yaptığımız şeyleri tamamıyla onun da bilgisine dayanarak daha iyi hale kıldı. Daha fazla geliştirdi ve en çok da bu zamana kadar yarayan oyun planında da çok fazla etkisi var. Ancak iletişim konusunda bizi çok daha fazla ileriye sürdü. Uyarıları, verdiği öneriler sayesinde takımın 4 oyuncusu da birbiriyle olan iletişimini çok daha iyi hale getirdi. Oyun planlarında, analizlerde tamamıyla kendi bilgisiyle bizi daha ön planlara kıldı, daha iyi oyun oynamamızı sağladı ve bunun etkisini de gerçekten turnuvalarda veyahut da scrimlerde de görüyoruz. IGL olarak Batulins'i koyarım. Son turnuvada performansından dolayı Exalt oyuncusu Molodok'u koyarım ikinci oyuncu olarak. Üçüncü olarak Ward, dördüncü olarak da Codmark olarak. Bu dörtlüyü söyleyebilirim.
Ben de IG olarak Batulins'i koymayı düşünürdüm. Ayrıca Gustav'ı stratejik olarak çok büyük bir planda yer alıyor. Stratejik olarak çok iyi hamleleri var. Gustav'ı koymak isterdim. Aynı şekilde Ward'ı koymak isterdim. Ve son oyuncu olarak ben Beamy'yi koymak isterdim. Veya Beamy yerine Ali Cici'yi de koyabilirim. Eğim gücü olarak daha oturaklı bir kadro haline dönmüş olur.
Biggest takeaway there, they talk about communication a lot. Then communication's improved. Their new coaches help them with communication. We have a lot of teams in this lobby that are newish rosters. They've only just started playing together. Do you think communication is a problem for them at the moment?
I don't think so, no. I think it's completely fine with Apocalypse coming in and contributing with the vast amount of knowledge that he's been able to gain. And also, we've had a player that played at the top tournaments in a regional level that have played against all these players at a one point of a time. Then you're going to be able to contribute in a really good way. Also, focusing on the communication and everything. I don't think that's the kind of their biggest take in from having a new coach like Apocalypse. I think it's more like drilling down quickly into the analytical parts in between games. Like, because once the information is fresh, you can quickly say, give him 2 or 3 minutes between the games. Like, this was the good parts, this was the bad parts, this is what happens with other teams, because you're playing only with the information that you see in game, but he's going to be able to sit there and take all the information together and give it to them.
Some of the teams, like I mentioned, Saga, new rosters in this game. They're trying new things out. BBL is one of them. They did not have such a great performance yesterday. What we expect from BBL in comparison to what they're delivering. Do you think it may just be getting used to the new team and how they communicate?
It's definitely a factor, 100%, and a lot of it, again, is working out, IGLing and freshly coming in with a new roster, but also in a new position and taking new standing within the team as well is very difficult. And it takes a lot of time to build up the experience, and particularly when it is a lobby that has a lot of teams that you're not all that familiar with. I mean, BBL, the players, while they've been played for a long time, they've never played against Full Tilt. You know, for example, those players are completely fresh, coming in with brand new ways of playing the game, and it does throw teams off their game. But at this point, you would expect a team of that caliber to have taken the time, do their VOD reviews, do their research in the off time, and come back in with a fresh outlook on the games.
If you watch a lot of PUBG Esports, you'll know exactly what I was trying to do here, because we actually get to jump into BBL's comms right now and hear what was going down during the game.
So we're just one guy mid right now.
One guy only?
Yes.
Where?
Outside my house. Or across northeast, I'm fine though. You're not gonna come to me. That's why I fucking ran here. Driving east right now, it might come down. Actually crashing, yep. Staying outside north.
One's 1 HP. Hello. One's crashing on me, maybe.
What is you want to pick on?
Last 2 up, let's play together.
One up, last guy's in the house.
Follow.
I'm flash.
Knock one left. You have any nades for it?
No.
Flash?
Oh, I don't have any nades.
You got flash for someone else.
I found 3
nades.
nades. It smokes out again.
Someone is in the close smoke, right?
Yeah, there's full there, full. Full isn't dead, right?
Full is 1 man.
That's guy in the smoke zone. We can also spike the glass.
Yeah, we should.
I'm going for...
I'm stopping to get liver kills here for a sec.
Yeah, also. Back tower. The wall. Got them.
Shots.
Inside garage.
I see him.
Behind gas right now.
I'm going on the hill and glass.
South side. One HP.
Last guy.
One up.
Once I mention, I'm not far. I'm that person. Trying to come.
Did I stop?
Yeah. Coming.
Yeah. I'm going to chill. Just chill. Yeah,
Just leaving smash.
I'm healing.
Can't move. Healing. Left side.
All hit twice. Healing.
Still behind the car. Nice. Carry me.
I'm sorry.
Tip has to be.
On paper, this roster has the potential to be the best in the lobby. Very quickly, Avenger, why are they not?
Still a new team. Communication still maybe could be rough a little bit. You have a guy like Michael that 0.5% of the world only understands what he's saying. Like they have to come from Newcastle or something. No, Michael obviously has a little bit of a rough accent, so you have to slow down his speech a little bit and be a little bit more clear for everyone to understand him. Also, the first time for Smash to be playing in an English roster. He's doing really well, and you can also hear how good his English is. So I don't think over time it'll be an issue, but still. New roster, all these things here, but we've seen them been able to perform, and we know they are. It's just about getting all the pieces working together, and they're also one of the teams with an immense amount of experience, so they can take all this information from the first 5 games yesterday and apply that to their strategy today.
You're watching the PUBG EMEA Championship Spring Day number 2. We are getting ready to go into game, but before we do that, we've had an opportunity to chat to Clib from BBL to find out a little bit more about this new roster, so here's what he had to say. I have such a rad opportunity now. I get to chat to Clib from BBL Esports, obviously one of the rosters that we're all very excited about. If you could define the play style of this BBL team, how would you define it?
We aim to be very aggressive. We have a really strong fragging roster, so we aim to just be as aggressive as we can, especially in mid game, and just take some risks and hope it pays off.
Have you had a chance to take a look back at your performance during the playoffs, and what is the team planning to work on?
So we're working on playing with more confidence, especially sending and taking the risks mid-game, as I talked about earlier, and just taking the fights of a more straight-on angle and not being scared of taking the fights ever.
And now when you take a look back, because Clip, you've been playing PUBG competitively for a long time. You've been around. We've seen you at all these big events. When you take a look back, what is that one memory that stands out for you as your fondest memory playing the game?
I have two very big plays I made. One was in, I think, ESL Summer, where I won before it ends on Everest Mountain. I felt amazing. And then also had a solo win in Yasnaya in PGIS.
We actually have a clip from your time playing PUBG, so I'd love you to take a look and tell me what was the feeling that you had in this moment.
Sure.
There's no way. He's just kind of scouting around. He's still way out in the distance. He's even on the left side of the vehicle, and he's going to take this shot.
I remember this clip very fondly as well. Actually, I kind of forgot about it. This is probably one of the sickest shots ever hit in competitive PUBG that was caught on stream. I do a lot of this on stream where I drive around with the bolts and try to drive by people, and hitting one of these in the tournament is the most unreal feeling. I was actually really casual in the moment. I just said, knock one. It's but it feels so good.
Clip, thanks so much for chatting to us. Good luck in the grand finals.
Thank you very much.
There's a really awesome part of that interview that's being cut out, where I actually asked Clib about which of the teammates that he's played with over the years tilts the hardest. And he was very
probably clipped out for a reason, right?
No, he got very embarrassed and then was like, actually, it's me. Okay, and then I interviewed some of his past teammates, and they all said it's definitely him. So there we go. Fun PUBG fact for you. Your schedule is up on the board. We've got 3 Miramars today, so that should be quite fun.
Yeah, should hopefully be fun for BBL as well as a couple of others, as there was plenty of teams that actually had better performances overall on Miramar, even though there was less of the games in terms of points per game and sometimes in terms of total points. One thing to be aware of, though, is Howl as well. Only 1 less point on Miramar than on Erangel. Considering that they played 1 less map, that's very impressive.
BBL was actually the same on Miramar, both in upper bracket, lower bracket, 47 and 44. But on Erangel, they popped off in lower bracket. So let's see how that works out for them. But always kind of love to see when it's a Miramar heavy one. It's my favorite map. I think the macro you get from some of this and the information that the teams have before the game start and the map knowledge is just so crucial for the teams to make these win here, because land rage is such a impactful thing on Miramar.
Of course, the end goal in sight, it's on your screen right now, those PGC points, because every team wants to make it to PGC and potentially be the global champ. What are you doing, Avenger? Have you lost the plot? Is that him popping off?
Yeah. No, that's what some of the teams are going to do today. They're popping off.
I don't know how I work with him sometimes. Okay, you know what? Let's tell you about something fun that's coming up. We do have a giveaway for you. We got contraband coupons and G-coins up for grabs. What I need you to do is head on over to Twitter and use the hashtag PECSpring. Tell us which team you are supporting and why. And a little top tip, if you do want to win, please make sure your DMs are open, because PUBG wants to slide on into them. If your DMs aren't open, it's really difficult for them to give you your prize. So enter now, open your DMs, tweets, hashtag PECSpring. Tell us who your favorite team is, what you're enjoying the most out of the show, and what are you expecting to enjoy the most today, Avenger?
That's I'm expecting different things compared to yesterday. We're going to see teams that were really bad yesterday pop off, hopefully, and we're going to see, maybe a change in how the leaderboard is looking right now, right? Because it's still extremely close. We hadn't really talked about it too much, but even from 12th, 13th place, 1 good game with a few kills, you're literally top 4. It is extremely close still. Our mid-pack is so big because Howl was sponging up that many points yesterday.
Yes or no answer, Saga. Does that top spot change today?
Oh, man, you've really limited my
yes or no?
answers here.
Yes or no?
Not today. Tomorrow.
Oh.
Not the answer that yes or no, and you changed it already, but it's fine. We'll discuss this later.
Guy, man.
Do you know what we're going to do? Kylaris and Toby are with us, and I know how excited they are to get into casting this first game. So Kylaris, Toby, we're going to let you start.
Thank you, Sam. You kind of went down as we continued things on there.
Very
but
nice.
we're ready to go, all right? We're good to get into this. We have got game number 6 here as we will be moving on to Erangel. So far, so good for those teams at the top here. Howl blasting out of control. Toby, who's going to blast out of control today? Who do you think?
I want to see Howl continue the stride they're on. I think it's going to be very difficult, though, as we head out into the game. You can see it behind us right there. The plane is in the sky. We are headed into game number 6 of the Grand Finals. Now, Howl, they will have more to deal with today. Some of the teams that started out slow in the Grand Finals, they know that if they want to get that top 2 spot, we ain't talking top 8, we ain't talking top 5, top 2 for PGS, they have to deliver. It's an all or nothing day here on day 2.
Let's get to it. We are already fully dropped and good to go. It's the first game here of day number 2. It's that first game feel once again here, Toby. Yesterday we had it. It was a great start to the day with that Miramar going down. And now, as we see, we are going to have 2 Erangels into those 3 Miramars to get it all rolling. And so far, not too much craziness happening. I'm expecting with a plan like that, people to be very comfortable to start things off.
I mean, it's very rare that when we have a day 1 where there's very little to no kind of commotion in terms of drop spots and whatnot, that it then starts happening on day 2. So that would have been a big surprise to me as well, had it been the case. Sometimes when we get really, really rough plane paths, it will happen because there's just only so many alt drop spots you can have.
Yeah.
But I feel like even with yesterday, both on Erangel and Miramar, we had the hard east plane path on Miramar. We had a really southern plane path on Erangel. So we kind of already have all of that out of the way.
There they are, the lobby leaders themselves, vamping up them points. And good old Danish here. It's actually, we've got to hear from so many Danes, you know, hearing from Clib before.
Yeah.
It reminds
good
me,
at esports.
It reminds me as well that, you know, Danes are so handsome. You've got Clib, you've got Avenger.
Poor Beamy. Not even mentioning Beamy.
You got Beamy.
Oh, no, okay, no, that's too late. That's too late.
Okay.
Not even mentioning Beamy. You don't have to mention me. I'm like, you take me for granted, James. What you guys don't see out there is James compliments me all the time so that he can not do it on air. In the meantime, Ruin, well, good thing for him. Bestadog only has a holo to work with, but I don't think that's bullets he would have missed had he not had just a holo available. But 7 bullets, Spider-Man, whoop, makes the jump happen.
Well, if you're not on your toes there and you're not vaulting up, that could be a bit of precarious, but there you go. Bestlosh looking for it here. If he were to put a little bit of a wound on Howl early on, that would be fantastic for the rest of the lobby, never mind just the Woo, who actually are currently sat in 4th place, and 4th place is still half the points of 1st.
Yeah.
So anybody in this lobby, if you actually do want to attain 1st place, there is a legitimate reason why you would see Howl in the kill feed and probably chase them down.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're probably better off not trying to actively get 1st place, but actively have 1st place not remain there.
Yes,
as you're saying, don't necessarily hunt for that top spot yourself, but just make the chase possible by having them eliminated early on. Of course, for now, teams aren't really willing, I would assume at least, to run that risk. But as we saw, the circle, very, very center, and should be available to get to for pretty much everyone. While we're looking at the power lines here, I'm looking at the FaZe clan split, which I know they're still kind of in the looting phase, and they will group up on Gustav eventually. But right now, they're split very, very thinly. One player still in Milta, that's Correxy. Gustav is already on top of Potato Hill alongside Fex.
Speedy rotate, I don't mind it too much.
I mean, they do drive 2,000 kilometers an hour.
If you're a Beamy, he knows all about that kind of play.
Yeah.
But, you know, supersonic speeds here in PUBG, a little bit lacking in terms of utility. As we take a look over at Question Mark as well, dropping on Military Island. And, well, lucky for them, whichever way they may want to go. Technically speaking, I think actually Exalt might sit around here for a little bit with Ferris positioning on that left bridge, but FaZe has gone from the east bridge, so, and that is actually not as usual as you would expect.
This is actually kind of worse for Question Mark, because we're for sure not going east, because that's where FaZe is, but now Exalt still hanging out on the west bridge, and while that's all going on, taking a look at our current world champion team, Na'Vi. Not so much champions of PEC Spring just yet. Not out of the question, but it is a long way to the top if you are Na'Vi in 16th right now.
Yes, it is. And I do think that there can be a bounce back. I don't know if you can bounce back enough to claim the championship across 3 days, or 2 days remaining, but...
And the worst thing is, if there's a team that could do it, and Na'Vi did it, by the end of game 15, be like, of course Na'Vi does it. They always do these sort of things, right?
Well, they have in the past. They've done big plays.
Exactly. But again, they would really have to deliver something different today than what we saw from them yesterday, because that was atrocious.
There has been pasts where even in, a previous iteration where they didn't have an Uber and they were, Tornado Energy, even when they were Na'Vi, they've gone on win streaks. But
yes,
again, in a lobby like this with 2 days, that is still a small sample size, and who knows what can occur. But everything is playable. Everything is possible here when it comes to PUBG Esports, especially for EMEA.
Another team starting to make a name for themselves. We saw them on screen there for a second. PUBG Esports might not have been on most people's lips for long, but I think this event, and with events to come, they are slowly starting to kind of cement themselves in maybe not the top echelon of EMEA PUBG, but clearly showing that they are here and ready to fight forward.
Maybe, baby. We'll see. We have Polish Power just previously on screen as well. They started off yesterday well with a game number 1, but beyond that, weren't very visible. So they're definitely going to be looking for a bit more. Currently set at, I can't remember exactly where, maybe like 11th or 12th or something, but they're far down at the moment with, I think, only 18 points, 12th.
We say far down, but then again, we have to keep in mind that Howl, because they sponged up so many points yesterday, even though they are, on paper, far down, thinking they're in 12th, oh my god, so close to the bottom, they're one good game away from top 5.
Yep, that is very true.
It's terrifyingly close, and it kind of always ends out being this way, which is part of the reason why I don't really want to see Howl succeed today, just because that would make tomorrow's games that much more exciting.
It sort of makes the pursuit for a top 2, if you're not an invited team to PGS, kind of scary now.
Yes.
Because at the moment, Howl is so far ahead. Quite honestly, by the end of this 3 days, if they don't get a spot into PGS, it's kind of a disaster for them after day 1. But that then means for all the other teams, there might only be 1 spot available.
The good thing for all those teams, I would say all those, but some of those teams, is that the top 4 is currently all non-partnered teams.
True.
So for Ascending and Wu, at least right now, with Exalt just behind Twisted Minds, there is a doable chase, but one that has to start early.
You may be wondering why we're not talking too much about the current state of the game, and that's because it's a vanilla circle. If you wanted a flavor of ice cream for this circle, it's absolutely vanilla.
Yeah.
And there's not really much conflict going on just yet. Just a little jostle for position, a few teams here and there coming in late, like Ascent. Surprise, surprise, but their late entry shenanigans yesterday were serving them quite well, so can't bereave them of it.
Not at all. Na'Vi sat in a position where we've seen them time and time again, wanting to play these circles from the southern side, because if it goes south, well, you have the compound to fall back to. That's why Melman is still sat down there, waiting for any potential pushes to come in from behind them. If it goes north, we play it on foot, into the hills. We know what we're good at, up-close fights, taking the fight to the enemy. They didn't succeed in them yesterday. Why? Because they didn't get a chance to pull off a whole lot of them. So right now, Na'Vi sat in a 3-1 split, hoping, of course, that the circle goes their way. But even if not, they're in a position from where they can play to their own comfort, making their way out of it.
Small thing, small detail. Michael taking that roof, and now that is very capably done because of the fact that Clib was to the north of him here, trying to cover any angle that he may be shot at. So I don't mind it for scouting purposes, as now Clib is going to be reinforcing to that location to rendezvous over here on Garden with the rest of his team.
The thing for BBL as well is I hope they read it, but DA around BBL right now is very thinly split. 2-1-1 split. You can see it on your screens here as well. You got Mert far towards the western side of Rosok. Iro kind of in the middle of it, and the Metralias and Copenhagen over towards the J compound. And if BBL kind of catches this happening, or if the circle goes up towards Rosok, which we've seen it do time and time again, I hope that we see a very quick response from DA. Because if anyone reads that split, they will get punished.
Yeah, they kind of just have this separation due to the fact that all the other teams are in. They were okay. They were kind of in it to begin with, right? And then all of a sudden, people kind of fill in those gaps between. Still just waiting for this circle to get moving. As we take a little listen in.
Don't loot it next. It's up to you, like how everything looks.
Alamo is clear.
How's you, Hill?
I looked at it 1 second.
Okay, do it quick.
It's MK, I'm taking it. I can drop it.
Be quick, be quick, be quick. Nice.
Should I take Alamo with a bike?
No.
No. Okay.
Come here. You have really good...
I'm taking the cheek pad upstairs.
What we want right now is...
This, of course, just a few moments ago, as we see here now. They did give up Alamo. They did get off the compound. They got themselves a crate, but I love the emphasis that EB puts on it. Yes, we get a crate. Yes, we get level 3 gear, but this is scouting time, not looting time. We need to clear compound. So they get him back fast, but what does it matter? Because hard shifts galore. Pachinki is where we're headed, potentially at least, but for right now, the center of the map, either it's a city, it's a field of death. You do not want to be anywhere in this if you ain't there already.
I swear we get more hard shifts than we used to, but anyway, here we are. Let's see how the teams are going to react to this. Already we're seeing Ascend on the north side here, rotating on that west. DA is instantly getting back together again here, probably to try and come in the north side of this circle, because there will be a little bit of an opening, but at the same time, that is quite open itself, so you don't want to leave yourself too open to a usual split twisted mines, so they're going to have to be careful about an entry from that north spot.
This is going to be so difficult for so many of the teams. You can see Polish Power now trying to get back to the position they were in just before, up towards the church tower, already getting shot at from PUBG Esports, and now you have Sakito coming up from behind. He's in a 2-1-1 split solo. Now spots Marsalek. Does he take shots? He has to be aware that he's alone against an entire team. Doesn't care though. Goes for the shots anyway. Has to back off.
Gotta run away from that. I mean, he was thinking about priming the nade and throwing it on over here, but I mean, even if he did get the knock on it, how are you supposed to even follow up on it if you're alone like this? So I think he's kind of mulling his IDs here, and Marsalek, almost vision. Yeah, okay, he's got to move. He's got to move.
He has to leave. I mean, he has no clue what's pulling up behind him. Marsalek is thinking here, wait, I'm getting shot at. There's got to be at least 2. No one pulls up solo, starts shooting at us. So essentially, while it was a very, very dangerous play, Sakito gets a hell of a lot of space should this circle go south, because this is a very, very good kind of rotation point to go through, checkpoint, so to speak, on their path further south here. They have locked that down now.
Wow.
Polish Power forced into the church.
This is a Howl special. They love that location. So going straight to it here, you can really see patterns in a lot of what Howl wants to do in circles like this. And again, it kind of leans into the idea that when we even heard them in the interview, a lot of work has gone into this. It's clear that they've worked hard from 2022 to 2023. And yeah, this is a Howl prime location that they've taken.
Sure, Zybro trying to make his way away from BBL. Just hurt the engines of the team as they pulled up, now trying to make his way back towards his teammates. But you can see here, I mean, Mert and Ira both now, if they want to go over to church, over towards the east side where DA is, it's a very open field rotation. Good thing for them is ain't a lot of vision for neither BBL. All Twisted Minds is taking kind of make the way through the border, but as I say that, Iro, out of the vehicle he goes.
And this is the problem. I was saying it before. If you're going to try and make a transition from the north of this circle, you have to be careful of Twisted Minds. They take Mini Pachinki and they hold it, and it gives so much vision of the north. So taking that knock, I can't help but say it, but I feel like it's a bit foretold if you're going to try and rotate through that area.
You know where they are pretty much every time you see the circle.
It's a given.
Down in this direction.
It's a given.
And they hit their shots like they've done so many times before. Teams right now not really wanting to fully commit to Pachinki before they see that next circle pop. You can see out towards the west how Ascent again likes to play these positions. Chris, solo kind of anger, playing the north side, making sure to give information across should anyone opt to wrap around towards the south. Then the remaining 3 playing further below. Brexco, solo player anchoring the south side, making sure the field is covered, but also looking up the hillside, maybe assuming there's going to be people peeking over as Kalyeka and Micah wake that's up to the mountains.
Definitely a few teams can co-inhabit those hills as we get another hard shift. It favors the world champions, though. Okay, Navi, if you're not going to get some points off of this game, then it's a disaster. But we will see here as, again, they're very proficient in this location. It's kind of around where they drop anyway. So this should be an opportunity for them.
From one atrocious shift to another, everyone's got to make their way out east now. Fortunately for this circle, or in this circle, I should say, it's arguably easier to rotate into than the previous one was, because you can go north over Potato Mountain, you can wrap south around through the fields where there ain't really a whole lot of people who can maintain control. But once you get there, center circle right now, even more open than the previous one was.
Let's see how it goes. Sarvam, slow up towards the top. Twisted Minds sent it far through. Past Howl, find themselves that hillside that they can actually play very, very nicely. There's a lot of kind of foliage cover there, a few trees for you to hide behind if push comes to shove. as we now have Ascend moving up on Question Mark. It felt like a matter of time when this kind of shift came in and the positions that they were currently in. But Question Mark's having none of it. They want to go a little bit further here, down towards Pachinki Road.
Nice timing from Ascend to do this too. They saw the first 2 vehicles leave to go. Great, if they stay up there, they're dead. Or they have to turn around, drive up that hillside. That is going to be a slow rotation to come through. Issue for Ascend now could be, you can see it here, they have 2 people looking inward, 2 people peeking backwards towards outside the circle, and they will have both heard and seen now 8C make his way on up. They're going to see Full Tilt in the field as well. Do they read that this is 2 different teams? I hope they do, because they have 4 cars in the field, so count them.
Be careful. As we were watching Brexco before, the double-digit dandy from our last game of the day yesterday. Ascend has done so well for themselves. Definitely don't want to be going out this early. They're getting kind of caught in a bit of a situation here, though. They're going to be shot from the low ground. Foot is coming in from behind them here. Ascend has to be extremely careful about this.
They have to take the fight. There's simply no other way around. You can't fall into Pachinki. You've just seen the players in the field down below. You know Question Mark is just over the hillside. You need to take the fight, and you need to do it fast, so Question Mark cannot come up in third party.
And they are prioritizing the right team, because this is the one that would cause them more problems. There's no way Question Mark's going to be running up that hill to try and shut them down, unless they hear a lot of knocks, a lot of fighting actually taking part here. Brexco goes down to Vard. That's a great nade for him to start things off. Chris is looking for a bit of a flank around the side here, as the rest of them do know where the other members of Ascend are. So that flank is going to be very important from It's Chris.
Yep, Full Tilt in the meantime, making their way over the hillside, claiming a bit of terrain off of Twisted Minds. And now, but Esports continuing to push on forward. Such a dangerous team to be up against. Peculiar Kai with an organ hand, able to find one, goes down instantly after. Now, Chris, all that's left alive for Ascent here in game number 1 of the day. Not going to happen for Esports. Simply too deadly on the edge.
8C finishes them off. Vard gets 3 on that, and it was all opened up by a single HE grenade. And we have a shift up towards the prime Howl position. These trenches, they love playing them, and they couldn't have gone any better for them to start day 2.
Nah, this is as good of a response on a full scent phase 2 as you probably could hope for, because anything around here, like, they're going to have so much control. The issue is they need to maintain it, because now, look at your map, DA is coming full speed forward. They have to deny these entries, and they already are. Mithralius down early on. Matt will find it, Lasser will confirm it. But they know now that they have neighbors in the trenches.
How are we supposed to trade against this? That's the problem. And also, the real power move about this location is the fact that, yes, there's hills around, but they're not high enough to see all the way down into the trenches, into these divots. So for Howl, as well as technically kind of where DA has got for a little bit as well, but that's kind of a bit of a recovery position, because there's only 2 of them. They are strong spots.
Did Clip just knock 8C? That's like a kilometer away.
What? Did he?
He knocked him from Potato.
Hello?
I hope we get a replay of that at some point.
That'd be nice.
That was across all of Pachinki.
Jeez.
In any case, let's continue back to this one. Full Tilt has been here for a while. Twisted Minds don't want them around any longer. But again, situation where they know we have to do this fast or we will get pulled up on nade. Straight to the head of Lou. But nice one traded in return.
Tries to go for extra, moving through the smoke here. Batulin's looking for an opportunity to strike out at them. He's maybe even throwing a few more smokes to try and get a res, but it's too much in the thick of things at the moment, as still going for the heal in the middle of these. He sees Perfectix, going to try and go for the res. It's a ballsy play.
Yep, FaceLand pulling up on this one as well. Goes straight into what I was saying just before. They need to be fast about this or third parties will come, and the third party has already arrived. FaZe is here. Na'Vi now slowly starting to flex out as well. Goes stuff with a double. Clears out Full Tilt as they fall in 14th, but now Twisted Minds, the new team to follow, and there's nothing they can do but run back to where they were before.
Bail and get out, and actually it's a pretty decent play. It's a mature play, considering the fact that FaZe had all the cards in their hand here. So just move away, regroup, try and take a fight another day. And FaZe isn't even done taking some of these fights. On the right-hand side there, James was able to bring the fight to Melman, I think it was. So, I mean, that, though, for FaZe isn't exactly the fight that they want to be taking right now. James is just holding that angle, making sure that Na'Vi doesn't come up the hill towards them.
Yeah. Woo, now, they've sat in the blue for a while. They tried to kind of force a fight to BBL and make their way in brutally, but it wasn't quite happening. BBL simply did not budge, and now, as you can see here, tanking phase 4 blue. It hurts quite a bit. It's going to be phase 5 blue in just a moment. Savim, of course, has to leave this compound eventually, and I think that's maybe what the Wu has been waiting for, a right approach, an opportunity to make their way in, and now, full speed forward they go. Where, oh, where, Wu, do you go from here? Damage doesn't necessarily need to come from the players, because the Blue is doing so much of it. Best of luck down.
I think where they're going to go is back to the lobby. If this does not work out here against Na'Vi, and Na'Vi, again, it's day 2. They have to be getting this fight, and they do here, as Na'Vi will shut them down. Some of them, of course, going down to themselves, basically, due to the fact that they just could not get in, which actually denies Na'Vi quite a few points.
Good deny. Yeah, that was a very, very clutch play. Deny those points. A little different fashion than what we've seen earlier on in this tournament.
Okay, all right.
Okay. We don't mention that situation anymore. BBL, Smash trying to see if he can spot anything further down below. All he saw was bullets coming his way. Had to back off instantly. And, well, Ding are the ones sitting in that pit down below, and they need to play this one smart. Again, a situation where you can't let anyone in, because that's going to be third-party galore.
Yeah, the Woos fate comes at the fact that BBL was holding them so strongly. Really, not a massive amount of conflict between the two, but just exactly that kind of presence of mind and that threat of like, okay, we have a barrier here. If you really want to put yourself in a disadvantageous position, we will knock you and we will take you out. And unfortunately, Question Mark knocks each other, but Hobbits will be up in a moment.
Yeah, speaking of knocking, that's maybe they just haven't gotten kills in a while, and they were like, we need to do something, guys. And then, yeah, that ain't the way to do it.
Uncharacteristic for Question Mark to only have 11 points. Yes.
That's not the way you get more points, though. Ribbons?
No.
Lars able to find one. M-Force in the meantime. Sending Docs on the flank around. But is he aware that Hopper is sat right down below? I don't think so. Good thing for him, though, I guess, is that Ribbons got knocked. Now he can flank back into his Hopper. Saw it in transition, and he's going to find him.
Good job they got Hobbits back up. Those were some mean shots. Just absolutely ruthless with some of that aim here from Question Mark. And now they're actually pushing on that knock. That is the perfect opening for them to take and seize this location. And then after it, I think FaZe is going to rock up on this. It's going to be a third party as well.
Lucy, where are you going? And why are you winning that fight? Staying alive for a while. Vex does find him in the end. And now, I think Question Mark realizing they're biting off a bit more than they can chew. Savim will fall in the end as well, trying to kind of pinch it in between Na'Vi and BBL.
I get why this is their choice, though, because one of the main ways you're going to try and play this circle as them is you can't go into the field. You'll just crash into trenches and get knocked on and die, probably. Even though now Hobbits is actually retreating on back. One of the ways they could have tried was using these hills, trying to swoop in around the south or go through the east through these hills. But there's too many teams co-inhabiting it, so they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, Question Mark.
Good thing for them is they come up, they clear, yes, they lose one, but now they get to fall back down and essentially try and make the same decision they had to make just before.
That's tough.
And they've weakened the angle that they were vulnerable from.
True.
So taking out at least one team up there, you can see FaZe now kind of in the same position that Question Mark was just a moment ago, having to figure out what the hell do we do from here. I see teams driving. I see there's a shack down below. I wouldn't be surprised if that's where he's going, but not quite the case. There's a rock there too. And here comes Question Mark, but they're getting torn apart, and there they fall.
It's an absolute killing field, is this one. It's not really much for them to play at the moment. Shift comes in, and it goes up the hill away from Howl, so they're going to have to start moving eventually. Na'Vi and Ding are up there in a strong position. So is BBL to really start reacting to this. Twisted Mind's not too bad at all. They'll probably shut down FaZe. And then after that, their attention is probably going to turn a lot to these fields, making sure nobody's coming in from that attempted southwest move by maybe some of them here, because if you shut that down as 3, you could get quite a few kill points off of it.
Sure could. Kudos to Na'Vi as well. We're 23 minutes into the game, and they've already doubled the points they got yesterday. So that's a good start, a good turning point to get things finally going in their way. All 4 still alive, kills coming to all of them. Doesn't necessarily mean much in the grand scheme of things, but in terms of momentum, all of them getting on the board now here early on could be the game changer.
Yes, 5 kills. It's not bad at all. Not bad. Technically, because FaZe is only one person alive, they're currently the most performing team in this lobby for this game in particular. Michael knocked. That's actually quite a distance, and over Ding as well. So Ding knows that there is 2 teams on either side of them, so they're not going to be too keen on moving out of this location for the moment. It's a nice little dip that they do have, but they're probably going to be expending a lot of smokes to stay in this dip. So
they have to.
I don't know how long that lasts here for Ding.
Smokes are going to grant you cover in one direction. The tree is going to grant you in the other. The good thing for them is this is exactly what they were hoping for. Na'Vi shooting at BBL, and hopefully the other thing happening too. But for now, with the circle being where it is, they do not want to move. Polish Power falls in 9th place as we're making our way into placement points. Howl still alive. FaZe, Twisted Minds, and DA have to make their way in from the west. And then Exalt up towards the north have been quiet for a while, but here they come. Jeems out. 7 teams left alive.
can appreciate James's attempt at the transition on that spray. Because if you do get that magical moment where all those bullets connect, you just make the biggest hero play for your team. But it's not to be here. I appreciate the attempt, though.
Yep, valiant effort. Loop saved by the rock, not once but twice there. That nade could be the destruction of 2 players. We'll know in just a moment if it was Uber in the meantime. Spotting a barrel behind a tree. Probably feeding that information across as well. And now Na'Vi starting to slowly spread out. They know that they, with FaZe leaving and going the other direction, they've cleared the southwest. But they need to constantly have one looking in that direction. And now Na'Vi starting again to do damage across the board. 3rd time, I believe, Sail falls. So soon, the rest won't be possible anymore.
Howl moves up, gets themselves a little bit of room as well. It's not a huge amount, but it's something here. DA taking a fight in the distance, though, as well with Exalt. And Howl is mopping up some of this. Every single kill that goes Howl's way, everybody's seeing that kill field, and they're saying, oh, no, we can't constantly let this happen. But it's so difficult to make an influence on it when you're playing your own game of PUBG off on the side. Twisted Minds does hear Howl over the ridgeline here, though, so maybe they'll be the one to get involved.
Yeah, everyone right now is waiting for the circle to pop. Now it just did. They have to go west. The terrain allows for these 3 teams to stay on either side. Really, we have kind of the semi-finals of 3 teams on the west, 3 teams on the east doing their own mini battle royale before the final brawl on the hilltop will come in.
Let's try Schofield.
That's exactly what SLR sounds like too.
Yeah. You know, and you have to guess the gun, and we'd be playing that game.
I was wondering why it's a voice actor in your IMDb.
That's,
gun voice actor, yeah.
It's pretty wild, huh? And for Mert, it's going to be wild once he goes down to these shots. Are we going to hit him? Are we going to hit him? Are we going to hit him?
I thought for a second.
All right, Neo.
For a second. Yeah, I mean, valiant effort. Valiant effort, Mert, but they will fall in 6th place. DA at least getting points on the board here to start the day off. Not the best of days for them yesterday either. Twisted Minds know they have to deal with Howl. They want to do it fast because eventually the fight on the east will come to a close too, and Na'Vi might just peek on over when it does. Ding out! Just 2 teams left on the east, 2 teams on the west. This really has become the semi-finals here for game number 6.
Look at this. Twisted Minds is itching to shut them down. Here comes the car. They're going to be trying to send it as far as possible. At the same time, Na'Vi's taking it on against BBL. Howl manages to make the transition without taking any casualties. It's going to be up to Lazar to try and make the final move, but I can't believe they were able to get away with this.
The fact that they're still all 4 alive, with how much crap they've just had to kind of rotate through, that is unheard of. Absolutely insane. Example now, MK in hand, level 3 gear. Peeks on over. I think he got a glimpse of Michael as well, but can't quite pin him because of the grass now. Easy peek, spots him. BBL down as we have 3 teams left alive.
Was that a rapid fire MK14? I like it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Howl still keeps getting kills, guys. This is becoming a problem. They are just tearing people apart, making these transitions happen, and beating Twisted Minds with nobody being knocked. 9 kills. I didn't think we were going to start day off 2 like this as well.
Yes, I get they commit to the to the trenches, but teams don't usually get out of the trenches and live to talk about it. So Howl in a 4v4 now against your world champion team. First place team versus bottom team in the opposite order out of what I think many would have expected coming into the grand finals.
And Howl's just took out Twisted Minds.
Yes.
So you just took out Twisted Minds, and now you're going up against the world champions. Let's do it. A 4v4, as you say, couldn't be
pretty even.
Yeah, well, terrain-wise, Na'Vi quite a little bit of an advantage here, to be fair.
Yeah, okay, yes. Howl does have to get downhill. I think a lot of it is going to come down to your tail. You can see Laza, 0 nades, 0 smoke, 0 flashbangs, 1 smoke on the side of Matt.
Let's see how this goes. This is very interesting.
The only thing you can't do, Howl, is molly yourself.
No, well, they're not going to do that. We have got ourselves a separation as well. They understand that, okay, so technically right now Na'Vi has all the angles. We need them too. The only problem is because Alia and Melman are set up, I'm scared that Schofield's wide wrap might be noticed a little bit earlier than he suspects, and he might be the first casualty.
Howl has 1 smoke in between all 4 of them. And they are being very patient right now and waiting for Na'Vi to get greedy. That's why they're still set outside the circle, because they know where we are right now. It's not in play 15 seconds from now, but it's the one position where we can beat Na'Vi if they try to come for us too early. But Na'Vi, you can see as well, they know. We saw Alrain Street, the coach of Na'Vi yesterday. They know they had a terrible day 1, and they are not going to make mistakes here. They might not win the fight, but they're not going to jump the gun early because they know how much they need the points.
All right, shots hit Schofield. I liked that he lied down to try and get a little bit more information because he knew he was kind of entering that danger zone here. But the move up from Howl is bold in the middle of this circle at the moment. The Mad is going to go down, though, here to the world champions at the moment. Example taking shots from that left-hand side, but now they can shut down Lazar as well as the Mad because currently they're separated here are Howl. This could be a little bit of a disaster for Howl considering the separation is up. Example takes a lot of damage on that engagement at the moment from Ruin, but it's still not enough to bring Example down, the absolute machine of PUBG that he is. This is scary for Howl. If they commit the recovery on Mad, I don't know what's going on. This is topsy-turvy world.
Ruin down to 7 bullets in the SKS as well. Such a troublesome position. Mad falls once more. Lhasa is down there, but there's no way he commits to it with the smoke fading out as we speak. Alia saw him below, but Ruin is there. Swaps over to the M4, able to pick him up.
No way here. Lazar finishing off Mad because now it's kind of a bit desperate, a bit dicey about how you're going to be taking all of those shots here at the moment. But now V is currently extremely wounded. A spray comes in from Uber here. Try and get that trade. Uber and Melman take out Lazar and Ruin. This is so close, so down to the wire at the moment as Schofield looks over the hill, tries to get a little bit of a peek on him. What a shot here, but just manages to get behind that tree.
1v2. Schofield is on you to bring it home. It would be a 13 kill, potentially 14 kill chicken dinner if you can win this one. Spots 2, have the lineup, found the first, but it's not going to matter. Na'Vi, 13 kills and a chicken dinner to start off day 2. What better way for Na'Vi to get back into it?
The alarm clock's gone off. Wakey, Na'Vi. It's time for you to get some wins on the board here. Move up from that 16th position. That's obviously going to be happening. And as previously mentioned, with Howl soaking up so many points, this is a good opportunity for Na'Vi to rocket up the leaderboards.
Definitely, and for the remaining 14 teams, this was not good. The one team, especially those open qualifier or the non-global partner teams, if there's one team that you did want to see start the day with 20+ points in game 1, that's Howl, and they're going to be laughing their way to game number 7, that's for sure.
Yeah, I thought I wasn't going to be warm again after game 1, but I am. Let's get to a break here once again. That was a hot one, and we'll be back with the desk.
One from pizza.
Or
in the field. Trying to get the
Flush him.
Yeah.
Nice, let's go.
They were steadying with Barnes, I think.
We can take like, I don't know, like
take
orange
the city then.
Something.
Yeah, take the city. Cars
like,
come. Cars flying in.
Coming down here.
Pulling up on us, I think.
Yeah, east.
Pull up on orange. 2 guys.
Should have one more come to us, I think. It's really strong.
Pulling orange car, 2 guys. Catcher 1, knock 1, serum. One more orange car being needed.
I can tell.
One still in the compound running out.
I'm needing it.
You got flushed.
Near the car. Knocked him.
Nice shots. One more still in the compound. Nice. One more car coming towards us.
Down my address. Headshot him.
Yeah, knocked.
Huggy. 1 HP.
Stop being the smokes.
Hitting the smart.
Bro. I'm gonna stick blind behind you guys.
I have 1 smoke on the
There's only 2 up on the.
I might take my bike down to yellow. I'm gonna take another 3.
One up. Behind you guys. Last guy behind you guys.
I'm pulling up closer.
Yeah, I'm holding. Just do it. Just I'm holding. Headshot him. Behind you guys. Headshot him.
He's proing. Blow up the US if you can't smash. I can't see him.
I can see him. He's 1 HP. He's healing, I think.
You guys playing up?
I don't know. Meds left. Clip, by the way.
Behind the tree now.
Drop one behind me.
Got him.
I'm 1 HP. Using my last burst.
Run down the dip.
Nothing. I have.
He's hard pick me. I can't see anything because of the smoke on me.
One's all the way left. All the way left running.
I can't see you, Michael.
One all the way left. I got a heal. Beacon.
Ah yes, the PUBG EMEA Championship. That is what we are currently watching, and highlights from game number 1 are underway. Avenger, I have a very serious question for you.
Yeah.
How did Howl get out of the trenches all alive?
Yeah, that's crazy, right? It's like Twisted Minds and Faceland didn't want to shoot them. But it's basically what it felt like. But I mean, they were fighting Digital Elites in the north side, and they got out 4 alive. Crazy to me how that happened, and they got so with 9 kills. Usually, and as we heard the guys said when they were casting, like, how are these guys getting out here? How are they making so much space? They had an insane amount of utility, remember? They had a lot of smokes, and they made that work, and then they pushed up, and they took a really good fight with Twisted Minds that got caught in a back foot situation, as you see here, while Ruin flushes multiple people, and Saga enjoyed himself seeing that. And just in a case where we're seeing so many good decisions. Remember, the circle that was super important for them, again, there's literally straight in the center. Howl sitting in the trencher, and it's literally the circle in the middle on top of them. Yes, they did go southeast after that towards Na'Vi, and Na'Vi set themselves up quite nicely. They fought their way through this, and they had a really good game here to start things off with. This is the global champion we want to see. This is how we want to see them fight and play. And this is what happens when they have a little bit of circles go their way, where they can focus on fighting rather than focus on trying to chase the circles down all the time.
The thing is, yesterday, Howl finished in the top 4 every single map, and they've just done it again. Is this going to be a thing throughout? Because based on that performance, I'm starting to think that this may just be the Howl show, and we're all just here to watch them play.
It would be pretty insane if there was a team that we got to, let's say, midpoint of today, and them getting a 5th place would be a negative outlier. It just doesn't make sense in the sort of format of the PUBG tournaments, but it's just, once again, a very consistent team that is picking their position. It's a position that you don't expect a team to have that much success from, but they're pushing their luck constantly and making sure that when a team like DA comes knocking and they've got 4 men in vehicles and they're driving straight at you, you knock them out of those cars quickly before they get close, otherwise you're in trouble. And that's exactly what they did. It forced DA to alter their game plan, and DA yesterday did exactly that, full sending 4 in vehicles directly at Na'Vi 2 times. And now that half of the DA was dead before they had a chance, just look what happens. Na'Vi on top with 23 points. That's 20 more points in 30 minutes.
They had the whole of yesterday. That's going to change that. They're going to move up.
Oh my God, look at that.
But here's the thing. I feel like Na'Vi was sleeping yesterday. Today I see them and I'm like, oh, hello, welcome. Where were you the whole of yesterday? It was like bots were playing on their PCs.
That's what I said yesterday, in kind of with a tongue-in-cheek, right, and sarcastic. Is like, yeah, they're giving everyone else a chance, because if this is the Na'Vi that we're going to continue to see today and tomorrow, then they're easily going to catch up, obviously. It's looking good, but it's just one game, and again, because our leaderboard is so close, Sam, one more good game and they're in the top 3.
Catch up, but I mean, can you catch up to Howl? If Howl continues to do this, 86 points.
No, it's impossible to catch up to them because they're continuously in the top 4 and they're too far behind. So we only have 9 more games, right? So unless they win with double digits every game and Howl, sometimes get a 4th with 4, then yeah. Let's not talk about this.
Do you know, I don't want to talk about this next. No one wants to discuss this. I don't understand why we keep bringing this up. It's salt in the wound. I've never come last in Twire, and we never pull it up as much as we have now.
You never pick 3 IGLs either.
We should actually talk about this, because Avenger, you're actually very close to being 100 points ahead of Sam for once.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Hey, Saga,
You've been doing really well.
I might be in 4th, but I'm 100 points almost ahead of 6th.
Shut up. We're going to talk about Na'Vi instead. I'm done with this. Also, that is it. Our friendship is over. I cannot believe this has happened. Was there any other teams that impressed you? I mean, we've obviously spoken about Na'Vi and Howl. Those were the 2 teams that we expected to see.
BBL.
Yes.
But why?
Because they got top 4. They had good fights. They managed to hold down Ding in the kind of hole that they were in, and they got a lot of kills as well. They're getting a decent amount of points, and we didn't see that much of them yesterday. If they can have these games where this is still a rough game. It's a hard-fought game. They fought for circle. They were outside the circle, and they had to fight in an unfavorable position. It's always really hard to get off the top of the hill to then take any control, because if you go to the west side, you get in and you fight with the barn and everyone in the trenches and everyone else that has cover. If you go on the other side, you fight with Na'Vi and all the guys that are coming out of the big white compound that Na'Vi was in, and it's just really hard to come in from the north side. So they decided to do so because they probably expected nobody to be there, and they got way more out of it than you usually see teams do.
Straight up, I'm just going to say this. I hold BBL to a very high standard.
Right,
I think that the players there are really good. At the moment, they're like puppies, and when you ask for its paw, it doesn't lift its paw, it doesn't lift its paw. Then it finally does to lick its paw instead of give it to you, and you're going, good job, BBL. No, I want them to get
you
a
want
chicken
them to
dinner.
win and chicken dinner
I
and
want
15
them to win.
kills. Yeah,
that team
I want
has
so
the
too,
potential
and it's gonna happen. But if this is their bad games, then I'm completely content with that.
We're being told that the cast is already, because we're going to get into a fight about puppies. Saga is done. We're never talking to him again. So you know what? We'll just go over to Kalaris and Toby and stop talking.
No, to be honest, I was hoping to hear more about the dog. Just kind of like keep that analogy going. The dog starts running around in circles, lets out a howl, and oh wait, they're in first place. That's really rough for everybody else right now. 86 points, was it?
Yeah, that is pretty impressive. Now, Martin said very confidently they're not getting caught up too. I think with 9 games left to go, that is very doable. Because as much as Howl has without a doubt impressed me, you, everybody, if you're not impressed by how Howl has been playing, you don't know anything about PUBG Esports. We've still also seen the other side of Howl. Kind of similarly to what we've seen from Na'Vi. We've seen Na'Vi win 4 out of 5 games in a day before. We've also seen the 3-point Na'Vi yesterday. I like what I'm seeing from Howl. I'm very, very worried on behalf of all the other teams because they've been so consistent as they have over the last 6 games now. But I just do not believe that they can keep that up. But with the gap they've already set, it's going to be very hard to close, even if they don't.
I do think there's moments in these games as well where other teams are giving them quite a bit of room, a little bit of breathing space.
Yes.
Twisted Minds should have hit those shots as that move happens from Howl up the hill there. But it's by the by. Let's get to it here. It is game number 7 of 15. We're almost at the halfway mark. And at the moment, all these other teams, 15 teams, have got a lot of catching up to do if they want to knock Howl off that top spot. And we are all the way up to the top here when it comes to the plane. Very, very north.
It's kind of interesting because usually you see this plane path and you don't necessarily think much of it, but knowing how many teams have their main drop spots down towards the south, Milta Power, Military even, Primorsk, Ferry Pier, those are all areas that are definitely within reach, but still kind of a stretch. And for the most part, I mean, at least usually you know that these north side plane paths also come with a somewhat northern circle. That is you spending a lot of time in rotation both to get to your loot spot and then get back towards the circle again.
And to start things off straight away, Ascend notices parachutes opening very early, heading north, so decides, let's not go Zaki, let's go elsewhere.
Are they going to fight for the Puvka with Ding? That would be something I have not seen in a while, but nah, Ding continues
Ding's
out.
gonna, yeah.
That would be weird, wouldn't it? In the meantime, Doctor's like, bro, I just wanted to test the door. Don't leave me. And then I'll pick them up, so that's nice. Circle, can we just... Okay, so
That's
now, this game, Navi's going to win this game with 13 kills. Who would have thought?
So actually, just to step back on that game, of course, with Navi winning that previous game, kind of was a home circle.
Definitely.
So I'm quietly happy to see that they're able to win a home circle here.
I am too. I will say, though, there was a brief moment where FaZe had just pushed up the compound to the full tilt and Twisted Minds fight. Alia got knocked on the hillside, and I was thinking to myself, he hit him.
He hit him.
Almost 60 damage.
Yeah.
Good job, Chris. But there was a brief moment where I saw, because as you said, home turf circle, they know how to play this. In the meantime, Brexco, he is playing Rodeo PUBG now.
You can finish your thought if you want.
I can. I have to go.
Stop getting
He knocks him. Are you ready for the sound that's going to come now that he gets the first knock and then second knock? There you
Still not 10 kills, though, is it?
I mean, not yet.
Okay, that was good.
This is a pretty decent start if you want to get to 10 kills. 11, that is even.
Yep.
So Ascent finding points where usually you wouldn't. Good start to the day, a little honky honk to just put extra salt in the wound. And yeah, for Na'Vi, they had me worried for a little while. When Elia got knocked there in the previous game, I was like, this is games that they win. Like, not just sometimes. This is games that they win. So there was a brief moment of disbelief on my end, and I'm glad that they proved me wrong.
Well, full tilt's gonna run on away here from Exalt, proving them...
The UMP army pulling up.
Yeah, they have a lot of interesting choices in weaponry because they just don't have much so far. They've been moving from building to building very quickly and trying to get things going. So Suppy's leaving, getting on away from there, going to the fields of Gatka. How beautiful.
Yeah, and for Ding, I mean, now I know, still 15 games in total to play, not the worst thing, but Ding is currently sat in third. Like, they want to be able to contend with Howl, and even more so now that Howl apparently can't have a bad game. Ding needs to get up there too if they want to have a chance of catching up to them. So now, 46 points, yes, it's amazing, but look down the line. Less than, 15 points away? That's you outside of top 8. So a lot of these teams, a lot of these very hungry for point teams coming up from behind, Ding do not want to bum out this game because that could throw them so far down the leaderboard in an instant.
Definitely a bit of a crushing blow to them at the beginning of this game here by Brexco. So annoying to say the least. I am a little bit surprised that they stuck around as long as they did, of course. I mean, they were trying to wiggle around to find cars, but it's, it took a little longer than I kind of expected it to.
Yeah.
It was clear that Ascend was very keen to take the fight, taking some shots into the air, with Chris hitting at least one, but as we cast our eyes a little bit further away, Digital Athletics, unfortunately for them, sat at the bottom of the table. And again, when you look at this roster, if you were to ask me, Colaris, are they a 16th place team? I would say, no, probably not. They are capable of getting more points, but I mean, even for them, still another good game because everything's so heavy at the top would actually jump them to exactly kind of what Navi's done, if not further.
They are a good roster on paper, but more inconsistent than what we've seen from BBL, and that's saying something.
Yeah, I guess. I also do think that when you look at this lobby as a whole, there's an air of the lobby from 2022 to 2023 has kind of evolved, taken on a new form, of course, in terms of rosters and kind of how the movement of all of these teams goes in terms of rotations and stuff like that. Whereas DA, they've been dropping there for a long time. They're kind of sat there for a while and peter out a little bit. So, in my mind, not much has evolved. Even though you've got your Iro in, who's the old school gun guy, he's the veteran, stuff like that. Code Marco is ever amazing. But yeah, not much evolution just there. Yeah.
No, it's as if they like when they. This is gonna come off so rude, but I really don't intend it to be because it's kind of a compliment. When they don't have a whole lot to think about, it's just like point your gun and shoot. Like win this fight, they are as dangerous as anyone. But it's as if their rotation game, whenever they had to sit down and prioritize one rotation or like their direction over another, they have just kind of picked the bad play of the options they would have had available so many times, and whether that comes down to poor communication, maybe wrong decision-making on the IGL side of things, or just not good enough scouting to realize what is available, bad understanding of what they're up against, I'm not sure, but clearly they've had situations where you go, this could be a pretty good game for DA, and then one weird rotation, and they're out.
It's like small things like what I was saying at the beginning of first game, where I'm like, okay, you know somebody's going to be a mini Shinky.
Exactly.
And then all of a sudden, somebody's driving around in the middle of those fields and then gets knocked. Like,
it's basic.
Okay, guys, there is going to be someone there. But anyway, let's not harp on it too much as we take a look at the overview here. FaZe was the one that really pushed Ascend out, as we were mentioning before here, and they're going to have a lot of room to work with. They may even run into a cheeky crate if they're actually quite lucky on their entrance.
And we all know this game is going to end shooting range anyway, so
yeah, of course.
I have done this 2 times during the grand finals games, and I've gotten them right twice. So if they say 3rd time's the luck, or 3rd time's the chime.
Has that worked?
Twice now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Which ones? You mean the one that went above
the one that went North George yesterday, and the one that went Power Grid Hill.
Power Grid Hill.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Power Grid Hill was pretty obvious.
I mean, it wasn't in phase 2. It became obvious in phase 3. Don't take this away from me, James. I just can't.
I just want land ratio gone in Miramar, and then we'll get a bit more variety. But anyway, let's take a look here as Baron Peak peeking outside the bushes. What's he going to see? Foot is moving up on Sarvin.
I don't think he expected his shotgun to become viable on Potato Mountain, but now it just might.
I want it to
For
be.
now, though, sticking to the barrel. He's kind of sad as the spearhead alone in this position, and I like the fact that he's proning down because those footsteps are only getting louder. And I think, yeah, there's nades in the hands of PUBG Esports. Now they've seen something over the hilltop. They might just have seen Baron Peak, actually, since those nades are very much targeted at him.
Look at him slowly crawl backwards.
I don't like this.
Time to get out, yes. Now a big lineup here for Starbuck to attempt to greet this, but I don't think Foot is going to be cresting the hill too aggressively.
I wouldn't expect that to be the case either. You know why? Because I think Foot might think that this is Na'Vi. We know how they played it in the previous game. We know they come up and take this hill and then kind of back off to where they're currently playing. But this is, again, a change of pace for Na'Vi because they know how important those points are. We see usually a Na'Vi that is not afraid to take a fight. Now, not playing aggressive on the hills because they know there's going to be people there. They're playing the compounds. They're playing the safe spots for circles to come. They're not out hunting early. They allow teams to come to them because they want to fight on their own terms, where usually, again, they like to take chances. But now, sat down, well, 10th place now, not too bad, but still far from the top.
Unless Na'Vi got that knock-on ding, and then the suspicions would have been relieved at least.
Yeah.
But that's not to be the case here just yet, as we take a look at this kind of little standoff in Mini Pachinki with Full Tilt having seized the north side of it. I mean, Twisted Minds wasn't fully here anyway. They are like this 2-1-1 split across school and apartments. And for Batulins and Lu, there's no urgency in engaging this. Just a few cheeky shots here and there.
Up towards the north, FaZe has made their way towards the circle as well, but they're running straight in towards BBL, and as you were saying just before, Twisted Minds is sharing the compound now with Full Tilt.
They'll chill. And slowly move to the east side. I like that. Just so that they know, in case this push comes along, smoke goes down, block the retreat path from being shot forwards, and actually some suppressing fire to make sure that they're not going to get taken out as well. This is a very calculated retreat here from Twisted Minds.
Not only that, but just the pathing they're taking, minimizing the amount of vision that Full Tilt's going to have, because they know there are two people in the open US. I mean, there's not a lot of cover to work with, but still finding those trees to drive behind so Zakito can't get a proper shot in. Very, very smart use of the fire escape there.
Love it. Really do. Oftentimes, PUBG, everyone's like, oh, it's about guns, guys. No, there's a lot more than that. They got guns, lad. Oh, and that is quite the shift.
Ooh, I do like this, though, because look at the amount of players out towards the west. Mansion open. Fields towards the east side open. All of Yasnaya available. Not that you want to play inside of the city itself, but those south side compounds or south side apartments of the city can grant you an amazing overview of what's further towards the south. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Exalt rep far south and a lot of this as well. The chase is on. Na'Vi needs more points. Well, might as well catch them in the midst of their own moves.
The chase in the game, the chase in the leaderboards here. Not a bad start for Na'Vi as this aggressive move up actually might lead them into Howl. I'm not... you need to find a spot, and it's not this one, I think.
Right now I'm seeing Ascent play 2-2 split in Alamo and Heaven as well. I like it for now. Obviously, they had plenty of space before, so they will get a proper warning in due time because the field is as open as it is, but they must hear the vehicles coming ever so much closer, and I'm a little worried if they opt to maintain that split, that they won't be able to regroup in time.
I was scared they were going to go and really heavily scout Alamo, but anyway, the fights are going on elsewhere here, the Wu, as Twisted Minds run on into them here, and again, after they were bailing, it's a bit difficult for them to really find a little bit of a spot during all of this, but another team is actually going to be rocking up on them as well. It's FaZe on that west side coming in up against the Wu, and the Wu is going to be caught in all sorts of trouble.
Only two FaZe players here yet, though. Gustav is alone against what will probably become all of Full Tilt, and Corexia is trying to fortify the position that the rest of the players are. Actually, now, no, he's turning around, so FaZe pulling up on this, but they're in a 2-2 split, fighting two different teams at once.
And Twisted Minds knows that this dip affords them so much cover from every other angle, so they can just keep peeking across this little area, and if they get a glance of someone in a window whilst they're trying to fend off FaZe, whilst the Wu's trying to fend off FaZe, they can contribute to that quite aggressively.
Like the fact that James and Fex are making their way back towards Corexia and Gustav. They heard the vehicles come in. Initially it was just one. I think Gustav expected that he could probably hold that off on his own, but now the cavalry arrived and therefore FaZe forced to prioritize saving the teammates rather than moving elsewhere. In the meantime, though, as I say that, James is opting to go back north towards the other compound. Good thing for him is Wu can't really prioritize him either. They see Full Tilt try and make a run for that. A headshot confirmed. Can he find the last bullet to get the Nuggets a narrow angle? And Escapation is giving him all the chances he could. But Gustav ain't gonna find it.
It was like playing an arcade game. Okay, well.
Try to run out of the map, but then no.
Oh well. You can see, still kind of isolated alone here at the moment here for the Wu. Still being peeked on down, trying to dislodge him a little bit.
And look at who sat dead center.
Don't start.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying, they're there again. Howl, control of liquid compound, they obtained it early on. PUBG Esports will be the last team to kind of make their way on in from that southern side.
They obtained what early on? The circle magnet or
the liquid compound, the center position.
Yeah, I'm just making light of the fact that, geez, they are fortunate when it comes to these circles at the moment. I mean, that couldn't be more center.
It couldn't.
It
but,
actually
there's still 7 circles to go. So
yes.
we'll have to wait and see if we do get to stick around the liquid compound area. It's a hard compound to defend. That's the issue with it. It's kind of a false sense of security. When teams do manage to pull up on you, it's very difficult to stay safe in that position.
Especially if you can clear out other angles when you take the hill north of it to be able to put pressure onto it. But a hard shift again. Down towards Ascend here as they have a 2-2 split very aggressively across Heaven.
I'm seeing Micah and Chris use their vehicles to kind of park them differently, I suppose, but where are they opting to play from? They would have gone, I hope, at least Museum already. That's what they wanted to play. But now they're fortifying Alamo, so that seems to be where they're opting to stop. Twisted Minds in the meantime, I think for a second they thought about stopping on Howl, but not quite the case. They will continue to. Do they get over in time to see the vehicles go down to Alamo? That might be a good read for Patulans, that Heaven is open, but no, not going to be the read for here.
And with a circle like this, if you're an edge team that's still in the circle, you should be anticipating some wide wraps from teams, considering how hard this circle was shifting. So if you're question mark, if you're at Exalt, if you're for esports, you've got to be anticipating maybe teams coming in against you or as foot trying to get in yourself.
I mean, we essentially have a half moon of all the teams except for BPL right now. I'm not sure who gets to play Heaven in this because I don't think anyone has had a chance to scout it, and no one's going to dare just rock up on it and say, we'll take the fight to you if it's free.
Yeah, there's an interesting thing where some teams might not want to. I know that sounds ridiculous about Heaven, all things considered, but it might not be the best choice.
No, exactly. I mean, we know that it's free, so obviously why don't you just do it? But I don't think it's worth the risk for teams that just don't know, and there's very limited to no option for you to find out that it's free, unless if you're Salve and you just full-on rock up on it. But right now, Kingdom Dip, it's a little more tempting, I think.
Maybe.
And parking brake.
T-Bone and FaZe. Big fight. This was the wide wraps that we were talking about. This was bound to happen here as FaZe has taken a very aggressive fight against them. But the thing is that they were rocked up on, or for esports were rocked up on, as they were trying to dislodge Exalt. So kind of caught a little bit, not really unawares, because they can hear the cars coming to them, but definitely a sense of urgency for Foot to really bail after not getting the better end of that fight.
It's just a terrible timing altogether. Foot were the ones that were there first. They sat around, they waited, they scouted forward. The second they start moving, the second they're split enough to the extent that HC and Vard can't really do a whole lot, that's when all of FaZe pull up on them. So whether it be FaZe doing a good read, maybe watching HC come down that hillside and then pulling up, or if it's literally just a timing thing where had we moved 2 seconds earlier, 2 seconds later, this would have never been a fight for us to take. I'm not sure because we didn't see it happen on screen, but one thing's for sure, FaZe came out victorious.
And if you're looking to wide wrap down to the south, you can collect that code as well. That is now gone.
And it's gone.
So you have to be quite quick about it, I suppose. Here, as we take a look over at Exalt, who's trying to quickly dislodge FaZe here from this south side, but not really connecting with too many shots. A few here and there, and putting the fear of God over in FaZe.
If we see this circle go north to any extent or northeast, we're going to have a whole different type of endgame than what we usually do with Heaven not being taken. Because you never play those fields. But now you technically can. Circle, though, is not going to go in that direction. Down towards the south we go. Exalt, question mark, trying to maintain control of Shelter. And, well, Ascent, they got some circles going their way yesterday. They managed to get wins over them, too. Now, sitting in that museum, it's going to be a great position to sit in, but hard to get out of if you have to.
Who gets there first, Polish Power or Zarvum? Because I think that both might be eyeing this up. Actually, Zarvum's going to go a bit further south than where Ascend actually left. But FaZe trying to take out the rest of Foot Esports, but it's not going to be the case here. Vard and HC holding down the fort. They do get taken out, but FaZe with casualties. That was too close to call.
Zarvum heard it, and they've seen it too. You can see shots being fired up towards Vex. 1 HP survival, 4 versus 2. But Vard and HC, as you said, they heard the cars coming. They set up the trap perfectly, and now Vex trying to go over and get up HC, but sorry, Gustav, but that's not going to happen. Has to back off, has to go back to safety, and here comes Howl again. We've seen them make aggressive pushes with limited information that has worked out for them, and now they're going for yet another send, but this time they're going to be running straight into full tilt.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very close. It's going to be maybe shots exchanged a little bit here. Actually, a knock straight away from Schofield on Madzi.
Where are they
so that will wound them. I guess wide around the south here to try and find a high ground position in the forest.
If they go to the east side of Shelter here, that is the most 9 billion IQ rotation I've ever seen anyone do, because they've had no way of scouting that position.
There's too much foliage in the way. There's too many trees in the way. So, I mean, yes, there were a lot of fights up here, so I guess you could kind of hear that going down.
And they maybe saw it too, face and foot fighting. Are they just...
This is insane. This is insane.
This is the... Like, they have no... Like, right where they are right now, they've had no chance of scouting.
Okay, we're going...
This was the one spot that was available on this side of the circle.
And question mark was going to be taking this area, and they've just decided to bail on it. How?
That is... They rotated from liquid compound. For those of you guys who don't know the terrain, that's downhill. You can't see into that valley from there.
That is a big send. That's a bold call, mate. That is bold.
That is something. That's for sure thing. In the meantime, peeking on over, trying to see what they can find. Quizzy and the Wu trying to stay put. And these are the teams that were left behind up towards that northwest side. They know they're pushing into the open. Ain't really going to grant you many favors. So try and see what you can salvage outside in the blue.
All right, example here, trying to shut down Twisted Minds. They've found themselves up against this little hillside here, so it's only going to be the cars for cover. Example, takes down Lou. Will he take down Batulins as well? He is so low. Melman is going to be the one to try and get the spray on the right-hand side here against them, but Kiliakai putting in some shots against Alia as well. It's all decimation over on this northwest side, because once you've won this fight out, it's probably going to be Na'Vi, but even then, you've not got much room to work with.
Exactly. Phase 5 popping now as well, so damage will only increase, and Twisted Minds kind of pent down between Wu and Na'Vi. Weren't going to happen. Quizzy now solo player left alive for the team, trying to see if maybe he can grind some placement points, but we still have 14. Make that 13, make that 12 teams left alive as they all start falling down to the blue. Example wants to make a run for it. I'm not even sure they can pick him up. Are they going for it? Nah, no, they're not.
He's too far out. Yeah, he's way too far out. There is, I mean, Sarvam at the moment is taking a fight on the other side against BBL, but they're losing it out. There was a world where Sarvam could have had Polish Power's compound. They were closer, but decided to go towards the shots in the south. So, yeah, it's kind of whatever here for now, as we still have Question Mark and Ding. The two teams, you keep getting mixed up, mate.
Question Mark, they were waiting for the right opportunity to make this push. You saw them sat on Shelter. They were looking towards this north side, in towards Ding's compound, but Nux didn't come through when they needed them to. That's a good molly from Sale. Coming over the top. That Gitrux does fall upstairs, so now damage is being done, but it might just be a little too late for them.
Trying to go into Museum, seeing if they can get something done here. The walls are going to provide them a little bit of cover against the Ascent to start things off, but Brexco, the machine gun himself, takes down Schofield very, very rapidly. The Mad peeking over at this and having a little bit of a look. Tries to go for the spray.
It's actually Masterdick to be able to fight the knock from Alamo on the other side. And this was what we were talking about before with this position, with the Museum, Hall of Fame, whatever you want to call it. It is so difficult to defend when you have to cover both sides of the compound, because you have to go out of it in order to peek, and that's when the teams from Alamo, that's when the teams from the hills above towards the south will take you out.
Polish Power shuts down Navi, and in standard Marselec fashion, he decides to be the one to flex up towards Museum on that wall. This is going to give a potential transition point for a Polish Power if the circle moves on away from them, which is nice, and especially since Ascend is kind of preoccupied on the other side of Museum here, this was actually a really perfect time to move up and get a little bit of an anchor closer to the middle.
Definitely, definitely. BBL, they've cleared the entire east side, and now 3 teams housed in the Junkyard compound. I should say, it's almost less than 2 teams, really, because there's only 7 players, but 3 very wounded teams sharing the Junkyard compound, trying to see if maybe they can last this one out. Question Mark will be, though, the first ones, the only ones to have to make moves here.
I want to do Sesame Street counting with the Count Toby himself as we continue. He's going to try and blow up the car. Not to be just yet, even though Ruin now has slowly moved away from it.
Oh, car almost fell on him too, but not quite the case. Ascent managing to get Braxcorp alive could be crucial. We saw how much of an impact player he was yesterday. And for now, well, Ascent gets to stick around. Issue becomes when they have to, if they have to, leave this position. There are only 2 exits.
And not a lot of them have got much cover.
Yeah.
So, yeah, well, we're going to see Question Mark go down in still now 14th place in this lobby overall. M-Force and DA, though, whoever comes out of this, I'm not sure how you're really getting out of this spot.
I know I went into it before, but this just underlines the importance of it. Master League having pulled up a position above. 7th, Howl doesn't even finish top 5. Can't even finish top 5. This is the downfall. It was never meant to happen, James.
No kills on their side, though.
Not at all. Let's see. Marco trying to wrap around, trying to get back to safety. Iroh will hold the angle for him. Flash around the wall, not going to matter. Rivens falls and Stocks are left alive.
See if Iroh can do anything with this alongside Code Marco. And a molly over the ridge, finishing off Veronica, but he gave a lot of info as to where exactly they were. Of course, it is kind of obvious telltale here. As Dogza might try and go around this right-hand side. I think for the most part, DA were covering the left here, so, and both of them are actually going to be moving around here at the same time. A double peek would be able to take out Dogza quite swiftly.
While DA might not look too dominant on the leaderboard, having to double peek into Code Marco and Iroh, that sure as hell is dangerous, and Doxa will fall in the end of it. Back towards the circle we look with Exalt and DA now, the last two teams to have to move. And again, going back to it, as I said before, Master League having been able to pull up on the walls of this position allows for a landing zone for Polish Power should they want to leave.
The only thing that goes slightly against them is that Howl did no damage really to Ascend. I thought they were going to be a bit more aggressive on that considering their form, but at the moment here, Exalt coming in with some good form against BBL. Molodoct is going back to his old ways, already got himself 3 on the board. Will he be able to connect with a little bit more here? Yes, they do. It is a bombardment against BBL, and they are bombed out.
That's what happens when you get to sit and shelter the entire game and the other teams around you play around in the open. You just lob a couple of nades, and I don't think they hit a single bullet. They just naded them all out of the server.
Molodoct again, he's on form. He's looking for more. SLR against Crunio as they're trying to make that transition that they'd previously set up, but unfortunately for them, Master League had gone down as well, so not really too much covering fire. And even then, you couldn't get covering fire against where Exalt is anyway. This is a nasty angle that they have on Polish Power, and they're going to be the next ones to fall unless they do something drastic.
Exactly. DA trying to make a move here, seeing one from Ascent fall down.
Good angle.
Thinking this might be the timing to do so. They're inside the circle, but Micah ain't going to allow them to get in here for free. Iroh falls. They know they have to make a play on Marco now.
Moving on out against this here, Micah getting a little bit overzealous about that. Code Marco will trade against you hard against it. And at the same time, even if this is going into the outside of the museum, Exalt is wrapping around this location to try and get off angles on the fights that are going on. So they are voracious for kills right now because they're 4 alive. If they keep doing this, they could easily win this game.
Everyone is playing the response game right now, and off of what happened inside the compound first, Exalt looks towards it. That allows for Polish Power to then make a move, and just like that, the card house starts to crumble for Ascent. They are still 3 alive. Killian spots one. Might have eyes on the second 2 as well as an August and Crunio are sat just on the other side.
How?
That's a good nade.
I think Master League was just not paying attention. A great nade coming in from Kiliakai. He is putting in work at the moment. Only close to 300 damage done here from Kiliakai, but he's really causing Polish Power to be completely pinned into this position. That was a lot of Ps.
And of course he gets the flush with that Hail Mary nade he just lopped over the roof there. Iroh goes down. Kiliakai trying to back off now. 3 left alive on the team. They still have the compound, but he cannot get back to his teammates at all right now. The issue for him is, I think they're committing to the rest on the side of Polish Power, so Master League might just be able to get back up alive again.
He's playing it slow on this wall. Throwing down smokes, trying to recover Molodoct. He's a powerful weapon. A delectable weapon, some may say.
I mean, we heard it from Lasa that if he were to pick a top 4 of the Grand Finals of his team, Molodoct was one of them. So clearly a player who's valued high among the others on the server. Kiliakai does fall as Exalt reached kill number 10. Huge game for them. We didn't see that much from Exalt yesterday, but this sure as hell is a way to get things going.
Let's check it out then. Almost 700 damage done here by Molodoct. Polish Power on the opposite side of these walls. I'm impressed that Polish Power has recovered each time they've been absolutely battered. But at the same time, it comes at the fact that Exalt's been putting on a lot of pressure against Ascend. Ascend couldn't really get that finishing blow against Polish Power up in the north.
Exactly. Well, see now, Chris. He hears them. Can't quite get the angle he wants, though. Only has 36 spare bullets to work with. And as soon as he jumps up on the railing there, he will get shot at. So has to play it conservative. Has the level 3 gear, and he wants that to last for as long as he can. I say Edsel didn't get a whole lot going yesterday. They definitely
got a
10-kill win. They got a 10-kill win. I was thinking when I said it, like, what? Something's wrong. But regardless, 10-kill win yesterday. Outside of that, not a whole lot. We'll see now if maybe they can convert this one into a big one too.
It's the calm before the storm here. We will have a slow starter to this fight.
Everyone's hoping the circle goes in that direction, and well, it goes to all of them. I guess the team winning. The team winning this coin toss would be Polish Power, because they're sat on the northern side. They have much more space to maneuver.
I think.
And Exalt has to take the 5%.
The only one that could have been a true loser in that circle shift really was Exalt, right? Because otherwise the other two would have always kind of had a little bit of a foot in the circle. So for Exalt, this works out very nicely. And the thing is that that circle shift actually doesn't change much at all.
No, not right now at least. We know the game is ending inside the walls. So one way or another, Polish Power has to find their way on in. And when are they going to do that? The good thing for them is, as you can see perfectly here shown by the observers, there's no window for Ascent to peek towards the north. They only have the door frame. So it's a very, very just one angle really for Polish Power to hold for Ascent. It's Exalt right now that is the threat from afar.
And Fuzz reinforcing that left-hand side as we're looking at it from their perspective is obviously important. They understand that, you know, let's lean into this side, considering this is where that finish would end up being. But
Polish Power might be smart in smoking off the door. It does allow...
You mean the east side doors?
No, the north side
doors,
door.
okay.
Just, I mean, either that or just, I mean, even better, molly it. Even better. If you have a molly, just lob it in the door. You know that Ascent has to go out the other way. Or just kind of deny. But of course, not right now, because they don't have to move yet. But once the circles start closing in, once Ascent will be forced to make that move, throw that molly in there, keep Marcelik, maybe with Fuzz supporting on the left side as well, to make sure they can't wrap out the back door.
I mean, for the most part, Ascend as well is hoping that Crossfire helps them win this game.
Yeah.
Because, yes, technically they're the ones that would have to move last. However, once the other two teams start moving and they potentially get caught in a little bit of that, they're hoping that Exalt and Polish Power are the ones to sort of eliminate themselves. S12K in a corner. I like it.
Come into my building, I dare you.
I like it a lot.
Mike, I don't think they're coming.
No.
I don't think they're coming. Well, you never know. Exalt might try and pull off a heroic play by running into the building, but I feel like that would just limit their chances more than granting them any.
How much utility does everyone have? Chris has one smoke.
Yeah.
We can't go around every player and check them, of course.
I don't see anything on the floor here either.
Two smokes.
A molly. That molly alone could be the defeat of Ascent, depending on when and how they're planning on using it. Smoke wall set up. I like this from Exalt, picking one fight at a time. These two smokes are going to allow them to push much further up towards the north. They even bring up a vehicle for extra cover. Shots now fired up above as one has to fall back, and now Exalt.
Hello.
Spotted by Micah as well, but bullets missed.
That was a mean angle by them, was it, from Exalt here, as they're trying to move on up. There are sheds and a few little objects in the middle of this wall as well, so they can try and start using that for cover here. Artix is almost going to show his head here against Chris. He has an arm. You got to be careful about that. He'll take your head off, but Marcelek will take the head off of Fate here, who pushed up just a little bit too far, flew too close to the sun now, as Exalt is trying to slowly move up this wall location with these smokes, but it's Chris, finds Fuzzface with the arm to start things off.
Smoke deployed on the wall as well, just as we talked about. You can see it right there. Molly lobbed as well. So whether that is Ascent trying to deny entry from FaZe, or FaZe saying, nope, you're not making your way in here, but they're really trying to isolate Ascent as best as they can. Every molly that they have is being spent indoor and not outside. And now, smoke is gone. A new one is being lobbed. You see it's coming from Polish Power. They're trying to deny the exit for Ascent. They have to get out of the building eventually, but Ascent needs a knock in order to get out. Molly's on one side, Smoke's on another. Ascent are burning in the building.
Yeah, that was a Hail Mary shot from the arm as well there, as that smoke came down. That was important, as you mentioned a few minutes earlier, to try and make sure that Ascent was delayed. They see the blue moving in on them. Molodok is going for a wide angle there here against this wall. Time is ticking down here. One of these teams is going to have to make a move.
They have to get inside the walls as well. That's the thing. That's what Ascent has been waiting for, Micah, as the smoke fades, falls down. And now Chris, there's no way he's getting out. Somehow they all have to fall before he does, and right now they're doing a damn good job of it.
Exalt is kind of getting a little bit bottled up here as well. They need to like try and find a little bit more room. Fuzzface holding an angle that is now not possible for them to go for, but Molodok is on fire once again like he was in the qualifiers. They know where Ascend is, and they are going to shut it down. It will be Ascend here. That's bold, but It's Exalt getting themselves the victory here. That's 2 in 2 days in a powerful lobby like this.
A tough one to come out victorious into, but the 2 smokes lob forward, the vehicle pull up, move further forward. Polish Power, the ones that might have had not necessarily the most control in this, because they were more tasked to contain Ascent than Exalt was, but they were playing on their back foot in the end of it. But I think a lot of it came off of Ascent really denying them access early on.
Yeah, and for Ascent, they knew it was going to be almost impossible to get out of that building.
Place,
so try and find yourself as many shots as possible, and there you go. Let's head to a break once again here for PEC, and when we return, it's the desk all to do.
One peek you. I'll see you one peek you in garage.
Shoot in there, take on back.
This is volcano. Yeah, go to him.
I'll roll to me.
Do you wanna keep both, right?
Oh, yeah. They should.
No, drive to the upper part, James.
I think we can go to upper part. They're fighting in the.
We need to go silent, like
1 3 on the top now. Go silent now.
One.
On us.
Two guys. One on my car. One on the rock in front of me.
Rock knocked. Rock knocked.
2 knocked.
One guy driving in front of us.
I'm healing.
He's sacked.
Nice.
You're stopping the first like decent dips where we're safe.
On the rock front of you. Just keep going, keep going, keep going.
Yeah.
You're not both of us.
Last
one on
guy
your last guy on yours and yours.
Yeah.
Nice.
You might be
You're
able to
alive
get
with you.
Nice. Then.
Next, he knocked him on blue.
Comes.
Yeah. He flashed, very fast there.
He first wall.
I'm hardly even in here.
Yeah, just comes out of it.
I'm smoking towards him.
Guy upstairs is low. Healing.
I'm smoking the windows off.
Keep looking upstairs again, I'm running close.
I'm flashing first wall, you can get closer. I'm not one of them. There's 2 guys in this first wall. How many active? One right side of the door.
I'm driving under the wizard. Wait a second.
Knock one floor.
I'm driving under the wizard. I'm driving under.
There's one more guy in the first wall. There's one more guy.
Knock upstairs.
Upstairs. Knocked. Last guy in the first wall, I think. Maybe you
Outside, backside.
No. I need run. I need carry.
I'm smoking you.
Hold him. I'm nading.
Yellow in the middle.
I knock one.
Flash. Nice.
Keep that slow, guys.
Take it slow. Nate.
We're finished with Erangel for day number 2 of the PUBG EMEA Championship, and Exalt claims the second chicken dinner. I was really excited in this game because we finally got to see some teams I've been waiting for. Digital Athletics, Polish Power, arriving in the Final 4.
Yeah, I honestly love it. It's a really rough circuit, by the way. Once you have that circuit that only is on Hall of Fame, Museum, Alpha Lobby, whatever you want to call it, and Alamo, you only have those 2 places to play around. So all the wall crashing, all that kind of strategy that goes around that, it's always lovely. But it comes down to being the last team that comes in from that kind of 1-degree angle, or the 90-degree angle that, for example, Exalt did or Polish Power did. So waiting until the very last moment is super well executed by especially Exalt here.
I expected a lot from Polish Power coming into this. I really believed that adding Fuzzface to the lineup was going to be a game changer. So much so that I put Masterlick on my fantasy team.
Right.
And yet, I don't feel like we've really seen much of them now during the grand finals.
Just saw a lot of them.
We saw a lot of them now, but I was leading up into the question Avenger. But thank you for that. Do you think that they just need a little bit of time to maybe warm up, get used to the lobby?
Somewhat, but I also think in a sense they seem very keen to commit to fights, and that has been the case for quite a few teams. I mean, Ding as well is one that we saw in game or in day number 1 on Miramar, taking a fight against question mark for no real reason on the western side of Minas Generalis, and Polish Power has a little bit of that same element to them. It's like where they get the opportunity to fight, they want to take the fight. It's always been a bit of a Polish Power thing to do, and it's not only them, but the likes of Foot as well, who saw at the start of the highlights package this time around, taking the fight against FaZe in prison, isolated, no threat of a third party. But, you know, this is a qualifier for a global event, so we have to bring in the trademark term of global caster Xenox, and it was a bit of mutual assured destruction.
Yeah. That is a good trademark call as well. I actually love that.
Do you not like... So for me, I love the aggressive teams. I love when Polish Power
but it has to be clever and it has to be worth it, right? If you're making an aggressive play, you have to come out with 3 guys alive and 3 or 4 points.
I mean, you can see that FaZe Clan in this one of those 2 teams, comes out with 4 points because they killed all of Foot, but Foot comes out with 3 because they killed 3 of FaZe, and then FaZe was a solo for the rest of the game. So there is definitely a point where aggression is good, but there's also a point where it's hampering yourself.
Let's take a look at that leaderboard now and how this shakes things up. Howl still sitting on top, but Ascend closing the gap there. Impressed with them so far, actually. I think this has been going quite well for them. Eventually, they had a chicken dinner yesterday, sitting in second place. They've got to be happy.
Yeah, obviously, it's top 2. So if they can hold on to that, then that's also what we saw from Cole. He's like, stop the count. No, not yet. We're almost halfway done here, and still super, super close. Look how easy it is just for Polish Power. Like the 16-point game on 12th, and you're straight into 6th place. It's still extremely close. Our mid-pack is still really close, yes. We see some separation now in the top 3. Of course, Exalt having a good game here is going to put them in there quite comfortably with 10 points ahead of Ding, but still, it is super, super close. Yeah, Howl had a bad game. It's good to see for the rest of the teams here. They're obviously happy now they have a chance to catch up, but you still need them to have 1, 2 more bad games and the other teams to do well in those games where they don't get any. Otherwise, they're going to have a hard time catching up today.
It still boggles the mind that if we were to talk to an outsider and say, hey, we've got 2 Eastern European teams in the top 4, they go, question mark, Na'Vi. No. We're talking Exalt, we're talking Ding, the 2 teams that no one expected to come in and look as strong consistently as they have done. And while a lot of it does come down to, yes, they've got favorable positioning in the circle, Exalt in particular this time around sat on shelter for a long time, not really experiencing too much pressure, which meant that they were able to keep hold of the utility.
Right.
As soon as BBL gets into position and there's no one behind them to really threaten them, they can push down, clear them out with a lot of grenades. It's still really impressive that they've been able to come on so far.
Yeah, and I really love what I saw from Molotov. Like, he raised his reputation in the lower bracket and had 32 kills. Now he come in here and really shows what he's capable of. And yeah, Exalt, they're forced to be reckoned with. We saw it in the lower bracket, and now they're proving it to be a case in the grand finals too.
Big Brain Saga, he called this during the playoffs because he mentioned both of these teams, and he said you need to take a look at Ding, you need to watch out for Exalt, and here they are sitting at the top. I'm just giving this to you.
Yeah, it's incredible. How could he predict that they're going to get placement points after them getting none in the round of 16?
PayPal.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I give up. I'm just moving on. Right, who is not pitching up though? Because for me, it's FaZe.
Yeah, sure. They, as I said before, like if you're taking these fights, if you're making these aggressive plays, you have to come out with 3, 4 guys alive if you take out a team. Otherwise, you just simply don't have a chance in the later stages of the game. And consistently getting 4 points per game is not enough. It's just you're not up there. You're not in congestion for anything. And honestly, in this case here, I want to see more from FaZe. Obviously, a lot of people out there want to see it too. Na'Vi too. I love some of the macro they had. It just didn't really come to fruition.
Do you think, Saga, that maybe we're a little bit tough on certain teams? Teams with big names, FaZe, and by we I mean me. Yeah. FaZe, PBL. Like
you can be as mean as one.
So that's the thing. So the reason you're so hard on them is because the expectations are high, and if you're not living up to them, particularly the likes of FaZe and the likes of Na'Vi, who have come in and they're already at the global, so they're expected to perform on the global stage, but they're failing to perform on the regional stage. That's the concerning part, and that's why we are giving them such a hard time, because we want to see them succeed internationally when it comes down to it. And to an extent, they already have. But just translating it back into this sort of segment is a bit of a struggle. I also do have to look at the fact that the Wu in yesterday's games, 8 points per game on Erangel. This time around, they've only picked up 4.
Yeah.
The 2 Erangel games that we've played. Their Miramar yesterday was suboptimal. So hopefully they can be a team that can step it up as well. There we go.
Wow, Avenger, that was a bad one. We're done. Okay, we've got a winner. If
you're assuming everything I said is like connected to all the names.
We have been running a competition online. You had to use the hashtag PEC Spring, and we do have a winner. Delete Incorporated said that Na'Vi is definitely the team to watch. They believe a comeback is real. Obviously, we saw that chicken dinner right at the start, so we'll have to see if Na'Vi can climb up the leaderboard. But now what we get to see is Miramar, because we're moving to the 3 Miramar maps for today. And of course, Kylaris and Toby are ready to take you into the game.
Yes, we are. Thank you very much here as we move on to the desert. Not exactly my optimal scenario in terms of heat. I'm kind of a day walker, a bit of a vampire, but all these teams going to have to thrive on the desert here as we get into the next 3.
Yeah, I hope that they will too, because once we're done with them, just 5 more matches left tomorrow for these teams to claim the top spots. And I'm not going to lie, coming into this, I was looking at which teams I expected to have the top 5. My top 5 team, I should say my top 3 team of teams that weren't invited, question mark, currently 15th. And I know, 2 good games, we can skyrocket right back up the leaderboard. I just haven't seen that one game I go, oh, that could have been the good game.
Yeah.
There hasn't really been any of them.
I mean, I started off yesterday with being like, this is the team nobody's talking about at the desk, and then all of a sudden it's really not going that well for them. However, there is still the opportunity to bounce back here. Yeah. We are now breaching that halfway point in the tournament as well, though. So once you get here, you're starting to see the lay of the land really carve itself out, and for question mark,
perfect timing, carved itself out.
Ta-da! It's not really working out for them. So let's hope that they can make something happen here at the end of the day. It is game number 8. Let's get into it now, and a nice playing path for all of these teams to get situated, get good to go, and get it all sandy,
and get ready to go to Los Hijos.
No!
Why? No, okay.
No.
Oh. I mean, Ascend is there. They always get circles, so it might as well just happen.
They are good at it. They are not bad at it, but Howl is also very good at getting circles.
True.
So let's see where they go.
Which means that according to that math, we should end just west of Los Leones.
Okay. You know?
That's right in between them. So
get that 50-50 split going.
Yeah.
So the Wu. Ooh.
The Wu is on fire?
Well, yeah, we'll do that.
Okay. Sounds good. In the meantime, teams getting spread out, getting looted on up once they hit the ground, that is. And again, I mean, we haven't seen that much commotion in terms of early game shenanigans, not on Miramar either. And now this playing path being as straightforward as can be, really. Oh, you want to say something?
FaZe's split is...
You know what? This is a 2-1-1 split.
You know what?
So,
time to run away from Exalt. They've just won a game.
And that's your loss?
No! I hate you. Why am I here?
Well, nothing's written in stone. You know, whenever I don't say it, that is. You know, Jesus doesn't approve of me either. This is just...
Is he on like a coffee can? Is that what?
I think it's a candle, James. So that's the church.
Okay, aliens, ooh, crop circles, spooky. Anyway, one of the best finishes I have ever remembered here actually was on that South Island where you kind of, was it in PGC? I think like that was some special stuff. So.
I think I'm trying to brain out the phase split here, and they're like we tend to get more lucky when we get one of the first circles hitting us. How about if we just have one person of each side of the southern side of the map? There's a bigger chance that one of us will be inside the first circle. And now, well, 3 of them were. So.
Well, that's the Kylaris strat. You know, Mike, the Kylaris strat? One person drops each corner of the map. One of you is bound to be near the circle. It's foolproof.
That's one of a multitude of reasons why you're casting and not playing.
What do you mean?
Yeah, what do I mean, James?
Oh, yeah, I'm playing for placement points, all right? That's how it's going to go down.
In any case, FaZe starting their rotation, not really getting closer to one another than what they were before, and looking over towards BBL, currently sat in 6th place. An easy-peasy jump up to 4th, then 10-point gap up to Exalt. Close gap to Ascent, and then once again, still 25 points.
I'm allergic to
Howl in first. I mean, you are sneezing all the time, so...
Maybe there's a cat in here.
Yeah, maybe.
That was... Observers, that was mega troll. That was one frame of a cat.
Yep.
It feels like almost like it was unintentional because it was so swift.
And Toby, the procaster, just completely ignored it.
Yeah, that was... No, you're dumb. That was cool to acknowledge the cat.
Oh, now it's cool. Okay, I see how it is. So whenever I do stuff like that and you just talk me down.
Selective casting.
Ah, that's what it is.
It's like selective hearing. Oftentimes I'm talking and then for some reason it goes kind of quiet in my ears for about 30 seconds. And then I get to talk again.
In the meantime, looking at one of the players of the Woo. I feel like I say in the meantime because... Oh, hello there, chicken. Hello there. Where is that?
Chicken in prison. They're like trying to send us a message.
They want to go to the island. It's a chicken leg on the bottom. It's prison.
Oh, that's actually... You know what?
Ansvar, I read your mind. I saw that instantly.
Well
Good
played.
on you.
Yeah, well played.
Chicken leg prison. How do you make los hijos?
What was the cat for?
Cats eat chickens?
I mean, no.
I mean, if they got a chance to, I'm sure they would. They catch birds and stuff. They'd eat a chicken.
I guess so.
Yeah.
If you gave them the chance.
I tried to talk about the Woo just before, but it was interrupted like a billion times. Nixie is the one scouting on the southern side. In the meantime, Na'Vi, one of the teams we've been following throughout the day here, trying to make their way back up after yesterday's performance, now set in 11th, and speeding their way down towards the south. Again, these circles are very hard to play. Not only is there a hell of a lot of area of the map that we won't see utilized, at least anytime soon, but also teams don't want to rotate through Los Leones. So we're kind of funneling teams out towards that southeast coast, or in between Chuma and Los Leones, which is just open space you can't really utilize for a whole lot.
Yeah, and for some of the teams that are already there, they're kind of anticipating the worst case scenario. You've got teams like Ascend who are kind of split across this, potentially with the option of being able to eventually cross over. It is a small chance it goes over there, but teams at this level are going to try and accommodate for every single eventuality if they can. So because of that, there is the potential that there is more room in the north of this circle, all things considered, but we will see how it goes.
I said Clip's knock on 80 was a kilometer.
Oh, it was
955 meters from potato to potato. Because there's no other play. Like, there's no other place on the map that would have happened. Almost a kilometer Clip took out 80 from.
That is not getting beaten this tournament.
You say that now.
It's not getting beaten.
I don't think so either. That's a knock Clip.
That's how far Howl was against the rest of the lobby when the other ones were 600. You know what I mean? That was tough.
It sure was. I like the fact that Question Mark hasn't started rotating yet because they're just living in denial. If we just don't acknowledge the circle, maybe it'll just somehow get up here instead. And no, that's not going to be the case. They do have to traverse at least 3.5 kilometers to get down towards the south.
Polish Power moving through Los Leones. It's quite the defensive rotate, actually, considering that there is a lot of room in the north.
Yeah.
But it's fine.
At the same time, you could argue like the opposite side of the coin, that it's one of the more daring, because teams usually don't do this out of fear that there might be a team set around somewhere inside the city that when you drive past them, you instantly go down because of it.
You think somebody would be sat in the city on this circle?
I mean, Faces on the server.
Yes, now.
You never know. I mean, we've seen crazier like gatekeeps than a team waiting for others in Los Leones. Now, although the Woo, we mentioned them before, currently taking, or listening, I should say, to Howl taking shots as Na'Vi down towards the south. Quizzy is looking for info, and I think they actually forced Millman out of his vehicle. Yep, they did. Schofield finds the knock on one. And Howl, well, continue where they've left off earlier. Finding knocks with kills to follow.
They're going to be happy with that start due to the fact that anytime you take out a member on a team that you think can rival you in an overall team fight, that just takes out one more piece of the puzzle that you're going to have to conquer. And the Woo still keeping an eye on Howl down towards the south. However, they know that there is potential other threats lurking around them. So taking any shots then would give away their position, and they got to be careful about that.
Exactly. Quizzy getting shot at now. I think they were setting up to try and see if they can pick off a player on the compound, but those shots coming in towards Quizzy forced him back off, and I think Howl heard those shots too, so probably aware. You can see Matt was playing on foot for a while there, probably aware that there was somebody in the nearby vicinity.
Make a run for it. Find yourself another spot. Yeah. It's fine. There's no real need to go super crazy at the beginning of this game. As you can see on that top left, We do have BBL and eventually question mark coming on in here. Wondering which paths they're going to be taking. If I was a betting man, I would expect question mark to go probably all the way down to Valdemar. They like that wide wrap for this, and BBL looks to be doing otherwise.
There's really no reason not to, as the observers are well aware of. Crates do tend to predict circles, and this one is as much in. It really is.
Yeah,
it's as much in Los Leones as you could probably expect it to. Even more so when you look at the big map. It just looks like it's in the city. So that's where we're going.
I've never seen the observers be more keen for a circle. I'm going to be real. Like, they're showing us chicken prisons. They're showing boxes near Los Higos. Okay, guys.
And in just about 40 seconds' time, they're showing us circle 2. On Los Hijos.
Just have something centered on prison, guys. It's not even in the circle.
Even Exalt
Oh, look,
knows.
now we're on the island.
Even
okay.
Exalt knows. I said 40 seconds. It was more like 55, but fair enough. Na'Vi knows as well, getting ready for the southern rotation. In all fairness, as much as we're memeing about this, this circle has much more southern island in than some of the circles that have ended up there has had to begin with. So, of course, whenever they look the most likely to come, they never do. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was a pretty plain Twisted Minds ending just southeast of Chumacera, like we usually see them go towards. But the opposite would be fun.
And we've had a lot of hard shifts, so, you know.
Also, for those people who saw the Dev Talk video not too long ago, there was a short frame of Los Hijos looking somewhat different. And I'm not sure if that's something that's going to end up happening. I would love to see it.
I didn't notice that.
I did, because I watched the whole thing in half speed just to see if there was any Easter eggs. And there was one.
Did you actually watch it at half speed?
Not the whole thing, but parts of it.
You watched parts
of it in half speed
Okay,
just to see if there were. I mean, we got to do those sort of things. I'm always excited for changes and no Los Hijos for us. We're going into the fields, we're going into the valleys of death, which is essentially everything that is road-bound.
All right, guys, slow this down to half speed and get your magnifying glasses out. It's time to... I'll stop, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for caring, James. One of us has to.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, we've got BBL actually having a nice time to get into this. Question mark did not go down the Valdemar route that I thought they may do. They're just coming in straight from the north. And again, it kind of gives credence to the idea that people were preparing for that kind of potential south shift, so they're anticipating that the teams may be a bit further south than they would normally be.
Yep, Simon trying to find a good approach in this one too. Probably, I don't want to say they expected the circle to go south, but parts of them might have hoped for it because they know what's about to happen, and that is what we're seeing right here. Teams rotating through the open with other teams sat there ready and waiting for it to happen. First base has got knocked by Quizzy on transition. We'll see if they can get him back up alive.
Running away, running away. Smart shots come in here. Norkis finishing off Nixie as well as Ibby. And down in your bottom right here, Na'Vi in a lot of trouble. Uber is down. Everyone's just shooting at everyone apparently here. But Na'Vi's really caught in a terrible, terrible spot to try and get out of here. Even if you get a teammate up and then start moving on here, you're trying to play uphill against all of these teams. Try and find yourself a spot. There's 3 teams north of you directly.
And the most interesting thing is it actually could have been worse had it not been because all the teams further east of them are kind of just rolling over each other right now. There's still 3 teams in full tilt, Howl and PUBG Esports, that have to make their way into the west, but they're all kind of entangled with one another. So right now, Na'Vi, well, they do get the third player back up on his feet again. So Melman went down earlier in the game, and now PUBG Esports taking the fight to Howl. Howl down 1 so far. Laza has been found, and I think PUBG Esports might just want to fully commit to this fight here.
People loving seeing this in the kill feed. Looks like Howl is going to bail and try and, well, I mean, they're in the car and trying to just relocate for the moment. Sarvam's gone. They're out in 16th here, thanks to the fact that Ascend, second place at the moment, is being able to bring them down. And Ruin is gone. So Foot does a bit of a wound to the top team at the moment.
Bart playing this one very patiently. He was set up there for a while, just waiting for them to peek around the side. Now one more full Schofield down. The mat is all that is left. Howl had a not best of games in the previous one. In their defense, all the circles were shifting away from them. But this time around ain't looking spicy either.
And the lobby rejoices.
Yay, we can win.
There's an opportunity to get some points and catch up a little bit. So, yeah, although that being said, still, is it the Mad who's been able to try and get himself some placement points during all of this? Could be a factor, although he's running straight into Ding. Got to be careful.
Yeah, 15 teams alive, I should say, and still 54 in phase 2. If your dream right now is placement points, you gotta survive for quite a while, buddy.
To be fair, that's a well-covered position.
I mean, yeah, until the car blows up.
Yes, you don't have much more way to go. You can't walk through that rock behind you. You're right.
Exactly. Exactly. Just moments away from the next circle. Popping can, of course, go anywhere. The phase 3 shift does not care about land ratio. Where we headed down towards the south. Howl is in. So is Ding. 2-1-1 split. They have to regroup. Get drugs. Senya, get your butts towards the west. Your friends have ascended compound.
Yep. And Ascend as well. If they get a little regroup going on. Not too bad for them too, as they're in second place at the moment.
Yeah.
But Na'Vi is driving and gunning whilst this is all going on here. Ding spots the Mad. Would love to take him down. Here comes the car to be able to move him on. The Howl, the Mad, gets himself a shed.
You have the Howl, the Howl, all of them. And I don't know, I mean, it was Ding. Nah, they're not going to care. I was just going to say Ding were the ones who just take shots at Howl there. So do they just peek for a second and see if they can find anything? Nah, not gonna happen. So Matt gets to live for a little while, chill out in the shack here. We'll see. Try and keep track of how long he gets to stay alive. In the meantime, Twisted Minds trying to fend off against DA, who was full speed sent it into one of their positions. Nice play on the side of DA though, catching them in a split, pulling up on it, finding one, but now Mert has fallen too.
That was quite decisive, quicker than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
As Spiro gone, the rest of them just going to have to regroup down the line here, although one of them was moving far forwards. It was Batulins here being a bit more aggressive than I was expecting. 80 goes down to full tilt, who are up the hill from them. Foot can't catch a break on a lot of these fights that are going on the edge. 80's already finished quickly. Batulins is deciding to just go full bombard mode.
I mean,
alone. Lou's moved up on the north though, but this is a great start here. Batulins is a machine.
Sometimes smoking yourself off can be great when the opponent has nades. It doesn't necessarily work out your way, and as you're saying, Batulins finding the double there, pulling the space for him to maneuver, and PUBG Esports now continuing where he left off, finding the two is Beamy, but Subi finds one in return just to instantly be taken down. Vard does fall though, so PUBG Esports down to just the two of them. Beamy, T-Bone, trying to see what they can make happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Escape can get much more done from this. It's an absolute flash barrage coming out against him there. And they did see him lie down. Now they know it's an easy pickings. As another wait, he's getting flashed by his own team. Stop this. There we go, they're gone.
T-Bone wanted the point. He knew that he was on my fantasy team's like, no, Beamy, go away, go away. And they wanted to give him the point.
And he's on mine too, yeah.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Good job. Now if the example could just start popping off, that'd be great.
Now we don't need that Uber though, on the other hand.
Oh.
Yep, Polish Power in the meantime, heard the commotion on the other side. One will be spotted, two will be spotted, should be easy pickings for Polish Power. As I say that, first finds one, but they can't quite find the second. So Beamy, at least for now, gets to live with the scare.
It goes a little far. Just trying to make sure that transitioning between these smokes and kind of isolating anybody peeking over these ridges is going to be a good transition here for Marsalek, and indeed it will be, as Beamy is running away.
Yeah, but we're running while being shot at by Na'Vi now on the other side. I guess the good thing for PUBG Esports, we've seen it happen twice now where they fall very early on in the game, but if you go down, I mean, last time they had 11 kills, or 12, I believe it was. Now they have 7. So if it's a salvage game early on and you still manage to get 7 points, you ain't going to be complaining.
Your foot's really good at that.
Killing people and dying early.
Yeah. The second bit, you wish you weren't in this lobby, but, you know, it works out, I guess.
Yeah. Howl's still alive as well. The Mad gets to sit in the shack. Ding, right now, the only ones aware that there is a solo lurking in that position. In the meantime, our attention goes to the teams on the west. Exalt trying to kind of wrap around the entire server. Not the first time they've attempted to do that. Woo, having a decision to make, I think they have to go straight in towards question mark.
Had a few finishes in games I've been watching around this area recently, and if that tells me anything, the high ground that Polish Power could eventually seize up on this kind of east side is a powerful spot to have. That being said, usually, if the circle comes across here, it ends up being a scenario where Polish Power and the Na'Vi moving up from that south side would be the ones in that conflict towards the end of the game. However, yeah, still a lot to play.
Exactly. Arts falls down as M4 tries to make the Rava on over. Rava is there, damage done, but not enough. You can see he's constantly aware that the flank might be coming around the side. Rava has been the one to try and set up these flanks himself for M4s. in previous engagements. So nice for him to be aware of the potential threat, and he read it right, because both Freris and Moldog were kind of looking to go down in that direction, but with the 2 knocks now on their kind of center force, they have to regroup and go the other way. In the meantime, Wu didn't make their way down the hill, they fall.
Yeah, it's really rough over here on the west side, because there's not really many transitions you can do in terms of a wide wrap as well. With how the terrain actually works out here, you just need to take these fights and need to win these fights. BBL is looking to do so here as Rustamar trades out against Veronica, but goes down to Ribbons, and that will be BBL taking out Exalt quite well, but they've still got themselves M-Force to deal with here. And then on the opposite side of that as well is Ascend. M-Force is done, basically. There's no way they're going to be able to get out of this, and then it's up to BBL and Ascend to take the fight themselves.
Great read from Question Mark in this fight as well. You see the shots now coming in from Dante too. As soon as BBL leaves the warehouse to go in that direction, they immediately change their focus towards the southwest. They were looking towards Wu early, took them out. Then they started looking towards Twisted Minds on the hilltop, looking to where are we going to go off of this. As soon as they hear the caster go, guys, circle ain't important right now. We need these kills, and they find 2 in the transition.
Not bad, not bad. Ascend moving in as Ding has a compound that, well, technically is not bad for now, but if they do have to cross against that road, the one problem that for them is FaZe up the road, who can then shoot down that angle, which will unfortunately be their demise. Let's see where we're going, because the road, this circle means a lot. And we go to that high ground and phases. So a lot of what we were talking about before with Polish Power controlling that high ground, FaZe controlling the cross is going to be scary for a lot of those teams on the west.
You think Fuss knows where Beamy is with that Molly being on the ground?
I'm going to go with a yes.
Yeah. I think he knows now where he is off of that Molly. Beamy, not on fire, goes down anyway, but time is being spent, time that they couldn't afford to spend. Too much lingering on the hillsides allows for Polish Power to get knocked second time around. No, actually, no, never mind. First time, Fuss goes down. He found the knock earlier, didn't get knocked, but not really going to matter a whole lot, I don't think. That Marcelik is going to be able to make a play. And that's really unlucky, because as you were saying, Polish Power, prime position here. They would have wanted to be 4 alive.
It's a really important knock, because this high ground is super, super strong here. The fight that I was anticipating with between Polish Power and Na'Vi would have looked a lot different if it was 4v3. But now him going down because of the Beanie situation, this does open things up for Na'Vi. Normally, I would think that we're not going to win it because of the terrain advantage, but here we go.
Ascent, formerly known as Shift W, living up to the former team name in trying to catch Question Mark before they make their way on over. Wanted a piece of the pie, but Perfectix gets all of it. A freebie kills Skelor as all of Question Mark is eliminated in the hands of Perfectix.
Wrangled like sheep into them as well. That was very, very brutal for Question Mark to try and do something. But again, as we've mentioned time and time again, it is rough on the west side of this circle. And Twisted Minds is trying this flex position to control that west side here. Now, if the Bertullians does have an angle eventually on Ascend as well, Ascend is going to be corralled towards destruction. They're not going to have many options to be able to work with. So, but Twisted Minds is falling back now, moving towards that north side of the circle, making sure that they can keep this linchpin held and secure.
Yep, the A falls as well as Thing sees no other option, just full speed sending it into the middle of it. 1 nade from Uber is all that's needed as they fall too. 1 nade, 3 kills, 3 more points for Na'Vi in their hunt for a top spot as they take out Sting, and we make our way into top 5.
The cross is brutal. What can you do with it? And yeah, all these teams are feasting at the moment. Now, once again, it is that Ascend Twisted Minds fight that's going on, and FaZe also has an angle on them as well here. So for Ascend, I don't know how you managed to make this work out. They really didn't have vehicles to actually work with for this kind of move as well. I think it's an absolute just split and hope someone survives, aka Brexco.
They don't get in here. They do not get in. I mean, you have all the other teams. Had any of them had to move, there might have been a world where they could maybe find something, but here everyone's just sat too tight. They're all inside the circle. They all have fortifiable positions. Ascent, this is you out in 5th, I think. Unless if Killiakai again, I was going to say stay unnoticed, and instantly you see the tracers of 4 people shooting at him. I don't think he's going to remain unnoticed as long as those smokes are around.
I'm going to go with the smokes were a dead giveaway. I'm going to go with that one, you know?
As we say that, though, Brex does find one, and James, well, I don't know if he flanked out to find Nox or maybe tried to put himself in a position from where he could catch Twisted Minds off guard on an initial push downhill. But a knock on FaZe has to make them reconsider their approach to this one.
Usually when I see circles end here, it's a little bit more south than this and not really incorporating that road in. Now with this difference in play and the fact that Na'Vi dislodged Fuzzface to start things off, I sort of don't mind their position in terms of the high ground that they currently have here. Even against Polish Power, who technically, yes, have a bit more circle presence, but we'll see how it goes. I mean, Na'Vi can still continue to play these ridges. You can see it in the distance on that right-hand side. And if they get there, the one problem could potentially be Marcelet down the line, but he's already being attacked.
Yep, Vex tried to make the run on up to catch James, to get him back on his feet, but has to concede, has to fall back to the compound.
They push him away.
Not sure they're going to be able to get back on up there. In the meantime, now Twisted Minds, the next team to have to make a move. Na'Vi can kind of slowly push it down this hillside. James is trying to get back towards the compound, but I think it's just not worth the risk for FaZe to make a run for it. As I say that, here comes the Welsh Dragon. Vex trying to make the run for it. Has the smoke, lopped on forward. Team's first knock, so still plenty of time to get the res up. And perfect timing too. They wait for Twisted Minds to make their move.
And Polish Power, though, is going to be starting to assault this convoy moving through, but at the same time, they're going to be perching up in the middle of Na'Vi and Polish Power. They find themselves a little bit of a shack to actually work with, but now they're going to be in nade range here quite closely. There is only one nade in the hands of Alia, but do they have any more? If one goes through that window, Batulins has got to bail fast.
Yeah, sure do. Na'Vi, they're getting up close. They've heard the vehicles. They've seen the players across. Now 2 nades in the hands of Alia. One could be enough to find at least the double. We saw Uber get 3 just before with a single grenade. And now Polish Power from up above on the other side finds one initial knock here too. But Na'Vi has to pick their fights wisely. They know they have opponents just on the other side. Their focus cannot be on Polish Power.
I was talking about the ridge. I was previously not talking about the shed, and that's the main reason. The fact that Polish Power have a keen line of sight on that, whereas the ridge, look at still the defensive positioning here from Na'Vi on this right-hand side. They can still play this, again, kind of be in that nade range if they so desire, but most importantly, have good cover against Polish Power. FaZe is moving up on this left side, though.
Yep, Correxa gets to stick around, gets to get a crate if he opts to stick around for long enough too. That's just going to land right next to the compound. And Na'Vi now realizing that, you know what, I think Twisted Minds kind of dug in too deep in this position. We've kind of put all our attention on this fortification, and that has allowed for FaZe to cross over. Of course, they are only 3. They're down in numbers. But now, all of a sudden, while they were the ones pinning in Twisted Minds, they are to become pinned themselves.
Let's see how it goes. Ace 32 in hand here for James. Gustav now sees them, comes across the hill. Na'Vi was not really expecting this angle to become open as a molly is going to be dropped on, hits the tree. Example was right next to that, so he is burning up at the moment and gets taken out. That's a massive, massive blow here to Na'Vi's campaign.
Had no clue whatsoever. Backs turned, none of them ready for it. Gustav able to find one James in the flank. Potentially able to find the last. Indeed he does. Na'Vi falls as James and FaZe get a proper foot in on the other side. Issue now becomes, though, they're not inside the next circle yet, but Vex has already found the first.
FaZe is playing a bit of a blinder here, to be perfectly honest, because this wrap around, I wasn't expecting this the angle to be coming in from. However, they're really making it work, taking those massive wide wraps here, like James, to be able to decimate what we saw from Na'Vi. And now they know that Twisted Minds is just sat slightly beyond them, and then they can start using this ridgeline. It's perfect.
Yep. It's crucial that they make the play in that direction too, because Polish Power, as you can see, weren't really and aren't really in a position from where they can do a whole lot about it, unless if they fully commit to the fight, which they know could be them going down and out. So Polish Power opting to play this one defensive, wanting to get the third-party opportunity when this fight comes to a close, and FaZe knows we have to deal with Twisted Minds first. But they're in a car. They're leaving. Where do you go from here, guys? Well, one dip further over.
One thing about the chaos that was great for FaZe about the transition that they made is they didn't actually have to spend many smokes to get out of that compound, across the road and up this hill. So actually, they're still all got a great amount of utility here if it needs to be in here. Crunio opens things up on Perfectix. For both of these teams, Twisted Minds is merely a nuisance for the overall main course to happen at the end of this game.
Exactly. It's going to be a 4v3 in favor of FaZe, but this one is far from over. Thinking back to the lower bracket qualifiers, we saw Polish Power 4v4 against Entropa, but they dealt with them in split seconds. Now, though, can they deal with FaZe? Not if Lou has anything to say about it.
Yeah, that is annoying, as if they wanted to get to the main course, they want to go there as 4. That's a nice nade. Catching 2 of them, not connecting with James. That one did a little bit. They really want to stop this. Oh, the full finish on Jeems here. Twisted Minds, they're not just a nuisance. They are an absolute menace if you're able to just get one knock wounding you for the final moment.
Yep, they might not come out victorious, but as much as we say that, there is also a world where they do, because Polish Power and FaZe realizing now, well, there's still one more circle to be popped. It could still shift in any direction, and anything except southwest, I would imagine. Yep. Correct. Falls now as well. Yeah, the Orc coming into full effect here as the circle shifts away from Twisted Minds. I think this is a stalemate for at least a little while now.
He keeps knocking people. If FaZe keeps taking these hits left, right, and center, it is not going to go well for them. Marsalek knows where Gustav kind of is.
He's going to hear footsteps, right?
Yeah, he's being very patient about how he's approaching this. Not normally like Marsalek, yes, but
I don't mind Marsalek, Gustav getting killed by Marsalek proning in the smoke, because like 10 seconds ago, Gustav was the one proning in the smoke.
That's true.
It's only fair. Crunio gets bitten by the snake, and once again, Crunio. I mean, the Orc hasn't been nerfed just yet, at least not on an event server.
No.
So still a very deadly weapon, and even after the nerf, it's still pretty deadly.
Want to play them out.
Yeah, have to do it eventually. Go for the points, get the kills. Spots 1, spots 2, gets the flush, confirmed. 7 kills for Polish Power, but here's Marsalek, the snake in the grass, finds one. Corexi, able to train it with the Groza instantly in return, though.
And once that off angle actually gets completely compromised here, as Polish Power, you want to start making this move happen fast. You know that one is already down here in the fact of Gustav. It's 2v2 at the moment. You don't want to give them reprieve to try and get that res going.
Crunio is so far away right now, though he has to become an impact player. Norkis is holding off on his own, and he's only alive as long as these smokes are up and available. He's trying to make the wrap on back towards his teammate, but he's taking the long route to it.
I saw it, but he's going on the same angle that Norkis is at the moment. Are they okay, they're not getting the res here for all of this. Marsalek does finish that off, so it's still the 2v2 here. Fex, though, gets Norkis. It's all on Crunio here. It's all on that Org. How much can he do with it? As he does bring down Fex, it's going to have to be Corexi in the distance here for the 1v1. Molly comes out here from Crunio, but Nate actually connects with him. It's Org versus Groza here as Corexi coming around on the right-hand side, looking for an opportunity. Gets the flash on out to Crunio, but decides to go the other way. Realizing Norkis might be feeding him a little bit of information, wants to finish him off here. Crunio, can he find the target?
Now it's a game of cat and mouse, and Fex is going to crawl for the information. Crunio doesn't have eyes. Corexi doesn't have eyes either, but Crunio hears the footsteps.
A shot coming out, a desk pop maybe. That
Show yourself! Show yourself, damn it! No, he's sprinting around like an elephant. There's no way he's trying to play this one stealthy.
Both players are trying to throw misinformation at one another. Is he going for the res?
There is no way he's allowed to do this.
How is he allowed to do this? What am I witnessing? He actually gets it. Will he be able to spray him down? No, it will be. Fex! The pickup works! And FaZe Clan get the win on the board. Stop playing with our hearts, please.
Wow. What a way to finish that one off. And what a way for them to go down. Polish Power, they played it passive, understandably passive-aggressive there in the end of it. I like Marsalek's possession, didn't jump the gun early like we've seen him do before. Everything was written for Polish Power to come out victorious. Crunio, the amount of damage he did with the Orc there too. Really doing everything he possibly could. But in the end, FaZe was not to be taken down.
I do wonder how that game would have gone if Fuzzface hadn't gone down to the overall Beamy Na'Vi situation. That high ground's powerful. But anyway, even though we want to talk about the game some more, let's head on to a break. Let's go to the desk and hear from them.
FF and FBI running into each other.
Oh, Funny Business is in a world of hurt. Just bunt the last one.
SCK have been pushing so hard, so fast, and they would try and get a revive, but he's scared of grenades.
Smoke being played right now, going for the pink tickle.
Into friendly fire, so really good hold, but now they are going to have to deal with LG, and look at the aggression from LG.
Oh yeah, they're in a lot of trouble here. LG and Funny Business are going to be coming from the other side. Rello and Pixar just peeking that beautifully as Snakers will go down. 11 kills.
Sonics are in such a terrible position right now. They are pinched in the worst way. They opt into going more to the east. They've got shotguns in hand. They just roam around. H1 connects with one. They're looking around. He knows where the other one goes for the spray. H1 is the key to success right now.
They're going to try to go for this hill on the north side. 4N already here. But they're just going for the drive. You can hear the spray coming through.
We can even drive to upside down, Right, you know, like up, down on orange. Check like what's here, like just checking
One
everything.
yeah. Join to this red line.
One more car on your right. He's drive by. Drive by, he says. Drive by, he says.
Jump in.
Drive past it.
Oh, no way.
I couldn't. He's low. My car stopped, like.
Nice. You have to. You cannot stop.
I'll try to see guys in this battle.
Yeah, it might be.
You watch the villa? Or should
Clear together.
They're flipping kind of downhill.
You got the first, how to?
Leading out one out of the car.
Nice.
It's one car. Driving towards the bridge.
So that's guy. Yeah, we need to take our cars now, boys. Switch it, guys. We have cars. I'm gonna go down south. I have no car anymore.
Yeah, we have. Also play under the hill on green.
He's on the rocks jumping, scouting us.
One guy running up. Pretty far up. Jumping on the orange. You see him more?
3 of my way now. I see him. I see him now.
Let's get ready. Stand still.
Yeah. Shoot. Knocked. Knocked. Could be rock. Yeah, rock. Yeah, he's rock. I want to push him.
Knock rock.
What, right side of the rock. Yeah. On the ridge here. He's on my stun. Knock. Nice nade.
Two active.
One top hill.
One more on me. How's our another guy?
One active. He's running towards you.
From compound. Headshot. I'm pushing.
Flashing him.
Eemy's going left.
I'm pushing left. Yeah, flash. One more.
Good flashes. On the right. He's prone on the right side. Prone on the right.
I'm right, lad. Close.
Yay, FaZe! Finally a chicken dinner. They must have heard us earlier where I was going, where are they? What is going on? But very, very difficult chicken dinner. I feel like they spent a lot of time in the kitchen prepping that one.
Slight correction. Slight correction.
Yeah.
Slight correction. Woo, FaZe. I think that's what you meant. Carry on, man.
Right, yeah, that's where you go. Yeah, it's they had a few opportunities where I was like, oh, this might be too early. Like, it was not a third-party opportunity. There was multiple fights where they opened the fights rather than them being the third party or they were the initiator. And I was a little bit scared for them, but they won most of them. They lost 1 or 2 guys in situations maybe shouldn't have, but still came out on top. Some 3 gears, some Groza, some other fun guns that kind of helped them in the way, but still, I love this terrain, I love the ending, and getting Fex up there in the very end for the clutch in the end was crazy. I gotta give it to Krunier though, he had a really great end game here. He played super well the AUG, played really well with the utility, and he was super close to getting the flushes multiple times on the Twisted Mind. He was like, nope, now I'm just gonna go and I'm sending it in. 1 stun grenade and I'm gonna go finish it off completely just so they could focus on the fight with FaZe Clan.
Do you think Krunier lost his chance to potentially win that by allowing the res to happen?
Probably, but it's a difficult push for him to have made to get up over the hill into a position where he could have engaged the 1v1 earlier, particularly since he was down a little bit of hit points from some of the utility that FaZe had held on to in the compound. It's another similar situation to what we saw from Exalt actually in the previous game, where although FaZe started off this game with a pretty ridiculous 1-2-1 split on their loot spots, spanning about 2 to 3 kilometers of space. Yeah. It worked out because the zone went to that side, and it was, I believe, Corexi who was the first in the compound, holding on to that position, giving them the opportunity to regroup and avoid some of the chaos, the madness that was going on the hilltop to the west, where teams like Foot, teams like Ace were running into a lot of trouble when they tried to find a way into the zone later on, and FaZe just bypassed a whole lot of it.
I mean, this is like a random thought that's just entered my head, but doesn't it blow your mind that we're like halfway through day number 2 and this is the first time we're even talking about FaZe? What is going on in this tournament? It's mental. Obviously, though, they're going to be really happy. 19 points. And Polish Power, good showing from them as well.
That is a top 4 that we like to see. Maybe one that we expected to see more of at the start of this event.
Yeah, I mean, even the top 6, like most of everyone's picks in their foot, Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, FaZe Clan, most of the picks that all of us, a lot of talents in general, there's a lot of talents that are covering this final in general has picked us in there. So now they're starting to get going, but not sure if it's too late for some of them, because we still have a lot of teams in the very top, and Ascent continue to do well. I'm really happy to see that they continue to kind of put a little bit of points. Even in the rough games, they're putting 8 points here, and that's going to continue to kind of cement their foundation, and it's going to put them still just 19 points behind Howl, and FaZe Clan now jumping into 4th place, Twisted Minds 5th. Our mid-pack is kind of separating themselves a little bit. Polish Power just jumping into 8th, but still 16 points behind Twisted Minds. It's a win with 6 kills that is now separating them from 5th place.
What's amazing is just how close the mid-pack is, because look at FaZe jumping straight into 4th place. I mean, this is going to be in typical EMEA fashion.
Of course.
Going right down to the final day. Even the distance between 1 and 2 is closing up.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, and it's not been fast progress, which is why I was so dang cagey at the start of the day when you asked, is Howl getting dislodged from 1st place? I said probably, but not today. Not sure that guy's getting dislodged from 1st place, though. Whew.
Look at that guy.
Although,
into the 800s.
I mean, if Howl
He's got to be at least top 500 globally.
If the Howl ship goes down, I go down with him. I've captained Ruin today. It's probably been a mistake, considering that Na'Vi have showed up and everyone else who's got example is closing that gap. But really, all in all, it's been a solid day.
Yeah, who is on your team, Saga? Let's just break this down.
Ruin, example, Code Marco, who's been inting a little bit, but he's kind of, he's got a couple of kills today. And someone else, Molodok.
Molodok, yeah.
Thank you.
And Avenger, your team?
My team is Correxy, and it's example captain. I'm a dirty enjoyer like that. Who else do I have? I have Corexy, example. I have Rustenmar, and who's my last?
I have Rustenmar as well, and he's done so much.
No, I don't have T-Bone.
We've got people shouting T-Bone in the back.
Yeah,
we both have Rustenmar. He's done absolutely nothing. I'm hoping, though, because it turns out BBL got to play our Crash Derby, so I'm actually hoping that Rustenmar at least won that, so I can feel a little bit vindicated. We're going to watch, we're going to find out, and straight after that, we're going into the next game.
I know when I've thrown all my pants at the... Yeah.
Look at me closing. I had no fuel.
No! That almost worked. I would 100% yoink that US if I could.
It's full of stuff.
Okay.
Ja, right there. Yeah, we'll remember this.
Yeah.
There you go.
So now I haven't used it left.
Oh shit!
Good trade, good trade.
No,
I missed my own.
How do you miss that?
Oh, I'm a beast. I'm so good at this game.
GG. This don't do any.
Hold on, let me try something. Bro, I can't
Easy
even hit
win. I'm the best driver. Confirmed.
Yeah.
That was the slowest run over all time at the end there, but whatever.
He kind of just let himself fall down in front of the car.
Yeah. Brutal, brutal indeed. But we have got ourselves 2 more games to go here on the desert, and so far, the fight back is on the way. The last 2 games of Howl were quite foul, and now it's all to play for.
It sure is. It's a situation where teams are starting to see the opportunity. No one's giving up, at least not just yet, because as you were just saying, Howl haven't exactly living up to the earlier stage of the grand finals Howl expectations that we have gotten to see and expect. So, as we kind of alluded to, it's hard, if not impossible, to perform that consistently over that many games. But will the gap that they've managed to make hold? That's the question.
Yeah, it is. It is. We now get into game number 4 of the day. That is game number 9 here of 15. We have the flyover, and we have not the best plane for a lot of these teams. So, but I do imagine teams like FaZe, for example, might just find themselves cars, or even just go for their full split that they were doing in the probably not the 1-2-1 that they had before game, because that was weird. It's a bit too far.
I'm kind of curious what riddle the observers will give us as to where we're ending this game. Because I feel like the chicken was pretty easy, but where, like, what else can they come up with?
They're going to focus on a catfish, then boxing ring, and then they're going to go and look at a hay bale. We have to piece that together like some weird Cluedo.
Power lines and then turn on and off the grid constantly.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, maybe that's an option. And until that happens, of course, we will, as the professional casters we are, fully focus on what's happening around us. One thing that's happening right now is Mert is being shot at by, I believe that to be James, up in the church area of east of Chumacera. I don't see any damage coming through, only when a position managed to claw his way into the wall. And now Circle, pretty straightforward. We have seen a lot of these go La Bandita, and we've seen, I would say, surprisingly many as of late go Los Leones.
We've had some. We have been there. There are some great compounds north of Los Leones as well when it comes to, fully enough, where Howl is, as they're starting to fan out here and start to take a spot for themselves. But again, with the amount of hard shifts we've had, it's been very unpredictable for the most part as to where we've been going. Again, Miramar is kind of more predictable due to land ratio. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? 6 Jesus.
6 Jesus, altar, brick floor, smiley face. You got anything, James?
No.
I think the 6 Jesuses, is it Jesai when it's in plural? I'm not sure.
Probably not.
No, probably not.
I think there was only one.
Yeah, looking towards the altar and smiling, and therefore it's graveyard.
Graveyards are a happy place for you. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I guess Jesus gets more company in heaven. I don't know.
Look, they just want Batulins up on the top of this thing again. That's all they want.
And then we'll do the cast, and then they get 19 kills and a win. That was... Oh, now there's many more. Now I'm confused. Now I don't know anymore.
You know, that's way too many.
I felt like I had it with Graveyard, and now I'm just confused.
Yeah, because the first objective wasn't confusing enough. All right, okay. Well... Nothing confusing for Brexco. How did he take damage? What happened?
He
got shot at by Polish Power?
Either that, I think, yes. He would have ventured further east to try and scout forward. They are very split, Ascent, and, well, so are the Woo. It's a flash battle over the wall. Who gets the bet of it? Metralius does. Quizzy falls. They hurt each other at around the same time, but the flashbang... Well, worked out for Metralius.
Did you see that from Metralius? He pulled the Calaris strat, which was be really short.
But he didn't die, so he didn't die, so he didn't.
What do you mean? Oh, no. Well, not that bit. But, like, be really short so your opponent can't see you as you're coming around the corner.
Also, he hit the bullets. There's a lot of things here that just did not apply to the Calaris strat.
Okay, there was many facets of this that didn't quite go the same.
So the one strat that was Calaris was he was short. Is that what you're saying?
Even the observers are commentating now. They were like, wow, that was Magnifico.
Magnifico, indeed. In the meantime, Mr. Chris spots Mr. Gustav, and he's not going to shoot until he sits in the car and then double headshots him.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting... well, we only hit one so far.
At least that was the plan.
The interesting thing was, obviously, when Brexco was interviewed, he was talking about, you know, being potentially scared of FaZe and these kinds of drops and stuff like that. So they are ever present, are ever aware of the fact that there is that looming threat over the hills. But for a circle like this, it's not going to be a huge factor, I don't think.
And in all fairness, they have good reason to be, because we saw it in upper bracket qualifiers. FaZe did everything they could to set up camp.
Yeah.
Whether it be on Erangel, whether it be on Miramar, they were constantly trying to set up traps for Ascent, because they, for the most part, had some pretty good ideas on where they rotated. We even saw Micah drive through all of the FaZe Clan team and actually come out alive somehow during those upper bracket qualifier matches. So it makes sense that even though FaZe might not have been successful in all of them, that it has added a little bit of doubt in the minds of Ascent when it comes to early rotations.
See if Howl can now work with this game. As Navi's pitched up just north of them. Just a few shots here and there over towards their west side, looking probably towards Sarvim or somebody like that. But for the most part here, nobody's going to be really rocking up on this too much.
No.
The compound that the Mad has is the one I like, because that warehouse over there is, if you get a circle and then having teams kind of move towards it, it's just so open around it. You can take so many heads with it.
It sure is, but it's also one of those where if a team is allowed a foothold on the wall. It's kind of similar, I suppose, to
the museum that we have.
Yeah, exactly, where we just ended the game on a wrangle. If a team gets up close, you then are not able to scout anything, and that is a pretty much open invite for teams to third party. So you have to be really, really good at maintaining control if you want to sit there. Which Howl has been so far, so good pick on their part.
Yeah, they ain't bad. They were doing all right.
Yeah, pretty decent.
We got full tilt. Not doing so decent right now, unfortunately for them. 16th. Down towards the bottom, and these kind of compounds over towards Impala Way fields, for the most part, when a circle like this, yes, again, we've had a lot of hard shift and stuff like this, but I do feel like you're kind of hedging your bets if you're taking a spot like this early on for a hard shift in just a particular direction. But
I think this early on, because there's still enough to play around in both the middle, with Los Leones being, I guess, part middle of this circle, and there being so many areas where even though you're somewhat center now, even if you're still inside the next circle, what compound you have now becomes completely irrelevant. I think there's a good reason why teams don't like fully or overcommit to something, or try to overcommit to something center here if they don't already have it right from the get-go. Because 9 out of 10 times, it just won't be worth the risk. Just now starting. It is... if we're already now looking at changes in terms of top performers on the server, just you teams, which means that if we do have that hard shift coming in, instantly we're having pretty much 90% of the server on one side of the circle and 1 or 2 teams, if even, on the other. If this one went straight south, southeast now, and teams had to rotate through or around Los Leones, we'd see 2, maybe even 3 teams out before the 15-minute mark.
A little unfortunate that the Woo is the one to lose one person early when a circle like this does favor their usual drop spots. Yes. DA taking the first scalp against the Woo. As you can see them just pitched up north and west of Los Leones right now. So it gives them good transitions into the city if they need it. Gives them all right transitions out as well.
It's good for DA, though, getting something going early on here. It has not exactly been their grand final so far. So 1 point here, 1 point there, with no casualties of their own, could be the spark that is needed in order to light up the engine of momentum going their way. Because, oh my lord, do they need it.
The spark of the engine of momentum.
That is my next magic item in D&D.
There you go. Well, no, if you want me to design any more, by the way, I'm well up for it. I have designed some wild items for his D&D campaign. I'm just going to put it out there.
And there's your hard shift, James.
It's always hard shifts.
Have fun rotating around Los Leones. It's not like I just set this one up perfectly for everyone. The southern side of this circle is open and available to anyone coming on through. The issue now becomes bottlenecks galore in terms of rotation paths into this, because nobody will want to rotate into Los Leones. So down around the southern side, I could only imagine we get 2, maybe 3 or 4 teams trying to wrap. And in the meantime, up towards the north, the majority of positions are already claimed. So as you see now with Na'Vi, you better be fast if you want to have anything, because it is going very, very fast.
All right. We have a send coming in from the south side. Big wide wraps as we were kind of expecting. Ding trying to move on through the middle here. And actually they're crashing into the Woo. And it's only Ippy here. Besto and Nixie are way away from this. And they're going to be able to take him out super quick. Sale, you know what? He's really making a name for himself in this tournament.
I love that EB gets there so fast. I hate that the rest of the team weren't available to fortify. EB knew exactly what he had to do. If we want prime real estate, we got to get it early. Fortunately for him, teams were there ready to follow up on his pull-up. Unfortunately for him, his team wasn't. So he's going to fall. Wu is going to have to forfeit that position. In the meantime now, down on the bottleneck, I talked about it, the southern side of this circle is going to be all kinds of hell. And Question Mark and Polish Power find themselves in it.
I didn't realize Question Mark were this divided with their positions, though. I mean, up on these hills is fantastic because you've got such a good outlook across all of this and really putting some power in against Polish Power, let's be real. And with the rest of Question Mark down on those kind of foothills here, they're going to be able to maybe pincer this quite heavily. Grunio and Marslek, got to be careful.
Sure do. Question mark knows that they need to get things going their way, and what better than an opportunity to rack up two, set on top of each other. One nade does it, as Dante finds the double. First face goes down to follow to the hands of a doozy. Actually, Dante finds the third as well, sorry. And that's Polish Power out in 16th place. So we said it, potentially two teams falling early here because of the circle shift. Polish Power is going to be the first.
All Dante getting it done. I mean, ultimately, though, it was more of a team effort than the kill counts to let you believe, because of Phil First actually slowing them down quite considerably from the high ground. So very well done here by Question Mark. I mean, they were here earlier than quite a lot of teams as well. So they had the foresight to be able to set up and good to go really quickly.
The worst thing is that now we're hard shifting betting to Los Leones. So, and because Howl is there. Howl is there. So, I mean, it kind of has to happen.
The circle magnet prevails.
Yep.
Yeah.
It does. I mean, and you were the one who said that you wanted it to go to construction and Twisted Minds wins the game, you know?
Oh, look at this stuff.
He's up there. He's ready for it. He heard you say it. And it's like, well, I mean, if Kalaris says it, then it's got to come, right?
Well, yeah, apparently my Clara's Blessing is not exactly super strong right now, because at the beginning of this I was like, yeah, Question Mark's really good, but they're in 15th at the moment. 4 kills, though, for this game is a start.
I mean, it doesn't matter where you're sitting after game 9. It's where you're sitting after game 15.
Yes, that's only 6 games away. There's a lot of room to make up.
Plenty of time. Plenty of time. They just got to get themselves a few more wins and maybe some more wins on top of that, and they are looking hot for a top position.
How are we in the 4th game of the day already? Like, this has flown by. Can we have more games?
I mean, we probably could. I'm sure the players would love it. At least Full Tilt, Question Mark, and some of the teams in the bottom wouldn't mind it. Let's see, though, where this next circle is taking us. And wait, okay, this is where I'm trying actively, but the players, I mean, I try to do it for kind of the fun of it. The players have to do it. What is unplayable? Where can we go? Where does this one swing? Either we are going M-Force BBL, hard shift north, or against most odds, Gustav is going to be sitting in prime real estate.
I'm going to gamble on the north move.
I think most teams will too, but there's also just teams that are going to go, we would gamble on the north, but we can't reach it, because that's what we're running into. Teams shooting at you from start to finish. We have to pick the lower bet and cross our fingers.
That's the problem with the north as well. The fact that, I mean, let's say 30% of it is a big field. So trying to find yourself a little bit of a spot there maybe requires cars, maybe requires a nice little dip here or there.
So Savim is unplayable. Question Mark is unplayable. None of the Los Leones southwest side is unplayable. I can't call this one. I cannot call this one.
No, it could go. It could swing either way.
It could swing straight east as well, I suppose, towards Ding. But, we will see. We will see. We will see. It's always fun to try and predict, though, as teams trying to do the same thing. I think that's why, as much as you would expect off of a circle like this to see teams just full speed send it, no one really wants to just YOLO unless there's an obvious compound for them to go to, because what if they guess wrong? That is them out sub 10th place with probably no kills.
That's the question. That's the big question that's burning on everybody's minds at the moment, but it's burning on the side of Voldemort here, as Jeems will light him up completely. Fex at exactly the same time knocks CCNX. So Savim here, despite having what seemed like a really potentially strong position to not only play from if the circle goes there, but try and transition from, is getting battered.
And crucial for Faceland to deal with them now as well. Because if Savim survives in that position and Faceland has to fight teams up close, having a team up on the hillside shooting at you while you're trying to deal with your neighbors is going to be your downfall, pretty much guaranteed. Speaking of downfall, Full Tilt might be running straight into one of their own. Sakito ain't there to fortify the position. Full Tilt is pushing with 3. We'll see what they can do.
You're going up against a BBL that still has something to prove here. 7th place at the moment. 47 points go their way. And now Michael has already got that first knock.
That's the eye in the sky. That's the safety from behind.
Yeah, that is true. But at the same time, Full Tilt here up against this ridge line. Just a nade needs to bobble forwards, and it could quite easily take them out. A sawn off in hand here for Suppy. This is... Well, they're already getting Michael to start it off.
And where is the follow-up? Where is the trade? It's a 4v3, and we ain't seeing a whole lot of it now. Shots are being fired in return. Clips it with a sawn off to this spot. One in transition. Matzy able to take out Smash. Does he get the flush for free? There should be no way that it happens twice.
These transitions between the buildings have been the death here of BBL, especially if they're not careful. Madzi still trying to find out decent angle here against Clip. Clip coming around the left-hand side of this building, finds Escaption, doesn't quite connect with too much though, only 22 damage going his way. Madsy realizes exactly where Clip is thanks to the information fed to him. As Escaption's still going to hold that angle. Clip in the building now. He's relocated. They're not exactly sure where he is after that relocate.
Yep.
Smoked to delay the push forwards through, but Madsy now realizes he's fully in the building and he's trying to go out the back.
And worse for wear, Circle has shifted away and they're currently set in a position that is going to be the rotation path for most teams. You see how the kill feed is lighting up, and we'll keep our focus on this fight. We'll see the end of it, at least potentially, as Clip is slowly sneaking its way further forward. Full Tilt, I'm loving this disengage.
Caught him.
They know that it's outside the circle. If they can get away from here now, this would be a smart play. Clip does fall. Do they re-engage because of it, or do they just want the flush confirmed?
I think they'll re-engage. What a molly from them. Like, Clip was doing an amazing job of being able to escape, and it will go to that north, kind of how we were imagining it going. But anyway, Clip was doing an amazing job escaping. They'd cleared everything out and then mollied through the smoke at the one last location that he could have been. So I do like that from Full Tilt.
Sure do too. We haven't seen a whole lot of highlight-worthy moments in Full Tilt. The ones we've seen has been on the kind of to their demise. So nice to see them come out victorious in a fight here. Example does find one with the final bullet, and that is BPL out as the Zonov rings clear once more. Na'Vi, 2 players alive, no kills so far. Should be able to find one. No, actually, that one's stolen too, and they have to move far. This looks like a 0-point game for Na'Vi as well.
They look a little bit lost, and Exalt here on the transition loses out against Ding. That is Fairest also being flushed here. So for Exalt, not exactly the easiest transitions of all players. For Exalt, it's Molodok still trying to make it on through up at the very top here. Sentry takes out Uber in the blue. So that's a nice free point for him, all things considered, because he would have probably gone to the blue or the edge anyway.
Madsy is currently sat. He was sitting and healing in his car. I think that's very brave. But you know what? Whatever works. He's still alive, and now he's continuing his driving. So I'll give him that. Sometimes just sit still and they won't notice you.
Manages to get the rest of his team as well. Example, how much healing do you have? We are walking away from the circle.
I mean, there is a buggy.
Oh, there is a buggy.
3 tires.
Schofield!
Oh, the triple lineup. Does he get the quad? Does he find them all? No. But Twisted Minds picked the wrong lane to drive down. And just like that, out they go. Howl were not looking at a good game here, but doing everything they possibly can to salvage.
Yep, quite the polar opposite of yesterday's games here for Howl. Not many points on the board. Dante finally finds Sail. Vard cleans up the rest of Exalt up in the north. He was just sat in the field, so that was an easy pickings here for Foot Esports. Question Mark has 7 kills already. This is their redemption arc. Let's get it going.
A lot of bottom teams starting to turn things around here. We love to see it. It's just going to make tomorrow's games that much more exciting. In the meantime, Hard Shifts galore continues the race as Full Tilt are still inside the circle up towards the north. And look at who else is here. Ascent. They were sat the team the furthest south when Phase 3 popped. They rotate through Los Leones, wrapped all the way rest of it. And now, if they can take out the 2 players from Full Tilt here, they have some really good space to maneuver.
And buy them some presents. They love a good wrap. We have got ourselves a lovely little position here to probably catch Full Tilt off guard. They are slightly aware that something was going on around this area, but Madsy is playing with fire here, trying to jump peek, trying to see what he can find on this left-hand side if he peeks over.
Yep. Oh, Chris is gonna... Ooh! This is a perfect bait. This might just be the perfect bait, but do not allow for him to fall down. The one has gone. Now Madsy wants to get the flush confirmed, but they know they have to run for it quickly. They do find the knock in return. Does anyone respond to this? No. No one is in a position to do so. This, despite the fact that Ascent loses 2, or at least have 2 knocked, this should go their way.
What a betrayal by that Murado. Spun out right into the line of sight.
I mean, that hit a rock.
Yeah, you know, it's probably his fault, but I'm going to blame the Murado. That's fine. Howl is gone. That is our top team with not many points across these 3 games here. And again, a great opportunity for a team like Ascend, to be perfectly frank, with their position at the moment, to claim some high ground in the north of this circle. Get everybody up.
DA trying to get out of Los Leones, not going to have, and FaZe Clan racking up even more points in that position. Full Tilt, well, they were the one team with the position, but it was the position that everyone wanted in the end. I like their commitment to spread out, to take more control of the West, but they already lost one, and they just were not in a position to fortify when push came to shove. So Full Tilt down in 10th.
Yeah, I have to echo those sentiments. I do like the push out to try and control
the daring,
it.
yes.
Yeah, because if you do, you're potentially setting up a game-winning play. But
yeah.
It's not to be here. There's question mark still. Now 8 kills, looking for the woo. They know, as long as they've been tracking the kill feed, that they are extremely wounded. They've already got the knock on best lot, so they're going to be going hard on this, trying to flush them out with the utility here at the moment. That one's not quite what you want to happen, but we'll let it slide for the moment. As the finish with the AUG and looking for the final one.
Happens to the best of us. We'll see if Hoba can push further forward. These buildings are terrible to have to try and make your way on through as question mark. Well, it's said they hit kill number 10, but I'm not quite sure that's the case.
Yeah.
Let's see now. Fex peeks further forward.
Fex is popping.
Yeah, I'm thinking observers. I think there might be something with the feet right now that is a little disjointed, as I'm seeing players starting to teleport their way around on the server. But we'll try and stay on it for as best as we can. And if not, then James, what is the reason that you dislike the Mirado? Is it because of the lacking horsepower, or does it need better suspension, or does it only have like 4 gears instead of 5?
No.
Spare wheels?
No, I actually like the Mirado a lot.
Not enough flames on the side?
It moves like my car, which is absolutely terrifying. So that's always something I do appreciate.
It moves like 8C. They look pretty terrifying.
Yeah. We just need a little bit of a moonwalk going on here. That was great.
We are currently not aware if whether this is just us experiencing this, because it looks, I mean, to me with the movement, that even though it looks pretty janky, that they are getting into cars, they are driving, they're scoping and shooting, so I think it's just
it's on our end, I think.
feed, and I think the players are actually getting the proper playing experience out of this. But we'll try and see what we can see off of this. Fex flies south. And...
Oh, maybe stabilizing.
Stabilizing. We're back.
So, seems that way here, as M-Force technically has one of the most powerful positions during all of this, but Ascend has not done too bad in carving themselves out the piece of the pie thanks to the previous engagements that were going on. So now, Fex, he's done a lot of work this game, but I don't know if he can do much more here. Against question mark, that's going to be peeking on over. They get a nade on team. He pulls to the left-hand side. There's a nade right there, and question mark is on a roll with this.
Sometimes you don't see the nade right next to you, and that was the case right there. Oh, tries to commit to the rest, but not going to happen. Beamy spots him, denies the rest. James does get rewarded for the flush on Hoba, so points going the way of FaZe even after they fall. Beamy trying to make something happen here. He needs his team to help him out, though. He cannot hold off all of question mark on his own, but 8C is there to help.
Nice with the barrel. Looking to go over the right-hand side here as well. Sees Filfirst as he does throw the nade on over, but it doesn't really connect with too much. Filfirst has to back on out from this. It is up to just Filfirst alone here to try and make the recovery, try and make the escape, if anything, as he's going to cross from the smokes. Actually coming around the corner here, connecting with the 19 bit of damage from that barrel. Feels like it's just 80 that's shooting these guns. Yeah. Get in there, Beamy. Go on, give him some leather.
Yep, Nate slopped on forward. You can see Kilyakai now on the distance, crawling over, wanting to peek down here, see what's happening. Beamy does find the final, and great timing for that, just in time to spot Kilyakai over the ridgeline. Nice awareness for Beamy. As soon as the fight is over, yes, I could just stop to heal, but we were taking too long. There has to be teams trying to pounce, and they expected it. They saw Kilyakai, and now he's running back on the other side.
Good by foot to take out the terror that was question mark in that south side of things, and actually that is, their reward is a little bit of an overcrop that can actually see a lot of what is going on.
I mean, a south hard shift here, and they're golden.
Oh, yeah.
Because everyone will have to cross and come to them. We're talking smoke skill for teams to try and make that play on over. And also, again, I mean, Ascend, I know I've been giving them a hard time. I haven't been seeing them consistently up at the top. I did yesterday.
Okay,
I did say that I wasn't a full believer. But I must admit that the times that we've now seen them have to rotate into winning positions, yes, the game in the in kind of Hall of Fame went their way for a multitude of reasons, but the way they've been approaching this Miramar game in particular, some might say it's passive and not a lot of kills go their way, but this is their play style, and they've been executing it so incredibly well, finding late game time and time again.
I'm going to make it more concise. I'm just happy that German PUBG Esports is well and alive again after PNC, and I'll leave it at that.
Yes.
Code.
Code.
Get the code.
Get the code. I like how we just completely forgot about Finland the year before now that Germany did what they did here.
Yeah, well,
in any case, enough about teams that underperformed at global championships, at Nations Cup schemes. Ribbons. That's a nade, flopped on forward. Doesn't really get the bounce he wanted into. Stays in the wrong room there for no damage done. And M-Force, yet another team that could really need a good game here. But look at this. Because the compound is under control for M-Force, Ascent has essentially been allowed to rip all the way around. Brexco is wrapping south. He's going to backfill for the Esports, and they have no good reason to expect that there is an Ascent player essentially just following their foot tracks, tracking them down towards this circle.
The name of the game across these 2 days has been these wide angles that people have been taking, and I love it. We've seen so many times across just 9 games alone that be the absolute kicker to be able to secure you a victory in some of these fights. Brexco, though, having revealed his location, wisely moving away from it now, making sure that he's repositioning like a well-trained sniper.
Applied pressure, forced beaming off. Of course, he would have wanted the knock there, but also knows when to give up the angle. Others would have stayed for too long. Blue would have been on their back. They would have gotten knocked. They wouldn't have been able to cross, and that's a sent down to 3, and that could potentially be the difference in whether they win the final potential 4v4 or not. So nice play from Brex, both for initiating it, for setting it up, but also for falling back when he had to.
Even if you don't actually get a knock off of the back of having that off angle, you force Foot to not be able to rotate around that way. So you're kind of corralling Foot into M-Force here, and then eventually you can potentially clean up the scraps. Var's going in with the sawn off.
I was just going to say, look at the pressure that puts onto Foot Esports. They now know that Ascent are hungry for this. They're forcing Foot Esports to take this fight earlier than when they maybe would have wanted to. Yep, Chris found a crate on the top side of this, full level 3 gear as well, as he's waiting this one out. Everything's still in play.
I love it. I love the noise.
I know you have a Saiga and all, but sawn off. That is him down.
It's the greatest third weapon you can have, especially here on Miramite. So good. But anyway, Kiliakai now hits on Foot, and the Orm will finish it. You're not going to be able to escape something like that. That brings them down instantaneously. And now the fear from the distance is very much so on Foot's doorstep.
And one team that's sitting and watching this now, not being too happy with it, Howl. 3 suboptimal games in a row. Ascent starting to get things going their way. They had a 27-something point lead. They had a 19-point lead coming into this. I think regardless of how this will go down.
You're crazy.
Beamy, go away.
You're crazy for jumping. Don't do it. It's too obvious how you're going to fall. He will hit those shots. Don't jump.
Regardless of how this one goes down, Ascent is going to be within like 5 points of first place off of this game. I mean, they have to peek. They have to move. They can't just stay in the building.
I'm scared.
Die in the blue.
I'm scared.
We're all getting a glimpse into how James plays PUBG. It's like the ostrich strategy. If I can't see them, they can't see me.
I'll stay in the bathroom with the sawn off, okay?
You saw what happened when Doxa tried to do that just before.
Yeah, well, you know, whatever. We've got ourselves, Chris, still taking extra shots. I don't think they know exactly where Veronica is.
I mean, I don't think... I was going to say, they don't think they care. I think they're currently they're pretty worried about the Orm, and now they've seen him too. So they do know that he's there. Top 2 guaranteed. So far, Ascent has the circle, and it's on Foot Esports to make the play. I'm curious about utility. Chris has nades, but no smokes to work with, and he's currently, I don't say trapped, but sat behind this rock. And I was just going to say he has to make a play eventually. Finds AC. First hack confirmed. That nade should be able to find him first. It won't come up in time.
No.
Yep, sure does.
That was razor thin.
It sure was, but it's all he needed. 4v2. Ascent, plenty of chicken dinners in this finals already. Let's see if they can find more.
I don't know what blew a bigger hole in him, the Orm or the nade. As Vard leads. I love it. Bring me more. Bring me more. As now he knows exactly which building he's in. Smokes are going to be going out as well. The information's fed to the right-hand side, knowing that Beamy is going to be moving up that ridge line. Anything that Foot does here is being watched by that cannon on the other side of the map. Flash goes out. Turned for the moment.
We know it's a 4v2. There should be no way that Vard is allowed to get this risk. Chris sees it coming from a mile away, that nade. Bouncing a bit too far, Molly. Not going to find the right angle either. Peeks all over Beamy with the angle from up above. Perfect positioning. Isolating with the smokes to deny the vision for Kiliakai and Micah. And now, Beamy, hero play needed. You did the job for Vard before. Maybe it's actually on Vard now to try and find the angle to help out Beamy.
Taking out the arm removes a huge threat. He almost hit his head there, as he will actually take it down. Beamy and Vard are actually making this work off the back of it. It's just Micah up the hill alongside Brexco, who's on very, very low health.
They have the upper hand now. They have the dot. That's why Vard ain't moving. They have the ridge. Vard is literally sitting on the dot.
No
the
way.
move has to come from Ascent, and they're folding it down on the sides of the circle. Micah, 1 versus 2 needs to make a heroic play happen, and it's not going to. But Esports, with the backs against the wall, come out victorious.
That was so well done by them. The fact that they open up that side against Chris, who's threatening with the most powerful gun in this situation, and then being able to spread out, Beamy doing the work he did, Danes are pretty good.
This is a team that has existed for arguably the least time in this tournament. They're not supposed to be able to set up fights like this the way they just did. The way that Beamy from up above isolates his own angles. He can't peek anything other than what essentially is Vard's peek. He peeks down, Chris gets greedy after the nade, pushes forward, gets him down. As soon as those smokes fade, Vard instantly there to take over. It's just, there's so much to it.
He's excited.
Just give it to the desk. Let them talk about it.
We're off. All right, break time. When we return, desk to break things down, not Toby.
What I do, and I ain't not new to it. I'm on the road now, showing no signs that I slow down. This is the moment it goes down. Yeah, this is the battle, the showdown. So who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? I'm feeling good. You looking exhausted. I'll take your limits and I go beyond it. There is a list of the greatest of all time, and I'm trying to be on it. I came here to conquer. I ain't gonna stop until I am iconic. Bring it on, bring it on. I'm taking on all of my enemies. I got the power, the energy.
Yeah, just kill them.
One on track. Yes. I'm going closer.
Vex is gonna run close. Be careful of behind Vex fast.
One is below me. They're below.
We're on the ridge. Behind this side.
He's behind the shed.
Nice, guys.
What behind? No.
Okay, coming.
Left side, upstairs. One guy is on peak. Just
There's
go.
a guy in our house.
Has anyone got nades?
Yeah, I'm nading
No.
once.
Didn't me, this guy?
Oh, it's
Nice. I'm holding 2-star white. He's not peeking at all.
I'm going in. Flush.
2-star white, bottom floor, right side.
Watch out for nades now. Watch out for nades, don't stack.
Bottom floor, 2-star white. Yeah.
Do you want to clear upstairs?
Yeah.
Oh, I see him. I know where he is.
Yeah, I see him.
It's close
I'm
right.
with you.
Dead.
Nice. Watching road.
On green, maybe.
Can
you just go trade him?
Yeah,
I think one of you holds the rock and two of them just go trade. You can see him. 80 can see him.
Yeah.
Headshot.
Who can you see? Nice. 3 or 4.
You got to take the ground on them. You have to take the ground. One of you's just got to run.
Send guys have a ridge on orange.
Yeah, I'm pushing towards.
I want the blue beam.
One's in the fast smoke that's fading.
Headshot the guy shooting you.
Even to the top hill guy. One's high smoke, one's down right. I'm healing right now.
In the red
full ridge on me.
Yeah. Can you not? We need to.
Can you just run to the ridge?
Knock one
guy. One active.
We always have a chance to get into the team comms during the game, so I'm going to give you a chance to get into the broadcast team comms during the end of that game. It consisted of Avenger going, they're doing it, and then they did it. Foot Esports finally gets a chicken dinner, and what a way to do it as well, Avenger.
That was a great way to say it. I feel like I was screaming a lot more, like way more.
I didn't want to shout into the mic, but there was a lot of enthusiasm.
Yeah, a lot of
like
passion, a lot of enthusiasm. Also, this one was a fun one here. Full Tilt managing to actually take BBL's compound, even though it was outside the circle, not worth fighting for. Sure, you can maybe take some of the northern side of it. And Vard, the sort of enjoyer. It's probably the 5th or 6th time I've seen this man live on broadcast kill a guy with a sawed off. He just continues to do so. But this situation here, with Foot being a guy down and not having the circle and then successfully taking down Ascend, is just a testament to how good mechanically skilled these guys are. And I think if you ask, like, out of the 60 other players in the lobby outside Foot, and you ask who's one of the best mechanical or the best mechanical player in Europe or EMEA right now, a lot of them would say Vard, because he is super, super talented.
Showing that off. And Ascend consistently doing well. They had a chicken dinner yesterday. Today we've seen them in the top 4 quite a few times. This is an impressive performance from them. Not necessarily a team I would have put in the top 4, top 5 coming into this competition. But now they're a serious threat to the big players, the Foots, the BBLs, the Phases, the teams we expect to be there.
Yeah, they had a lot to fix after coming in through the playoffs, and particularly the last second qualification through the upper bracket. They weren't particularly happy with their performance, and they've come in, they've made some adjustments. They play quite a similar style to what they were doing in the playoffs. It's very slow, it's very methodical, very cautious, and making sure that they're properly clearing their chances of, when they get the opportunity to take that wide wrap back up into the northwest, they're making 100% sure that no one is lurking in those ribs, in those little ridges before they fully commit to that area. But fully committing gave them so much space in the end game. They got the AWM, they got Chris with the grenades, and still Vard comes out ahead. It's just not that hard for Vard.
I'll let you have that. Ascend, lazy. That was what we heard yesterday. They said that they were lazy, and they said their coach obviously snaps the whip quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, Brecko said himself that the team is lazy, and they think that Cove was annoying because he's whipping them all the time to do well.
But the point is that laziness.
But it's paying off. Look at this. There's just a 9-point difference up to Howl, and I'm loving what I'm seeing from them. They're doing smart moves. They're on point with macro, and yeah, it's obviously great to see these guys here. And FaZe Clan jumping into 3rd, taking that away, and Foot with that massive game jumping into our growing mid-pack, which is now, obviously, there's a long way from Twisted Minds from 56 all the way up to Howl on 91. It's a big lead there that they still have, so a lot of work.
Kovu needs to keep cracking that whip. I don't normally condone abusing PUBG players, but I think he needs to keep it up because whatever he's doing is definitely working for this team. And it's a team that I do want to focus on a little bit because I feel like Ascend, we did brush over them a little bit in the playoffs, so they weren't the full focus. Why is it working so well for them? What is it that they're doing now in the grand finals that's keeping them up in that 2nd place?
I mean, the macro is obviously on point here. They're on the west side inside Los Leones. We're going to talk a little bit more deeper about that. But still, they're managing to get into these positions, and they're staying 4 guys alive. And they're also winning a lot of fights. We saw them. They were 2 knocked. They managed to get back and get 4 alive, take good positions, and still continue to get these kills here that are so crucial. So now, here in this case, it's 12 points. It's a good game for them, even though, of course, they will have to win. It's hard to win a fight against a Foot that is just playing that well at the moment. They're winning so many 1v1s. They're clever with their utility. Yeah, and even when you have an advantage, you're 4 versus 3. You have better circle, you have better riches, you have some utility and an arm. It's still not enough.
The Phase 3, Phase 4 shift, that was what you mentioned earlier on. You said you were going to dive into it. So let's dive into it.
Yeah. We can do that. Let's take a look at the map here. It's just before Phase 4 pops, so it's Phase 3 into Phase 4. And this is where land rush is obviously a huge thing in this case here. And all of this space here that is marked by green is land rush, so it's going to go north, northeast. And I'm actually really surprised why we didn't see more teams up here in this kind of free space. But what I want to point out is how well that Ascend managed to get over in this position and actually play from here, take on Full Tilt, and win and get a 2nd place from this and win the fights that they did. It's really hard to get out of Los Leones alive from this situation here. So it's really enjoyable to see, and we can just take a look at how the circle ended up popping. But in general, getting out of Los Leones, not being the first team to get out of there is obviously beautiful.
And that's where the slow, methodical approach really came in clutch for them, because there was other teams that looked like they had pretty solid positions. Sarvin was up on the high ground just to the northeast of Los Leones, and you look at that position and think, wow, they get to kill everyone on the way out. But it's actually quite the opposite, because if you're peeking over onto FaZe on the low ground below you, everyone in Los Leones can see you, and then you're getting farmed, so it really forced them to keep their heads down. And Ascend used that opportunity to wrap around the western side where there was the least resistance, and just making sure that once again there was no one ahead of them. They did eventually run into a tiny bit of resistance from full tilt, but managed to clean that up and get the revives and just hold on to that position with 4 alive. Crucially, again, keeping numbers strong. Such a big part of Battle Royales.
Second place for Ascend currently on the leaderboard, and some of those teams are starting to close the gap on Howl as well. It is the final game of day number 2. We're going back to Miramar. So Toby, Kylaris, I'm just not going to ask you where we're dropping.
But I'm going to answer it anyway. We're going to Los Leones. Don't know why I would answer it in this moment, because I actually never answer it when she actually asks it. So, you know what? Throw a wrench in there. Throw a spanner in there.
You're wild today.
Oh, kooky.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I don't even know what that word means.
You don't know what kooky means?
Something you eat?
No.
A cookie?
Well, kinda, I suppose, but it's... Anyway, shut up, Dane. We have got ourselves one more match for today here, and the great things are happening, because now, of all things, Howl's past 3 games have been a bit of a disaster, meaning that the rest of this lobby is catching up. We are not going to be instantly decided going into that last day. That's what I want to see. I want to see chaos and despair.
As always.
Yes.
And not just other teams are catching up, but teams that we know can really pick up a fight and come out victorious with it in the end. We've seen it now from Ascent. We've seen it from FaZe. They got themselves a good game. We've seen it from Question Mark. Even though they did fall off early in this one, they got plenty of kills to boot. So some of these teams that we know, when on a good day they can come out and deliver, they started doing that today. So we'll see how things pan out here in the final match of day number 2 as we get this one underway.
That's right. It's game 10 for PEC Spring. Let the despair continue for Howl for a moment, even though they are one of my guilty pleasures, and I hope they do well. Despite that, we want to see it even at the top. We want to see the evenness work out tomorrow. All of these names, I want to see them in contention, especially for those 2 spots at PGS.
If you're confused, James just wants to see everyone do cool things all the time.
Yeah, if I want to see cars flying, firstly, not just driving, flying. I want to see Howl, I was about to say dying.
Please continue. I love how we just went from the hype train to the destruction train when it comes to Howl. And also I'm seeing 2 people share a car.
Ooh.
Oh, no, not sharing so much anymore. Voldemort jumped off of it. Metralius.
The tree is the friend. Tree is your friend. Tree is your friend.
Playing bullfighting here. I'm seeing Global Army. No, actually, that's CC coming up to pick him up. I think Vehicles was hurt from a distance. Metralius, get out of there. You don't know if he has a gun. Oh, ooh. That's a bike.
That tree was not his friend previously.
Nope, it wasn't.
Ooh,
but again,
spooky.
Spicy first circle. And you know what? It isn't. But phase 2s and phase 3s off of this first circle can and usually do become very, very interesting. Because let alone the fact that we have the power grid plateau in the middle of this, only 1, maybe 2 teams will go up there in phase 1. One of them is already there. That's Twisted Minds. They will take the southern side of it. Maybe Polish Power will up to try and peek on over towards it as well. But outside of that, not a lot of teams will play around here. So being able to obtain info in this area of the map, as much as it's center and it's very simple, sure, but you have no clue what's going on around you.
Do you want to go for the double power plant prediction?
The double PP prediction.
With PP in the north.
I mean, you already said Los Leones, so you're kind of lost. You don't get 2 guesses, James.
No, I mean, that was just a drop, you know. Sam asks where we drop in, not where the circle's ending.
And you were on the woo, so you would say Los Leones.
I guess I'll go for that, yeah.
Yeah, you were pretty woo coming into this game, so makes sense, yep. In the meantime, Savim, they might be woo by the end of this one, should this game go into Picardo. I feel like Savim, we talked about it with Question Mark, how we haven't really had that one game where, this could be the Question Mark game. I feel like there's been quite a few where we said, this could be the Savim game. And then it didn't become the Savim game. Similar to last game, good position, plenty of space to maneuver. They could peek out. I know it's not exactly easy to sit up there because you are the one target that everyone can see. But I feel like either they're being too careless, trying to peek over a bit too much, but that's the position from where at least they should get a lot of kills coming their way, and they didn't.
I feel like we were saying that about Savim in the qualifiers, less so here in the finals, right? Feels like they're being a little bit outclassed here in the finals at the moment.
Yes.
Which is unfortunate.
I like how you've always called me out for saying unfortunate.
What do you mean?
And now I'm hearing you say it all the time.
No. I actually, in that one specifically, I did the unfortunate.
I know you did.
But, you know, not at the other ones.
Chat, keep track of how many times it says it. He's going to continue. It's not the last one for today.
It's only because Toby said it a million times. And I
In the meantime, now, Lazap driving to Scout, and he's not alone in that car, but he's driving down to 2 of Na'Vi. And I'm seeing them doing U-turns. I'm seeing the Matt try and peek on over and do damage in return. But unfortunately for Howl, also seeing them get out of there alive.
Nice. Good. Driving south to friends is Howl. DA, you can tell it's the last cast. I'm being a bit silly. I'm sorry. I apologize.
A bit, James, a bit.
We got Ascend here. I think they're doing spectacularly for where they're at as a roster in terms of the progression and being able to kind of grind things out here in the finals. 82 points is nothing to scoff at. If Howl hadn't had a beastly day yesterday, they'd be #1 for sure. By quite a margin, I would say.
We also got to keep in mind that there was a point in which during PCS 7, they were up there contesting a potential win and qualify for PGC. It didn't end up happening, obviously, with Question Mark winning the whole thing. But we have seen these moments of success from Ascent before. They just have never been followed up by that 1 or 2 final games needed in order to win. And we're talking about a team that didn't, that only just exactly made their way through to the grand finals, right? So it's so impressive to see them finally get games going their way back to back to back.
Absolutely, and judging by the circles and how these things are shaping out, once again, their mind will be focused on their initial hurdle in this game, which is get past phase first.
That is a hurdle, and it has been before. They've come out pretty successful, I would say, in the whole does phase manage to hold them out or not quiz situation. Like, I feel like so far, Ascent has more survivals against FaZe Clan than getting camped by them. And you can see Chris is already now pushing forward. But
Schofield, Molodok, and Brexco all holding 18 kills at the top.
You interrupted me just to say that.
Did I interrupt you? I thought you'd finish your sentence.
Well, now I have.
Well, that was that then. You're feeling silly too. Stop it.
We both are. We're having, you know what? My issue is, and I don't even know if it's an issue, and I'll say that now that everyone is spread out, we don't see anyone fighting. Nork has hurt the vehicles from Question Mark, so he'll leave. I get like this, and some people like it, some people don't, but I get like this when really good PUBG happens before my eyes. I'm still riding off of the joy of that 2v4, 3v4 from Foot Esports against Ascent before, because if you're a player, if you're a viewer, go back, watch that on replay. Don't watch this unless if you're an Iroh fan and you don't like Fix, because that was a butchering. But go back and watch that fight 15 times in slow motion. Believe me, every time you watch it, you'll learn something new of how to clutch endgame situations that go against you. There are so many things that have to go right in order for you to come out victorious in those sort of endgames, especially when you're in the worst position, having to make the aggressive play outnumbered. And Foot Esports, time after time after time, in the matter of 15 to 20 seconds, did them all correctly. So few teams can do it, and they did it.
And it bumped them up to 6th place, which is big considering they were languishing down towards the mid/bottom pack here as Full Tilt still taking wounds all over the place. Madzi is going to trade off against it as well. And whilst this fight's going down, Rafa is just hopefully hoping for just a little peek out here from Madzi. Yeah. But we've had across this 2 days already, we've had a flavor of everything. We've had really a good range of circles, scenarios, games go down. EMEA is providing so much entertainment here for 2023.
One thing is... Yes. One thing that I think we can coin off of the end of this is the depth of this region has once again shown itself. Even though we have teams that we know have performed at the global stage, we have OGs that has been in the game for the longest of times. We have, I don't want to say unknown players, but at least lesser known players that come out here and put up a fight against some of the titans of PUBG Esports. And I think that's absolutely phenomenal to watch.
Yeah, it's great. It is great. For Enforce and Full Tilt, though, there's not huge amounts of scenarios here that really go in their favor. One already knocked. Dogs is down. Dogs is finished. Dogs dinner for him. Not much more to go.
That's day over and done for Mr. Doxer. M-Force. It's a unlucky game to... I mean, of course, 3 still alive. Many things can happen. But they're currently sat on the cusp. 9th place, not really that far out of top 5. Off of, should they be able to get one good game to finish off the day. And then they could potentially, they could ride off of that momentum coming into tomorrow for the final matches. Because if they break into that higher 50-point club by the end of today... You have like 5 teams or 4 teams make that are sat so close to one another in the 60-point club. And, well, for Full Tilt, 60-point club, nowhere near.
There was a problem there where we had Full Tilt trying to surround M-Force, but in the process, they were getting surrounded by Polish Power and Ding. So, yes, it's cool that you can try and maybe, you know, make this play against M-Force and stuff like that, but you've got to account for other teams around you. And unfortunately for Full Tilt, they are feeling the full brunt and the weight of the lobby around them.
I've come up with this saying, there's always a bigger fish in the sea.
For me, there's a lot, actually, because I'm just such... Yeah.
You are pretty... yeah, I suppose.
Yeah.
There are many fish that are bigger. And also, I hope no one actually thinks I came up with that, because I didn't. But
I'm gonna put...
just to get it out there. People don't do Reddit posts about me thinking I did that. In the meantime, Norcus finds more points. Polish Power off of a couple of tough games. Finally able to get points on the board early on with little to no risk involved themselves. So great way to start off the final match of the day. Let's see now where Circle 2 takes us. Again, so many different, very interesting areas of the map that this second circle can take us to.
Where are we going? Ba-ba-da-ba.
Picado!
That is almost exactly the same circle that we had given the power grid ending.
But that was phase 3 and 14 out of 16 teams were on the east side. Now, much more spread out. So even though, yes, we are headed to the same area, the outcome, the end game of this is so much different. And that's why PUBG has so much replayability, because no 2 games are the same. Wow. And I know we say wow, but I think it's amazing. Because are there other games that get very repetitive? Yes. PUBG? Not so much.
Either you're trying to create a series of motivational posters right now with your "there's a big fish in the sea."
That's like
wow, there's so much.
That is my existence.
Okay.
I am a motivational
You're a
poster.
walking advertisement for PUBG is what you're trying to say.
One thing that's interesting that we're seeing right now, speaking of how this game is nowhere near the one we saw yesterday, Howl won the game where, no, Twisted Minds won it. They got second. But they came up in this position. They did this exact rotation yesterday, completely uncontested. Now, Na'Vi shooting at them from below, forcing them to go further. They stopped on the ridge line, sat here for the longest time, waited for the fights to come to a close. Now, they're sending it full speed forward, but M-Force are here as well. So a big change already now to how we saw, as you said, a very similar area of the game yesterday where Howl had all the space to maneuver. Now, they are on the run, because all of a sudden, many more players here than what they experienced yesterday.
It feels like they're having a difficult time dealing with the pressure of the results that they had yesterday. Now, like, a little bit of indecision about where they exactly want to go. Technically, they could have pitched up on the west side of M-Force, but that compound was definitely not taken in the previous situation. And now, Vard here, nothing was really difficult for him in the previous one.
The 16 HP push.
He's a bold guy. Let's see if he can make this work. I mean, you don't expect him to be healing on that angle, I suppose. Here, Senya's going to go down there to 80. They're in this formation that is really putting a lot of pressure on Ding.
No angle is left unchecked from PUBG Esports right now. This is a roster with so much firepower that we saw in the upper bracket butcher their way through to the grand finals. Yes, they slumped out yesterday, but with the amount of kind of focus, I would say, that they have now, the level of communication that we're seeing them must have in order to set up these sort of plays. If they can continue this into tomorrow, this is going to be a team fighting for top spots.
But whilst this fight is going on, as there we have Aimlo actually getting the knock, but Ding is finished off.
The trade is there.
And the important thing about this is we take a look at the map after this is all completed. Teams are expecting the salty run back from yesterday. We're expecting this circle to be going up onto the high ground. And even if it's not, actually being up on the high ground and then being able to transition down is a whole lot easier than being able to transition up when teams are up there.
You play the odds.
Yeah,
you go, would you rather sit in the crappy spot now than rotate to the good spot? Or would you rather sit in the good spot now having to go crappy? Well, we bank on the good spot. And if it goes crappy, well, we'll deal with it then. So everyone, as you're saying, rather sit in the spot they don't want to have to rotate into. It is only phase 3 coming up after this one, so we could go anywhere, quite literally, on the map that we have still available. Whoa. Rotating into this one slowly, all four still alive. E-Beam is the eye in the sky, set a bit out towards the east, making sure that the remaining 3 players are somewhere to go safe, but they don't want to overcommit right now either. They're playing this one smart. If they can time it perfectly, wait for the circle to pop, and then shift W.
Imagine if it went elsewhere. There we go. It's the run back. We have got...
It is the power grid ending again.
Another power grid ending here. So, what are the big differences? Twisted Minds is in full power grid. FaZe is perched up here. Now down to the... where effectively kind of Twisted Minds was controlling yesterday. And actually, it's a very good dip, especially if you start to control southwest of it that we saw Twisted Minds yesterday controlling very strongly.
I'd say main change, teams are here much earlier. Teams are much more settled. They're fortified in these positions. Yesterday, it was chaos galore. Teams brawling their way forward to try and claim dips, and it was all kinds of chaos. Now, they're sat there. They're ready and waiting for these hurt teams having to make their way into the circle.
And Ascend is doing what Ascend does. They're actually blasting on through, trying to find themselves a little bit of a spot. But they're running past some of the best guns in EMEA here, spraying at them. Not really too much is connecting at the moment. As Ascend is somehow managing to get past, but then again, they run straight into Howl, the contenders at the top here, to be able to bring them down. Kiliakai takes down the Mad. He is completely finished off as well. And the rest of Howl here are over a ridgeline. A nade comes in, though. Howl is dislodging them completely.
Even if Ascent falls here, do as much damage as you can to the team you're chasing, and the other way around too. If Howl falls, you damn better make sure that Ascent goes down with you. Neither of these two teams want to fall here, but for everyone else on the server, take a look at what's happening over here, and if we can third-party it, that would be amazing.
And Brexco, once again, looking for another off angle. Fuzzface is moving up this hill on the north side to try and get a little bit of a peek if he can.
I mean, Polish Power is all over the place. They're trying to claim the entire north side of the circle, and I like the idea. Issue is Norgis is currently alone against almost all of BBL. Of course, that's happening a bit off our screens right now, but wouldn't be surprised to see a knock on a Polish Power player in the kill feed at some point sooner or later. As I say that, it's the other way around. First from afar, finds Schofield across the street, as Norgis now able to get out of what could have been a BBL ambush. Ascent falls 14th.
It's the play you make. Take him out. Ruin is the last one remaining, and they've only put 2 kill points on the board. So, and it's also being shot at from a distance as well by the looks of things. I think it was Crunio up on the very high ground here. And now that information may be fed to Norkis to try and get an angle here to finish off Ruin.
FaZe, the next team to jump up towards first place, but they're still set 27 points out. Howl falls 93 as well will end the day. It's been a good day overall in terms of where they're sat on the leaderboard. Would have they wanted to have more points? Sure. I mean, 93 points off of day 2 if you don't know how many points they had on day 1. Pretty respectable.
Yeah, you'd be like, wow.
Wow, pretty impressive. Knowing how many points they got on day 1, of course, day 2 does not look as good. But still a buffer for them to work with, and crucial for them to know that Ascent went down with them.
Definitely so. So where are we going? Straight to Power Grid again?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Only place it can go.
Yeah, considering the ridges that actually do exist and all those teams on the south as well as east are going to want to be moving. I mean, they already had the idea that they would have to be moving. It's just a case of allowing teams around you to sometimes make the first move and maybe gun them down as they do.
Yeah.
Or try and get ahead of it, like M-Force is currently trying.
Hooper's up here all on his own, but apparently that doesn't matter too much because he finds the first, and now, while it's not inside the circle just yet, it is landfall for him and his teammates. Issue is Wu are pulling up right behind Navi, and they have to be aware, especially with EB shooting up towards him.
What can the Wu do? Because
Navi has to get out of here. There's no point in taking this fight.
Yeah, get to the compound.
Yeah.
Try, I guess, the far left side of it eventually. It's really not great cover of those few buildings on the far left side of that compound, but...
You say not great, but I've, in the sense that it's cover.
It is something, yes, compared to where, say, Veronica is.
It is cover.
Yeah.
And that right now is the most important thing. I think they're not going to hard commit to it just yet, though. They know that Wu is coming up behind them, so try and see if you can wound them before you make that final push forward, because you do not know if there's a sawn-off waiting for you inside the building.
Cunio had a very high ground spot earlier in this game, so that's why we're seeing him being able to dish the damage out against some of the potential victims as he looks south, able to spot Foot but he's going to be wanting to get together with Marsalek here and move forwards to where Fuzzface is. Not too bad an anchor spot.
And that's why you're not seeing Beamy make a move towards the teammates now either, because he knows, for starters, there's one up there. Look at the amount of smokes he's using to get out of that position too, but he also knows that Crunio will have to get off that hill eventually. So count down the time for it to be outside the circle, then make your run across.
Getting in, good to go. Rendezvous with the rest of your team here. The one thing that Polish Power is going to be looking out for eventually is making sure that BBL doesn't wrap around on them.
Yeah.
That is the important job that Norkis has right now, as he's going to see them along the road and he's going to be feeding that information to the rest of his team.
Has to be able to hold that flank on his own, because he will... I don't think there's any cavalry arriving. Speaking of cavalry, here comes DA full speed forward. They get themselves a dip, but we've seen it time and time again how much these dips become funnels for nades, and they're already flying in their direction.
Yeah, because FaZe, for a long time in this game, having the dip that they have, knew that they're eventually going to have to fight someone that takes this. And it's all important that they get rid of them so that they have a little bit more flexibility underneath where Power Grid currently resides.
It is naturally shaped trench warfare right now on the southern side of this circle. Wu knew they had to make a play eventually. Navi has already gotten their foothold into the set up the turret, allowing for Wu to cross on through. But where do they go? And Iroh, in the meantime, peeking on over. Don't think he knows that he has one right down the ridge.
And it's Molodox. He's terrifying at the moment in this lobby. He is blasting.
Circle towards the north we go. This fight will have to come to a close. Maybe for Digital Athletics, they just give it up altogether. The issue is they know they're just on the other side. And honestly, if they could take out Exalt here, a rep on the west side of Power Grid, that could be top 5 guaranteed.
Could be. Could be. Maybe not even having to take this engagement. Shots come out, though, from DA onto Fairest. Fate as well on that right-hand side angle. Is trying to put in some damage as well. But Sarvam can see them, too, down there. So I think for Exalt, it's all good and dandy. You're taking these shots, but I don't know if it's worth it right now.
Exalt waits in this position, holds out DA if they pushes. DA can't push because they know they've just had nades slap towards him from FaZe Clan. They have to wait this one out. In the meantime, towards the east, far outside this circle, FUT Esports and Na'Vi fight this one out. Foot down to just a couple, but T-Bone off angle position finds the first, wanted to find more, but at least gets one, allows for the rest to come through as he falls.
What a devious little angle T-Bone had there against this. More nades, run away. Okay, get out of there. The blue pushing in slowly cancels this fight. Makes it that it can't really be happening at the moment here. Molotov goes over. What the Wu just destroy Na'Vi as they try and escape on from out of there. Likewise, Molotov gets destroyed as well.
Yep. The three-way pit fight happening on the southern side now. Wu, just to kind of end off that fight, was sat just waiting for Na'Vi to come back around that ridge line. Perfect gatekeep position from the Wu, set up, executed to perfection. And now they can look to take the fight to FUT Esports again. But Polish Power from the other side, not making it easy for FUT to get out of this one alive.
All of these teams in the circle are more than happy to be raining down fire on these teams that are having a difficult time getting in from that east side. And then from there, they can look towards each other later on. Although that being said, for Polish Power, BBL is slowly coming across them here. If their attention is taken too much by that east side, they could be bit.
It is. 3 of them looking the other direction. Now Norkis gets the info across. Fuzzface still looking the other way. Marsalek ain't there either. If they full on pull up to Crunio here, the issue is it's over the ridge line, so it's a dangerous peak. You know that one should peek on over. Essentially half the server's got eyes on you, so they got to be very smart about how they approach this, because they are inside the circle. They have the space. They don't need to make this play, but they do so anyway, and Smash is the first one to fall. Does he get flushed? Yes, he does. And Crunio able to get out of there without any damage being done.
The perfect timing as well. He saw 2 heads peek over, and he retreats on back. Great stuff by Polish Power. Well, how much more can actually happen here? Clip trying to skirt along that edge. Marsalek almost hitting him, but not really connecting with too much. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gustav and FaZe are actually destroying DA in that dip that they knew that they had to control after the push now is coming over from DA. But Norkis looking for the angle. FaZe completely decimates Digital Athletics on the other side of the map.
Crucial that they get those kills fast too, because Question Mark was making their way down in their direction, trying to third party, but not going to happen now. Norkis finds one, not able to get the second, has to prone it down, despite not finding the knock initially. FUT will fall as well as 80 goes down. Polish Power trying to cement control on the eastern side of this circle.
They're doing really well with it here, and they're still also keeping an eye on what's going on down towards the south, because Polish Power takes out BBL, and it was Question Mark that was kind of lurking down to the south, not moving on them. 10 kills go the way of Polish Power, who are looking to make big strides in this final game.
And they need them to. Current is at 10 points out of 7th place. And again, so as we said coming into it, once you hit that 60-point margin, there's so many teams within reach. You're looking at a top 5 position, potentially even better than that. And Polish Power are far from done in this game number 10.
Power Grid still technically having controlled here by Twisted Minds, although Exalt is now looking to move on through, and FaZe down to the south is looking to breach as well. Everybody taking an opportunity to try and get on here now that Twisted Minds' attention has slightly waned from the complete walls, the complete fortress that they previously had.
Twisted Minds cannot give up the idea that FaZe is here, and I'm surprised they're not approaching this faster. They know that there are shotguns, they know that there are flashes waiting on the other side, but they also know that they've given up all kinds of control of what's happening behind them. They heard the fight between FaZe and DA. They saw there were no kills coming in on the side of FaZe. They need to be smart about this, and if they want to execute on it, you execute fast. If not, then you wrap around this compound and go out to the west side on the ridge line. There's no sitting here just waiting, because you will get shot in the back.
Not many shots from Molodok, but you don't really need them in the S12K. You just have to
dead. Spiro's dead now.
Get a few in.
Do they survive that?
Yeah.
That is a warning that they should not have had. Now they know FaZe is here. Now they have to engage on it, or back the hell off. In the meantime, Question Mark hearing the shots up on the hillside above, knows that if they want to take a fight 4v4, they have to do it now. Knocks on both sides. Question Mark needs things desperately starting to go their way here today.
Polish Power's feeling it though here in this game. 11 kills go their way already. Corexi is also putting in damage against Question Mark. So for Question Mark, they're being assaulted from 2 angles. An aid goes over. A doozy's a little bit to the right of that, but a second one goes in to try and cover as much ground as possible. Phil first picked off. Question Mark is eliminated here by 2, and FaZe is flexing out of Power Grid.
They are. They're wanting to take control. The issue for them is there weren't enough knocks on the side of Polish Power that they could make a proper third-party push. Their priority, the value of this position is simply too strong. And now, as I said before, once FaZe's position is revealed, Twisted Minds has 2 options. Either you full-on engage in the compound knowing it's going to be all kinds of chaos and RNG with shotguns and mollies, or you wrap around. Smart call by Twisted Minds, reading the situation right. We gave up the Power Grid. We have to back out. We have a shitty position here. We need to play the west side.
Can definitely catch them off guard, though, with it all. And with this, if you're able to get the angles, get the drop on
I love this side. I love this side, because even though they have to play into it, they can still wrap north around.
I'm trying to get on the roof.
That is so dangerous.
No!
Peeking into it is even more dangerous, though, because you know that all of Exalt is sat there ready and waiting. He was just stood there, aiming, holding the angle, the quick lean peek from Spiro, double headshot, goes away, said, thank you, I'll take that.
I think the person that was most surprised was Molodok.
Probably.
There you go. Ferris still trying to hold these windows. They are powerful if your opponent is going to try and push up on it, but at the same time, Spiro does know. He sees the legs of Batulin, goes for an 8. Ferris actually was able to catch that, though, straight away, and then we're going to see Spiro going for it once again, but FaZe is coming around the left-hand side here. They've got to be careful. You need to be finishing a fight like this much quicker. Otherwise, FaZe is going to take an opportunity and spring the trap.
James is on the roof now, but look at the 4th team, the final team on the server, doing everything they can to claim as much as possible. Spiro with the off angle. Twisted Minds are inside, but can do nothing with the terrain that they've gained for themselves. FaZe Clan coming here to butcher both and all, and Polish Power wrapping in behind FaZe to do essentially the exact same pull that they set up themselves. Smart playing coming in here from Polish Power to backfill the teams that backfill Twisted Minds.
You're right, there's not only enemy at the gates, there's enemy at the walls and inside the walls as well, as Corexi here finishing things off with a shotgun. Polish Power's playing a little bit slower on that right-hand side. Gustav has chosen to sit there and try and hold that off whilst the rest of this comes to an end, quells down a little bit. But Polish Power has the numbers advantage. Nate goes in here from Perfectix, actually does get the connection. How is this fight still going on? How is it still alive?
Corexi here is trapped. James is coming back down to 45. They know that there's still a fight with Twisted Minds and Exalt in this building. Corexi, you're on your own, buddy. We have to deal with Polish Power on the other side.
It's an important fight for all of these teams. This is a big catch-up potential moment here going into day number 3 as Corexi. Almost 1,000 damage done in this game alone. 6 shots in his shotgun. Looks to go for a nade. Where is it going? Cooking it to start things off. Probably going to try and go through one of these top windows here to catch an unsuspecting Fairest, but he is suspecting.
Wait out the circle. Allow for the blue to do the work for you. Soon enough, there'll only be 2 exits optional for this one. Molodok finds one. Fate does go down to Perfectix first. The rest should be possible here, though, unless if corrects it. Sunset, not gonna happen. The Psyker proves strong as Molodok finds one, but Crunio takes Fairest out in return, and all of a sudden, Molodok plays a solo game. And now, it should be, just moments from now, a 4v2, unless if Molodok can pull off of a heroic play here.
It should be cleanup time here for Polish Power with a sprinkling of Swede on the side, as now we see 3 moving around that left-hand side here. Marsalek is going to be the anchor point in the middle of this, trying to play that off angle here, whilst the 3 try and contain. If Exalt and FaZe can't get out of these buildings, Polish Power will blast.
Do they know that Gustav and James went back? Or are they putting all the eggs in the basket that the entire set of remaining 5 players are inside this brick building? Because if not, Gustav could catch one off guard. James could assist, and all of a sudden, that's a 2v2.
So they haven't looked south for a while.
Back. They know something is wrong. They know something is wrong.
Yeah, they kind of sense it in the air at the moment. Now Marsalek is paying attention a little bit to those buildings down towards the south. And Fuzzface gets Fairest. Oh, Molodok comes out though. Fuzzface is going to go down. That is a complete finish off here at the moment. Now they're going to start bombarding this location, but Fate on the left-hand side could be the off angle that they need to try and shut down Norcus as he comes along here. He doesn't realize he's there. Oh!
And there's one team this is playing in favor of. This is Poland. Sorry, make that FaZe clan. James now peeks over, finds one. I said it was going to be a 2v2, and that's exactly what it is. Fuzz got a bit greedy, pushed up forward, and just like that, they are down and out on the other side.
It's 14 kills versus 11 kills. These 2 teams have dominated the lobby here. Marsalek actually gets caught by a moment by James. Gustav even, I should say, as he's going to be trying to come around. The flashes go out. Marsalek gets Gustav to start things off, and that is going to be it. Polish Power with a victory to end off day number 2.
16 kills, but not in the fashion that they would have wanted that end game to go down. I see Fuzz fall. I see James find one. Gustav is still yet to reveal his position. There are so many worlds where that could have gone against them. Unfortunately for them, the one player that was playing it close and passive, Marsalek, held his fire, stayed back, protected the back end, came out victorious.
So many moves going on in terms of this Power Grid ending. Actually, one of my I'm going to say it, that's one of my favorite Power Grid endings of all time because of the ways in which, yes, the building's being held, but all of these moves, Twisted Mind's going for the wraparound, FaZe coming in the back. Polish Power could have technically wrapped around and tried to create a sense of urgency, but they went for the hold. It worked out in the end. Just barely.
I mean, if Polish Power denies Gustav the opportunity to push back towards the building, that's game over. That is them pretty much having locked this one down because they just wait out the break. Now that when they realize, fortunately, they realized soon enough that something was wrong. Had that been 5-10 seconds later, Gustav gets 2 in the transition out.
All right, well, these 2 teams dominate the lobby for the last game. Let's head over to the desk to break everything down for the final game of the day.
Thank you so much, gents. I know I'm not supposed to do this when you're at the desk host. You're meant to just ask the questions. You are never meant to have an opinion. But hot damn, FaZe and Polish Power are 2 of my favorite teams. That was so exciting for me to watch.
Why was it so exciting for you, Sam?
Because I love those 2 teams and watching them battle it out is fun. I love it when FaZe pops off, which they haven't done often for a while, so it's always exciting. Polish Power is just a team that I love. I love the personality that they have, and that is just fun. Watching those 2, and what a way to end day 2.
It was a whole lot of teams that have had a very up and down day so far, but the ups have been significantly higher than what they were on day number 1. So it is positive trajectory for every single one of them, and the likes of Twisted Minds, even though they fell out early in the end game, it's their 3rd appearance in the top 4 for today as well, so the gap significantly closed towards the top and sets us up for a very exciting final day.
This is a nice position for Twisted Minds. It's the position that they like to be in going into the final day. They've been consistently okay in the mid-pack, so I feel like that they have a pop-off day tomorrow, which they tend to do. It could be good for them. FaZe as well is starting to look really comfortable. So is Polish Power. Suddenly, we're starting to see Foot even got a chicken dinner. We're starting to see these teams arrive. Took them long enough, though, Avenger. It took them a whole 2 days.
Yeah, I did. And honestly, I gotta say here, in this situation where I was looking at how the whole fight was going on with around the gym, with Exalt, with Polish Power, like gatekeeping them, and FaZe Clan, Corexia obviously loving to see him coming in and really putting in some damage, but it was just such a rough fight with how Polish Power was containing both of them, making sure that they could not get out of it without what we ended up seeing them fragging out and getting the chicken dinner.
I quite like the change of pace from Polish Power because normally in those final fights they just go ham. There was a little bit of pacing changes. Do you think that's Fuzzface's influence, saying calm down,
especially
boys?
when he's dead, right? He's going to be able to like pull the leashes on them. Like the guys are like frothing on their mouth, they're like throwing themselves at everyone. They want to kill. I mean, I play so much with Martelek, he's just running at everyone. So like Fuzzface can pull them back now.
I have the most horrific vision in my mind now.
It's obviously what's going on. When you have a guy that has this in-game leading experience, he's going to be able to say, guys, hold this angle, put this pressure, like reapply pressure here, make sure you have one guy holding the angles, and this is just what is super, super important in these cases here. And when you have 3 super skilled guys mechanically that's able to pull something off like that, so that's what's going to happen.
It's often the bane of a leadership role in a game like this.
Right.
Unfortunately, you have to play the game yourself. But when you're dead, you can micromanage your teammates as much as you want. You can tell them, hey, stop peeking this angle. You're open over here. You've got to be more slightly to your left, a couple of meters. Make sure you throw that nade just a little bit further. Aim higher. And that's exactly what works out. Polish Power couldn't have aimed much higher this game. Right up there at the top. 16 kills to go along with it. A huge, massive turnaround. And I don't know how many more times we have to say. If you are a mid-pack team, you get a big game, you're right up at the top, right with a fantastic chance of one of those PGS slots. Can't get much bigger than that.
1 and 2 there, double-digit kills. This is fantastic for FaZe and Polish Power. It's going to push them up that leaderboard, which we're going to see in a little bit after day number 2. This is what it's going to be looking like. The teams competing. Take a look at that. FaZe now up in
oh my
third.
God.
It's getting spicy.
That is crazy. Also, kind of a big gap opening up here between Foot Esports on 5th and FaZe Clan on 3rd there, but only 10 points difference. It's the top 3 is looking really interesting for sure, but there's a big gap down to Exalt. Polish Power putting themselves in there now, 66 points. One good game, they can put themselves into the top 3 too. So they have really stepped up. They had a 3rd, they had a 2nd place, and now here win with 16 kills.
I have to do this though. Na'Vi, they are the PGC champs. We're going to constantly point this out. Not a great day. I mean, they got a chicken dinner, and yet where they're sitting now, this is a battle for them when we move into day number 3. They've got 5 games to try fix this.
Gotta say something.
I mean, that's your job.
It's not happening. They're not catching up. They are simply too far behind. It's a matter of trying to fix it, trying to get as many PGC points as we can. Remember, still 3 tournaments, regional tournaments this here in EMEA, and you have to get as many PGC points from every single tournament. So from this point here, 12th, they could put themselves with one more good game, probably put themselves in a top 8 spot and be within striking distance of something like 100 more PGC points, which is going to be super crucial. Because if they're struggling like this in the first tournament, they're not going to come out and dominate in the second one.
Saga, do you think this is because the EMEA lobbies are strong and the teams have upped their game, or is Na'Vi just not awake?
I think it's somewhat of a combination. It's definitely a very strong region. They've talked time and time again on the cast about the Mariana Trench of talent that is EU. It's so incredibly deep, but for a team like Na'Vi, it is a lot to learn to face off against a new opposition, as that opposition is learning themselves. So every single time a team like Foot, a team like BBL is coming into the lobby, not only are they sort of playing the game, but they're learning about the way that they like to play, that they like to communicate, the way that they like to play off each other as a team, and that just makes the homework for the more experienced team that much more complicated because you have to learn and adapt on the fly. And some teams are certainly doing a better job of that. Twisted Minds, we know that they're the most adaptable team that could ever really exist in the game, constantly evolving and changing the way that they play. Na'Vi seemingly takes a little bit more baseline information.
There's a lot of unpredictability. It's a hard word, right? Unpredictability coming on from these new teams, all these new rosters. There's so many teams that you have little to no information about that you have to assimilate throughout these games here. And the faster you are to kind of apply that onto your game, the better you are doing it. And that's also why we saw a team like Polish Power popping off today, a team like FaZe Clan doing much better, a team like BBL doing better than they did in day 1. So yeah, that's a really hard thing because you don't have the information from the last 2 years with this same 10, 12 teams you're playing against with the same rosters, doing the same things. It's a lot of new teams and a lot of information to gather. And those that are the best at adapting to that information fastest are going to get out on top.
They've pulled themselves up to 3rd place, and we have one of their players with us now. Gustav from FaZe Clan is going to be chatting to us. Hello, Gustav. How is it going?
It's going pretty well. Great day today from us. Could have won the last game, but other than that, like pretty good day, I would say overall.
I like this. I don't even have to ask you questions. You just know now. You just have to talk. I am going to ask you a question, and it's a little bit different. So bear with me. I'm trying something here. You can tell me to shut up if you want. We've been talking on the desk about our PGC champs, Na'Vi, and how they just haven't performed. Have you been keeping an eye on that? What do you think is going on that they haven't been able to get the points that they need?
I mean, I think Na'Vi is probably the biggest hit-or-miss team. They have so high... like, when they do good, they do so good. You saw PGC, like, they won, I think, the groups, they won the upper bracket, they won the final. By far the best team there, deserved to win 100%. But then you saw PCS 7 before, I think they got 15 for something. It's weird how this game is just a snowball effect. Like, you start with a good game, everyone feels good, you win the next team fight. It's just, it's so much like this, like, confidence and team environment. And I'm not Na'Vi, I don't know how it is right now for them, but I imagine... they didn't get off to a good start, so they didn't get the ball rolling.
Gustav, when you retire from playing, we're going to fire Avenger and bring you on the desk. Sound good?
Yeah, it's going to be really well. Yeah. Nobody's going to need a box then. You're all going to be the same height.
Okay, let's talk about your
same height, don't get started. Here we go. Like 175.
But let's talk about your performance now, Avenger. FaZe getting into 3rd.
Yeah, I want to ask, obviously, congrats. Good to seeing you perform at this level here, and you guys popping up with the new rosters, always kind of hot. But I want to ask, in your opinion, what has been the hardest thing to kind of adjust to? With all these new teams, there's so many things going on. What have, for you guys, been the hardest thing to kind of adjust to?
It's kind of been weird, these games, because there's been so many people dead compared to anything else I've ever experienced. There is, like that last game, we were gonna go take the fight on the east side with QM and Polish Power, I think it was. But then we realized, like, everyone is dead. This team has so much space. We have to push into, like, usually you play that line and you can just push through QM there, but we just couldn't. So there's just so many scenarios that play out way different than usual because there's so many people dead, and I don't know why that is. I think it's a very aggressive lobby, and if you don't play aggressive, you're gonna struggle.
So once again, in the interview phase, we have to bring up the annoying Kowo. You, not only yourself, but a fellow teammate have both been on the podcast. You've both been talking a little bit about the this edition of FaZe lineups and how things were going. And in some of those interviews, there was mentions about how pretty much everyone on this new FaZe roster has some IGLing experience. Do you think that everyone is contributing somewhat, and that was a big factor of your turnaround from day 1 to day number 2?
It's actually hard with this new team because we have so many smart minds, I believe, like that very often we actually end up speaking too much, and there's like too many ideas almost. So we've been talking about, like yesterday as well, that maybe today we should just try and be a little bit more quiet and let the game just flow out, you know, because we have too many ideas sometimes. So I feel like that's one of the reasons why we played better. But then, like, I mean, Corexy also played really well today. Everyone played really well.
Yeah.
Gustav, tell everyone to shut up so you can do even better tomorrow. I like that plan. Good coaching strategy right there. Just mute everyone.
That's
well done.
That's not how it is. But only one I'll tell to be quiet is Martin.
Oh,
please. Do you know what? I feel exactly the same way. Thank you so much for joining us. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Found your replacement, friend. You can retire now.
Sure, it's fine.
That was easy.
He's one of the youngest guys, though. Fun fact: I went to school with his big brother when I was young, randomly.
No way.
I
know his parents have visited him. It's super random, and it started like in IEM Oakland when his first tournament, my first tournament at Analyst, like that. Your big brother went to school, and we talked together, and it's just super fun. So I obviously know Gustav super well. Happy to see them do this well here. They're able to step up, and it's just a fact. Like whenever you hear the new FaZe comes, it's just super hectic and very vocal, and there's just a lot of information, and it's all good information because all these guys are so clever. They know what valuable information is, and when you have all these ideas that are kind of ping-ponging around, it's going to be hard because all 3 ideas from, let's say, 3 players, they could be viable. So then you have to have your IGL, co-IGL, all these guys. You have to decide. And those 5, 10, 15 seconds, if you lose those, and that's why he's saying it, if you lose those valuable seconds, that's why you got to calm it down a little bit because you got to act faster. And especially here when you, as you heard him saying, super aggressive lobby in this case here, you got to be faster because if you're 10 seconds earlier in a spot than another team, you're going to have 10 seconds to set up a trap or shoot them as they arrive in their cars.
Let's take a look at the Twire leaderboard because apparently we have to. You know, I took Gustav off. I refused to use him after PGC, and that's
told him that.
That's a
look
pity.
at that.
I mean, I'm slowly getting closer to less than 100 on the losses. Saga, I want to know what it is that you do to constantly end up on top.
You know what it is? I believe in an underdog. You know, I have an APAC.
I wasn't serious about that question. I'm actually really upset about this, and I want to move on.
But the downside is the gap is closing once again. Toby is creeping up behind me, and
you can't let that happen.
You think he's a big man. You might not expect him to be as sneaky as he is, but that man is a little a deviant little man, and he will be looking to usurp my throne at the top, and I might have to uncaptain Ruin after Howl today.
I did so badly in the playoffs that it doesn't matter that I have Marcelik, I have T-Bone, I have Rust and Mark.
Yeah, it would really.
I have like a powerful lineup of.
It would have been really good for you if every single bracket was kind of different, right? So you had a new chance, like an extra life. First upper bracket, you failed. Then the next life, lower bracket, then failed again. Then again, it's grand finals.
Shut up, Martin. Can we just mute his mic? Thank you very much. It's been great.
Handicap.
I'm done. I'm done with both of you. I'm finished. I'm going to move to NA. That's where I'm going to go work now. They won't have me, so you're stuck with me. Thank you so much for watching day number 2 of the PUBG EMEA Championship Spring. It has been an epic day once again. It is coming down to the wire. We say this every tournament. It's happening once again. It is going to come down to that last game to see who will be crowned the champions. I now need to explain to you about a thing with clocks and time, which is weird because I live in Africa where we don't change our clocks. But remember, at like 2 a.m. or some ridiculous time today, we're going to lose an hour of sleep, and then you need to be here tomorrow, but an hour earlier, but it will still be the same time.
It's probably just better check depending if your time is changing, check our time zone. There's like on the homepage, you can check where it is. Depending on where you live, it might start earlier, it might start later, it might start at the same time because obviously EMEA is huge, so a lot of countries don't change. So just check. We are going to summertime for CST tonight, so we're going to be changing because the studio is here and where the majority of the players are, it might be a little bit different. So check the homepage, it's going to be the correct time showing there for your time zone.
What he said. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Every single point at the end of this is going to matter.
Every point matters.
Yeah.
Ooh.
What? Driving around that angle. Party's already moved down. Worked once last time's got to work again. Nades going out. Doesn't bounce inside the compound, but it's at least going to be scary. Hey, guess what? FFC was what's going on. They're going to come in. Hey, the Grenade King is back. Lands a big one. Now,
this shouldn't take too terribly long. And yep, now Talon has been taken down by Mime. And this is all academic at this point as Tig pulls up. We'll find one.
Seed swap by Tiggleton. Alo now with the opportunity, but that's 2 members down immediately for SDK. Vegas also down to the knock.
Oh boy, you can see Sonic's turn immediately around too. I thought who it was that they knocked. And Penta now suddenly the last one up. He'll find Mime. Maybe try to go and get the flush here, get the point at least, but the seed swap comes through, and there it is. So Tokyo Magican can stay in their compound. They can deal with Elevate, but Yahoo really up against it right now as Luminosity is just choking the life out of them. Trying to push in with throwables. Easy LG win if they can finish these guys off cleanly.
Well, the last time we saw these two teams fight in a somewhat even fight 3-on-3, it was Yahoo coming out on top, but it looks like LG this time are absolutely not going to let that happen. Complete domination on their side of the circle and now pushing it. Look how far they've also pushed out to make sure that Yahoo is taken care of.
But as you said, Snaker's hitting the big shot when it matters.
Yep. And again, just these smokes to deny vision are so difficult to deal with. And now here comes the push. Reload drives in. That's another knock for them onto Gas. And just systematic destruction, man.
Sonics hopping in the vehicles. They're making the Sin down, trying to move into a defended position right up next to Snakers. He's just going to crest up. He's going to go down. Mime in the back finds the angle. The other three for LG need to make it happen. Tickleton is going to go down from Rillo. Now LG is starting to find the angles that they need to work with.
Things are kind of falling apart in all the chaos, in all the utility, but the revive can still come up. A great grenade coming out from Flood. Knocks two. It is all on to H-Win right now.
Can he make another one? Moving forward, grenades are gonna flush out. Goes for the spray to one. The hero effort isn't gonna come up. LG 17 kills with a massive game.
안녕하세요. PUBG 배틀그라운드 총괄 PD 장태석입니다. 2017년 PUBG의 첫 출시 후 벌써 6년이 지났습니다. 함께 해주신 플레이어 여러분에게 감사드리고 PUBG를 대표해 6팀의 이야기를 소개합니다.
It's been 6 years. I just wanted to personally thank you for helping make PUBG what it is today. Your insight, your passion, your headshots, they all come together. And we've made a cool game together. And I cannot wait to show you what the next year is going to bring and beyond.
배틀그라운드의 즐거움을 더하기 위해 매달 맵, 피처, 모드 등의 새로운 콘텐츠를 업데이트하고 있습니다. PUBG 모드는 특히 기억이 남네요. 커뮤니티에서는 PUBG는 만우절 모드 개발의 진심이라고 이야기하시는데 저희의 노력을 알아주시니 감사합니다. 앞으로도 새로운 업데이트로 더욱 즐거운 게임을 선보일 예정이며 만우절 이벤트도 기대해주세요.
매년 배틀그라운드 출시 기념일마다 플레이어분들에게 감사의 마음을 전하고자 다양한 이벤트와 보상을 준비하고 있습니다. 작년에는 PUBG 레거시를 살린 노란 트레이닝 슈트를 이벤트 리워드로 선보였으며 이번에는 그 슈트를 미래지향적으로 해석한 스킨을 특별 보급 이벤트로 제공할 예정입니다. 이 이벤트는 6주년 업데이트 기간에만 받을 수 있으니 꼭 참여해보세요.
We would like to express our sincere gratitude to all of you for playing PUBG Battlegrounds with us over the past 6 years. We want you to know that we always listen to your feedback, discuss it internally, and make every effort to incorporate it into the game. We look forward to creating new experiences together in the future.
익숙하지만 새로운 그리고 다음이 기대되는 순간으로 표현하고 싶습니다. 여러분들에게 익숙한 3등맨을 새로운 방법으로 표현하여 신선함을 더하고 그 안에 6년가의 추억과 감사의 마음을 담아냈습니다. 이 메시지가 여러분에게 꼭 전해졌으면 좋겠습니다.
지난 6년을 돌이켜보면 게임 시장뿐만 아니라 플레이어들의 플레이 성향 등 많은 것이 변화하고 있음을 느낍니다. 우리는 계속해서 PUBG의 오리지널리티와 코어를 유지할 것이며 필요한 것에서는 적극적이고 긍정적인 변화를 만들어 나갈 것입니다. PUBG의 6주년, 앞으로의 6년, 그리고 66년 후도 잘 부탁드립니다. 그때가 되면 게임도 그리고 우리도 좀 더 나이를 먹겠지만 여전히 서바이버로서 치열하게 전장을 누비고 있기를 기대해봅니다.